one was going to stick, she'd lose it. And how many times did that happen? 4, says Phil. 4 times. The last one at 5 months. I'm sorry, says Dr. Kovitz. That must have been very hard. Well, hardest on Sam, obviously. She was the one carrying them. Hard on you, too, though. You just don't know what to say to them, you know? She'd be crying in the bathroom, and she was so sad. And after a while, you don't know what to do. What did you do? I just told her it would be okay, that we would get there. And you did? We did, says Phil, smiling suddenly. Sam had this procedure, this stitch thing. And then, a few months later, she got pregnant with Kat. And when she was born, she was the most beautiful thing I'd ever seen. It had been the best few months of his life. All his workmates would moan about sleepless nights, about being ignored by their wives for the baby or the state of the house. But Phil was always happy to get up and give Sam a rest in the small hours of the night. He loved holding Kat to him, rocking her, breathing in her baby smell, gazing into her eyes. She was so precious, so vulnerable. He felt as if, for the first time in his life, he had achieved something miraculous, something so far beyond his expectations for himself that his eyes would fill with tears when he so much as thought of her. His child, their baby. They didn't try for any more children. They decided to leave it for nature to decide. And when nothing happened, they decided they were lucky to have their beautiful girl, and that it would be churlish, given what they'd been through, to expect more. Or maybe if they hadn't, they had each decided to keep those thoughts to themselves. So, that's a lovely thing, Phil. It was understandable that you were a little more focused on your family than your father had been. You had gone through so much to have one. Yes, yes, says Phil, nodding. Family is clearly very important to you, and crucial to your sense of well-being. So, if you feel like you've lost one key member, and your mother has changed her role in the family to being someone unexpectedly rather independent, and your wife is no longer seeming to get her happiness from being with you, that's all going to feel quite destabilizing? Would that be a fair summation? It is strange hearing it spelled out like that. Well, yeah, I guess. But I'd still like to understand what it is about your father you find so difficult to discuss. He died, didn't he? He died while I was there. Isn't that difficult enough? It can be. But some people consider it a privilege to be at their bedside, to help a person they love enter the next realm. Phil feels the familiar knot in his stomach. He can't speak. He wants to leave. He glances around him, wondering if he might just get up and go. Phil? It wasn't like that for me. Perhaps if you were very reliant on your father's good opinion, it felt like there was nothing to aim for when he was gone. No, it's not that. But he loved you. You've told me in other sessions that he and your mother were very close. And as the only son, you were the focus of a lot of attention. That much undiluted attention can be both a good and a bad thing. Phil puts his head into his hands. He stays there for a long time, so long that, briefly, he forgets Dr. Kovitz is in the room. When he finally speaks, his voice is small, almost unrecognizable to himself. He wanted me to end it. What? He wanted me to kill him, to end it. Near the end, day after day, he would lie there in his bed gasping for breath, but as soon as my mother left the room, he would grab my wrist and tell me to put a pillow over his head. He was in too much pain. He couldn't stand it. He hated being weak in front of my mother, hated her seeing him like that. He didn't want to be there. Dr. Kovitz is watching him. The intent way he is gazing reminds Phil suddenly of his father's unflinching gaze, the weight of his bony hand on Phil's wrist. Do it, Phil. And what happened, Phil? It was awful. I used to dread going, really dread it. Once I was actually sick before I went in. The smell of that little room, disinfectant and something sweet and rotting, the imminence of decay, the hours of stasis with no sound bar his father's rasping breaths, the quiet shuffle of hospital staff's shoes outside the door. I would get Mum to take a break, to go downstairs and get a cup of tea. She was there all the time, you see. She wore herself out. So your mother would leave you in the room alone? Phil nods, wipes at his face. Sometimes tears would come from his eyes, and that made him angry, really angry. I don't think I ever saw him cry in his whole life. He was a strong man, you see, head of the family, a rock. He didn't want to be weak. She eats a couple of rice cakes from the cupboard. There is barely any food just now, then heads upstairs to her bedroom. And it is then that she sees him, her dad, just lying on the bed, staring at the wall. She pauses by the open bedroom door. Dad? He turns his head toward her. He looks exhausted. He always looks exhausted these days. Oh, hi, love. He raises a small smile. What are you doing? I just came up for a rest. Bit tired today. Where's Mum? He blinks, as if it has only just occurred to him. I don't know. Probably at work? Have you called her? Not today. Not now. But it's 7:15. Kat stares at him, at his passivity, his refusal to act, even as everything around him is falling apart. And suddenly she cannot bear it anymore. Jesus, Dad, wake up! He looks startled, and it's weirdly gratifying. Where do you think Mom is? He shakes his head. I don't know. She's with a man. And you're just sitting here like a really potato, just letting her walk away. What do you think is going to happen, Dad? That if you just sit quietly, everything will settle back into place? You have to do something. You have to get up and see what's going on under your nose. A man? I saw her. Kat feels tears spring to her eyes now, feels the blood flush to her face, but she doesn't care. I saw her from the bus, hugging him. And every day she puts on makeup and comes home late, and you act like nothing is even happening. He looks shattered. She doesn't care. She wants him to be shocked. She wants to shake him. That's not... She flings open their wardrobe and begins rifling through the bottom until she comes up with the bag. See this? A bag? He looks bewildered. She unzips it. And there they are, just where she found them 2 days ago. A stark reminder of everything that is wrong. She holds up one of the shoes. These are Mum's, your wife's. This is what she's wearing to go and meet her lover. And if you took the slightest bit of notice of anything, rather than just being stuck in your pit, then you'd realize you have to do something. Those belong to your mum? He is staring at the shoes, disbelieving. Oh my God.
Do I have to spell it out? Ugh, you guys are meant to be the adults here, and I'm having to literally point out what's wrong with your marriage. Jesus! Dad, wake up! Wake really up! I hate it here. I hate it. Kat cannot bear to look at him any longer. She bursts into tears, hurls the shoe across the room, and strides out, slamming the door behind her. Sam lets herself in through the front door, still warm from the brisk walk home. She seems to walk faster everywhere at the moment, arriving at her destination glowing with effort, as if she is suddenly more purposeful. Tonight, the gym had been amazing. Simon had been in a foul mood all day, picking at her and sending dismissive glances her way whenever he was in sight, and she had felt so anxious and ground down by it that she had nearly decided not to go. But Joel, almost as if he had known, had sent her a text which said, "These are the nights you have to go." So they had walked there together at 6, and now, almost 2 hours later, she feels as if she could conquer the world. The trainer, Sid, had taught her the different ways she could hit someone, how she should tighten her core and jab and swing, the way she could make an impact rather than feebly throwing a punch, limp-wristed and ineffective. By the end, he was yelling, "Yes, girl, yes!" And even as every muscle in her body screamed, she felt her gloves connecting with his pads. 1-2, 1-2s. She was in charge. Everything she felt pouring out through the red gloves, her knuckles bruised pleasurably at the end, like she was someone much tougher than she was. "You're nailing it," Joel had said, as they met outside after the first time she'd gone. She couldn't stop grinning. She was wearing the shoes because they seemed to just add to that feeling, even though she knew she would change back into her trainers once Joel was out of sight. "I feel amazing," she said, and he hugged her tightly and told her she was unstoppable. She has been 4 times now, and each time she goes, even though her muscles scream with protest at the unexpected effort, she feels like some piece of her is coming back together. She finds she doesn't mind that it's unglamorous, that she ends each session with sweat dripping into her eyes, her hair scraped back in a greasy ponytail, flushed and makeup-free. She watches the other women, from the tiny, sinewy Fatima to Annette, whose backside is barely contained by her enormous tracksuit bottoms, and they are uninterested in how she looks, where she goes on holiday, whether her body fits some prescribed ratio of muscle to body fat. They exchange wry smiles during the punishing warm-up, grin at each other's hooks and jabs, yell encouragement when she lands a good one. Sid treats everyone as if they were a serious athlete, demanding results, issuing joke threats if they don't push themselves hard enough. And through it all, in the corner, if she looks over, she will see Joel, his solid arms a blur as he rains blows on the punch bag, grinning at her as he wipes sweat from his brow with a forearm. And something is changing. 4 sessions in, she finds she already stands a little taller at work, walks as if her core is somehow stronger. When Simon starts going on at her about some mistake she has apparently made, she nods and accepts it. But inside, she imagines raining a series of lead hooks and uppercuts onto his chin, 3, 4, 5, 6. And she is not entirely sure, but she likes to think her failure to crumble makes him irritable and slightly unbalanced. "Hello?" She opens the front door and takes off her coat. The television is off, and she wonders briefly if Phil is even there, then tells herself that of course he is. Where else would he be these days? She feels a faint drag of resignation and tells herself to stop, to hold on to the high she retains inside her for a few hours after each session. 1, 2, 3, 4. Stay strong. Root yourself through your feet. Phil and Kat are in the kitchen. They are sitting at the table eating a lasagna in silence, and she stops in the doorway. "Hi," she says, surprised. They almost never cook without her. "You've started without me." "We didn't know what time you'd be home," says Kat, without looking up. "Oh, sorry, I meant to ring, but I got caught up. Who bought the lasagna?" "Me," says Kat, cutting a small piece and putting it into her mouth. It takes her a moment to register an odd atmosphere. Phil has not looked up from his food. He is forking it in joylessly, as if he merely needs to add fuel to his body. "That's kind of you, love. Thank you." She puts her bag on the worktop. "Is there a plate for me?" "In the cupboard," says Kat blankly. And Sam gives her a sharp look, but she can detect nothing. She takes a plate and sits down, helping herself to a slice of the lasagna. She is starving. It makes her happy, thinking of all the calories she must be burning. She grabs some of the vegetables from the serving dish and starts to eat. Phil does not look at her. He just keeps slowly forking food into his mouth.
Sam looks around the table. So, how's everyone? Good day? Fine, says Kat. What did you do? Not much. Phil, says Sam. Fine. Sam takes a mouthful. It is delicious. She will focus on this, she decides, rather than the strange atmosphere. Well, that's good. She waits, but nobody says anything. This is delicious. It's just Tesco's, says Kat, and stands abruptly. She takes her empty plate to the dishwasher and slides it in before heading to the door. I'm going to Colleen's. I won't be late. Sam makes to speak, but her daughter is already gone. She turns to Phil. What's going on with Kat? Phil continues chewing. She's been odd the last few days, don't you think? Phil shakes his head, chewing as if he cannot speak. He probably hasn't even noticed, she thinks, and suppresses a sigh. I had some good news today, she says gamely. Well, I don't know if it's actual good news, but Miriam Price, the woman I got a big contract from, has asked to meet me for lunch again later this week. She's got no reason to meet me, given we finished the job, and she was happy. She said there's something she wants to discuss. I mean, it might be nothing, right? She might just want advice on something. But it's nice because she's one of those really impressive people, you know? It just feels good to have someone like that want to take you to lunch. Phil nods, putting another forkful into his mouth. There's a bit of me that wonders if... Well, I know Harlan and Lewis are looking for more account managers, so I was thinking maybe I should bite the bullet and ask her if there are any positions available. It would get me out of Simon's way, you know. Yup, he says. It might be more money, she says. She hasn't told him about the threat to her job yet. It's another conversation she feels he probably isn't up to. He doesn't say anything. I mean, I really love the people I work with. She feels a slight flush rise to her cheeks as she says this, and hopes it's not as apparent as it feels. But if Simon's not going anywhere, then maybe I should. It's worth a try anyway, right? He looks at her for a moment. His face is blank, unreadable. And then he turns back to his plate. Phil, is everything okay? She says, finally. Fine. He finishes his meal, and as Sam sits, he raises himself heavily from the table, takes his plate to the dishwasher, and heads into the living room. Sam is left eating alone at the table. For some time now, during the hours that Sam has assumed he was sleeping, Phil has been awake, his eyes closed, wrestling with his father through the small hours, feeling his bony hand gripping his wrist, unable to turn from the intensity and fury of his stare. Sometimes he feels paralyzed, lost in the endless, repetitive loop of his thoughts. You are a weak, useless man. Do it! Do it! Now! For the first night in months, his father has left him alone. But this has brought no relief.
Instead, he has been haunted by thoughts of the woman lying beside him, her hands on another man's body, her face lit up by his presence. How long has this been going on? What lies has she told in order to sneak away? In the past couple of weeks, she has often returned home, flushed and slightly breathless, and the thought of what she has been doing with this unknown lover causes a pain in his stomach that pulls his knees to his chest. His Sam, the woman he has laughed with, lain with for more than 2 decades, who now cares so little for him that he might as well be a piece of discarded furniture. She feels suddenly like someone he has never known. And how could he not have noticed what was happening? Some part of him had known something was different, something off in the air between them. But it had felt like just too much to confront, and he had turned his head away until the fury of his daughter had forced him to see it. The one thing Phil does not ask himself is why. Because it is obvious why. What can he offer Sam these days? He has been a hollow thing for months, unable to function, unable to offer her anything. Useless. He should have known she would turn to someone else eventually. These thoughts whirl and chase each other all night, so that by dawn he is gritty-eyed and overwhelmed. He feels nauseated, restless, and exhausted at the same time. He hears her get up, the sound of her showering and getting dressed around him. Is she thinking about what to wear for him? Some special lingerie, or an outfit this man has told her he particularly likes? Then she's heading lightly downstairs. She no longer reaches across the bed to kiss him before she leaves. He used to think this was her not wanting to disturb him, but now he thinks it is probably just that she no longer wants anything to do with him at all. She probably despises him. He hears the front door close and her car starting, and he presses the balls of his hands into his eyes, wanting it all to stop, wanting to be lifted out of this body, this life, and put somewhere that he doesn't have to deal with any of it. He has lain there for some unknown length of time, half an hour, 2 hours. His hands, his arms, feel odd, his body curiously disconnected from his mind. When he can bear this sensation no longer, he gets up and out of bed and walks around the room. He gazes out of the bedroom window at the street, which looks the same, but is clearly altered forever. Then he turns to the wardrobe, opens it, and stares down at the black kit bag his daughter had brandished at him the previous day. He scrutinizes it, his breath coming hard in his chest, as if the thing sitting there is radioactive. And then, slowly, he crouches down and unzips it. There they are, peeping out from the open zip, the sexy red high-heeled shoes. It's like they belong to someone he doesn't know. He picks one up, staring at it, and then, compelled by some unknown impulse, he presses it to his nose, and as he holds it, he feels his face twisting into a grimace, and then a howl, a silent howl, is emerging from him. She wears these shoes for this man. These shoes are a shared secret between his wife and her lover. The word hammers its way into his head, even though this is a word he almost never uses out loud. His hands have begun to shake, and he stuffs the shoe back into the bag. Phil paces backward and forward, letting out low moans of distress. Then he sits again, his head in his hands. Finally, he stands up, walks over to the bag, grabs the shoes, and stuffs them into the empty plastic bag that sits in the bottom of his wardrobe. He has no idea why the bag is there. It has just been there for no reason, for as long as he can remember, like so much in this house. He holds it in front of him, his face contorted, as he walks briskly down the stairs, as someone would if they were disposing of a full nappy or a dog turd. Then he stands in the hallway, unsure what to do with it. He just knows those shoes cannot stay in this house. They cannot be here, their presence contaminating everything he has known and loved. Almost without realizing what he is doing, he opens the front door and walks outside, wrenches open the door of the camper van. They stopped locking it months ago when Sam started secretly hoping someone would steal it, and climbs inside, breathing in the moldering smell of neglect and mild, steady decay. He opens one of the laminated cupboards above the little cushioned sofa bench and shoves in the shoes, slamming it shut. And then he sits down on the bench and breathes hard, trying to clear the red mist that has landed in front of his eyes. Even if he were the kind of man who was comfortable talking about emotional stuff, there is not a friend in the world Phil can discuss this with or ask advice from. He thinks about Dr. Kovitz. What would he say? He probably wouldn't be surprised, given everything Phil has told him. Would he tell Phil to confront his wife? To get angry with her? Would that be more manly? Tell her he knows and she needs to make a choice? But Phil is afraid. Not just because if he confronts Sam, he will have to decide what he wants, and he doesn't know what this is yet.
But worse, if he confronts her, she may simply pack up the bag with the shoes and everything else and move in with this man, whoever he is. Phil sits, frozen, staring at his intermittently trembling hands until he realizes he has grown chilled in his pajamas and t-shirt. He stands, rubbing at his arms, and notices the pile of old magazines that someone must have moved in here from the house while waiting for recycling day. Perhaps the bins were full. He can't remember. He stares at the pile, and then, finally, takes a couple of steps across the floor and picks up the top half of it. He adjusts the weight of the magazines against his chest, then pushes open the door with his shoulder and steps out carefully, down the steps, and walks along the short path to the recycling bin, where he dumps them. He returns and takes the other half, gazing at the dusty space that is left. Then he peers inside the bin bag that sits behind them, in which they had left a load of junk items from the old shed at his father's, things his mom couldn't bear to get rid of, but nobody actually wanted. Blunted tools, old car manuals, light bulbs, and keys for long dead locks. He had taken the bag to save her feelings. But what for? What was he ever going to do with this junk? He hauls out the bin bag and places it beside the black refuse bin. And then he climbs back into the van and continues going through the contents unthinkingly, on some unknown impulse, methodically working his way through the neglected interior, taking out everything that had been stuffed in there as a temporary measure, and carrying it all outside, stacking it in or beside the bins. By the time he has cleared the inside, 2 hours later, he is sweating, his pajama bottoms smeared with dust and dirt. His jaw set, his mouth pressed into a thin line, Phil heads back into the house and goes upstairs, where he casts his gaze around until he sees his hooded sweatshirt under a pile of his other clothes. He hauls it over his head, then down over his t-shirt, pulls on a pair of socks and boots, and heads back out again. He will be there wrestling with the innards of the engine when Sam comes home, and he will not come into the house again until she is sleeping. Nisha has never suffered serious physical violence, but every time she spies Charlotte around the hotel wearing an item of her clothing, she feels a sensation that she imagines must be just like being stabbed. Charlotte has worn the Chloe Shearling coat in public twice. Once the first time in that corridor, and again the following Saturday, sashaying through the foyer as if it were hers.
2 days later, she wore Nisha's silver Alexander McQueen dress with the slash at the side to an evening event. She and Jasmine had spotted her just as they were finishing their shift, heading out from the side street as she climbed into the waiting car, and it was all Nisha could do not to cry out in pain. But clearly, this was not insult enough. On Tuesday lunchtime, as Nisha heads wearily to the sandwich platter, she glances through the open kitchen doors and sees Charlotte about to take a seat in the restaurant. And she is wearing Nisha's pristine white Yves Saint Laurent suit. "No," she says, and stops in her tracks, so that a waiter almost collides with her and curses. Alex appears at her shoulder. The lunch sitting is nearly over, and he is wiping his hands on a cloth. "It is the mistress? She's going to spill something on it." Nisha is finding it hard to breathe. "I would never, ever eat in that suit." Alex stares through the door for a moment and sighs. She feels his hand on her shoulder, gently steering her away. "No, no," she says, pushing it off. "You don't understand. You don't eat in that suit. It would be like eating spaghetti next to the Mona Lisa. It's white. Yves Saint Laurent, 1971. It's probably the only one left of its kind in the world. I got it from a collector who got it from an exclusive estate sale in Florida. The woman had kept it in a climate-controlled sealed closet, and it still had the store tags, the actual tags. It had never been worn. You see? That suit is vintage, and it is pristine, completely pristine. She shouldn't be touching it, for goodness sake, not even touching it. But she can't eat in it." Her voice is anguished.
As the doors close, she glimpses Carl sitting down heavily at the table opposite Charlotte, his phone pressed to his ear. "No," she says, "I can't let this happen. I can't." "The bodyguard will be nearby," Alex murmurs into her ear. "You cannot go near her. You know this." She turns and looks at him. His expression is sympathetic, but it says, also, clearly, that it is time for her to walk away. "How is this fair, Alex?" she says, as he steers her through to the back of the kitchens. "How? How can they even get away with this?" Afterward, she realizes that Alex's arm is around her shoulders as he offers her a cigarette and waits until she stops hyperventilating. But before she can consider what she thinks about this, he has told her that he will fetch Jasmine. She is not to move from that spot, and leaves. When Jasmine arrives, she folds her into her arms and murmurs, "Oh, baby, oh, my poor baby." And Nisha doesn't even mind. She calls Carl that evening from Jasmine's. She has been a ball of barely suppressed rage all day. "Carl, you got them?" "Got what?" she says. "The shoes," he says impatiently. "The shoes." Jasmine had sniffed earlier. "You know the shoes are just a way for him to give you the runaround, right? He probably knows they're the one thing you can't trade, so he's making it look like you're the one not meeting your side of the bargain. What man is so attached to a pair of women's shoes?" Nisha had thought about this, and it made sense. There is probably some bizarre legal stipulation that insists both sides should comply with requests or something. She would be able to find out, except she can't get a very lawyer with no very money. "Stop playing games, Carl," she says. "Just give me my clothes and the alimony I'm owed, you absolute stinking piece of mess." Ah, the language of the gutter. I wondered how long it would take for you to revert to type. She is briefly silenced. She can see Jasmine watching her from across the room as she irons, her face watchful and concerned. She had told Nisha not to call him, to wait it out, make him sweat a little. But Nisha has spent the evening building a froth of fury and cannot hold back. "You're the one in the gutter, Carl," she yells. "I know you're playing games with this stupid shoe thing to avoid paying me what I'm owed. But this is not going to work. No very judge in the world is going to let you treat me like this." "Have fun finding him, darling," he says coolly, and laughs. He actually laughs. "Just give me my fair share. Carl, you cannot do this. I'm your wife. Give me the shoes and we'll talk. You know the shoes were stolen. My goodness, you probably stole them yourself just to leave me with nothing. What stupid, childish game is this? You're boring me now," he says coldly. "No shoes, no money." And he puts the phone down on her. She holds hers in her hand, her mouth open. Jasmine appears in front of her and silently hands her a cushion. Nisha looks at it. "What?" she says. "What's that for?" "Scream into it, babes. If you make too much noise, I'll have the council complaining again." Sometimes she thinks about the person who took her shoes, just like she thinks about the duck Alex gave her, maybe even now traveling in an endless loop around Battersea and Peckham, still swaddled in its muslin wrappings underneath a seat. Her shoes are probably out there, stuffed into the closet of some over-made-up nightclubber, or perhaps packed in tissue by some resale agency, ready to go to an influencer in Dubai. He will probably love it if she can't get them back. She hates him so much sometimes that it actually hurts. "I was kind of joking about you missing your clothes more than your old man," Jasmine says, as she removes the last of Nisha's hair extensions in front of the television. They had started to fall out, matting into lumps where they were attached to her scalp, and Nisha's head feels oddly light and insubstantial without them. "But you really do, don't you? I'm serious. You're not crying and weeping and hating this other woman for stealing your man, but boy, are you mad about those clothes." It had startled her at first. She looks at Jasmine, considering this for a moment, and takes a tortilla chip from the bowl, waiting for the time it takes her to chew and swallow it. "I guess they represent something to me. They're the version of me I fought for." "A version of you? You don't know what I came from. What did you come from? Nisha stares at the television for a while. Then, finally, she speaks. A little town in the Midwest where we used to get our clothes from the Dollar Save, and we were lucky if they were new. The what? It's like a discount store, like your Primark or whatever it is, but not as classy. Jasmine lets out a bark of laughter. You're messing with me. Nisha shakes her head. She has never told anyone this story, not since she got on the Greyhound at the age of 19 and left Anita behind. My mom left when I was 2. I grew up with my dad and my grandma, and they thought that clothes were vanity and that vanity was the devil's work. At least they said that. Now I think it was because they'd rather spend any money we managed to get on cheap bourbon. So I had to beg for anything I needed, and anything I got came from the Dollar Save, where everything smelled cheap. And they always bought me everything 2 sizes too big so that I would grow into it. The 2 of them were mean, and they were tight. If they didn't have it there, they bought me second, third-hand clothes from Goodwill. Jasmine is listening intently. The ones near us were so nasty, even dirt-poor neighbors were too proud to use them. And everyone at school knew you were in Goodwill clothes. They could spot them a mile away, and they'd beat you for it. I hated looking like that. I hated everything I ever wore. I would wear my dad's work shirts when I got tall enough, because those upset me less than those gosh cheap girls' clothes. They were at least made to last, heavy duty, and if you looked like a boy where I lived, bad things were less likely to happen to you. Nisha lights a cigarette, and even though Jasmine doesn't usually allow her to smoke inside the flat, she sees Nisha's trembling hand and doesn't stop her. She is staring at Nisha now, her eyes wide.
So, salmon does have iron in it, but it's not a lot. There's better sources of iron. So, how the gosh did you end up married to a millionaire? Nisha inhales, lets out a long plume of smoke, and shrugs. I did what anyone does. Worked at the local bars until I had some money put by. I looked pretty good. Or I had something that made men tip big anyhow. Worked out I could use that. Got a Greyhound to the big city. Did whatever jobs I could. Cleaning, housekeeping, working in bars. Hustled a little. Became Nisha. I saw the name in a magazine and thought it sounded sophisticated. Worked for a guy who knew someone in a gallery. Graduated to a better gallery, and over a couple of years I remade myself. Learned how to speak without a twang, dropped the low-cut tops, and dated guys with shelves full of books instead. Turned myself into someone who couldn't be messed with. I met Carl when he came in to buy a painting, a way overpriced Kandinsky if you want to know, and I liked his confidence. I liked the way he walked into the place like he already owned it. He was charming. He smelled of money and security, and I liked the way he looked at me, like I already belonged in his world. He didn't know your past? Oh, I told him some of it. He didn't believe me at first, and then he thought it was funny. Sometimes I thought he was even a little proud of me for it. Carl loves a fighter. But every now and then, if he was pissed, he would use it against me. Call me white trash or hillbilly or put me down. But I honestly used to think he would never mess with me like he messed with other people because he knew I had already dealt with a life far harder than anything he presented me with. He knew I wasn't afraid of anything. She takes a last drag of the cigarette and stubs it out savagely on the edge of her plate. I misjudged that one, obviously. Hang on, says Jasmine. So you had clean toilets before? Nisha looks up. That's what you took from that story? She laughs wryly. Not since I was 22 years old. Anita cleaned toilets. Nisha hadn't so much as touched a brush until I came here. Lord, no wonder you hate that man. More than you can possibly imagine. She has a sudden memory of Juliana, the 2 of them sitting out on the fire escape one hot New York evening, months before she had met Carl, sharing a cigarette and laughing, complaining about their boss, catcalling at the construction workers ending their shift.
Juliana's throaty giggle breaking through the suffocating heat as the workers called back up to them, her curly brown hair bouncing on her shoulders as she threw her head back. Juliana would have liked Jasmine, she thinks. Another memory bubbles up, the last day she saw her. Juliana's chin lifted, the catch in her voice as Nisha stood in Carl's vast, ornate apartment and explained what Carl had told her to do, the problems it would cause her if they stayed close. "So you're choosing this? This is what's really important to you? I'm your best friend, your son's godmother, for goodness sake." Juliana had backed away from her, her face contorted. "Who even are you, Nisha? Because I tell you, I liked Anita a whole lot better." Jasmine's voice drags her back. "Nish, I knew you were a fighter, but now I see it. You'll get your stuff back, and then some. I have no doubt about it. We just have to work it out." "We?" Jasmine's eyes open. "This Carl is an insult to womankind. You didn't think I was going to leave you to handle this one alone. We are sisters now, you know that. Anyway, I have something to tell you." "What?" "Well," says Jasmine, and then she smiles, "I was clearing out Grace's old toys. You know, we never have enough room here. And I found her practical joke kit. She used to love that when she was younger. Fart cushions, the fake chewing gum that snaps on your fingers, you know the thing. Anyhow, it had 2 old packs of itching powder. So," she steeples her fingers together, "for the last 2 days when I've cleaned the penthouse, I've left your Carl a little present in his underpants." Nisha stares. "Nish, I walked behind him down the corridor this morning. Oh, babe, I nearly wet myself. He was not happy down there." She stands up and mimics walking uncomfortably, her butt cheeks rubbing together. She starts to laugh at the memory, her eyes closed, hands pressed against the sides of her nose. When she gets it under control, she looks back at Nisha. "I got you, babe. We are in this together." Nisha blinks. If she was a different kind of woman, maybe that would be the point at which she threw her arms around Jasmine, cried and thanked her, and said she loved her, and they were BFFs forever. But Nisha is not built that way. Not anymore. She studies Jasmine's face for a moment, and then she nods. "I'll pay you back," Nisha says, "for all of it." "I know," says Jasmine. "Also, I think it's possible you are a genius." "I wondered how long it was going to take," Jasmine says, and starts to sing to herself as she leaves the room. That night, when Grace is in the bottom bunk with her noise-canceling earphones on, Nisha climbs up, lies down, the ceiling is too low for her to sit, and dials Ray's number. "Mom?" "Hey, baby." She prompts him to tell her the day's news. He isn't sleeping, and it makes him feel crazy. The dorm manager he liked, Big Mike, had an argument with the administrator and walked out. Now, without him or Sasha, he feels like there's nobody here he can talk to. A new girl downstairs throws up secretly after every meal, and the staff don't know, but the downstairs toilets always smell of vomit, and he cannot believe like none of their noses even work. "Mom, when are you coming?" Nisha closes her eyes and takes a breath. "Soon. But when? I don't understand why you're still in England." "There's something I have to talk to you about, baby, and I wish I could do it in person, but it's kind of difficult right now." He is silent then, and she winces, filled with fear because of what she is about to unleash on him. Well, Daddy and I the truth is, things have been a little tricky between us for a while, and—" "Are you leaving him?" Nisha swallows. "Kind of. Well, not exactly. He's decided he will be happier with someone else, and I've agreed that this is probably the best thing for both of us. And, we're just trying to work out how to do it in the way that will be easiest for you." He is silent again. She puts a hand to her cheek, lowers her voice. "I'm so sorry, Ray. I really didn't want you to have to deal with any of this. But it will all be okay. I promise. We'll still be a family, just a different sort of family." He still doesn't speak. She can just make out the sound of him breathing, so she knows he's still there. "Ray? Sweetheart? Are you okay?" I don't mind if he goes. You don't? A pause. It's not like he's wanted to spend any time with me the last few years. Oh, he does. He really does, baby. He's just been very busy. Mom, you and I both know that's a lie. Honestly, my therapist has been talking to me about honesty and seeing things as they are. And if Dad wants to go, that's okay with me. His loss. There is a pause. I actually spoke to him 2 days ago. I told him I wanted to come home, and he said if that was the case, I shouldn't have been so stupid, and that he said I was a liability, that I couldn't be trusted. A liability? It's fine. I told him to go, really himself. There is a deadness to his voice that makes her stomach constrict. He has been so brave for years, but she knows Carl's rejection is a bruise that won't heal. Are you really okay, baby? A long silence. Ray? I've not been doing so great. How not great? He doesn't answer. Okay, give me a 1 to 10 on how sad you feel. That was what the last psychiatrist advised for when discussions of feelings were too difficult. There is a short pause, and then he says, like an 8? Her stomach flips. I didn't want to tell you because I guessed something was going on with you and Dad, and I didn't want to bother you. Ray? Ray, I'm totally fine, I promise you.
And I'm going to get you out of that school as soon as I can, okay? We'll get a little place together and it'll be just you and me, wherever you like. Seriously? If you want to. And I don't have to live here anymore? No. I've been putting money aside to get us back together. The problem is, honey, I literally have nowhere for you to stay at the moment. I'm with a friend, and it's pretty cramped, so I just have to get the financial things sorted with Dad, and then we'll be together. Please, Mom, just do it quickly. I hate it here. I hate it. Being in this place makes me feel like there's something wrong with me. There's nothing wrong with you. Her eyes have filled with tears. You are absolutely perfect as you are. You always have been. She wipes at her cheek with her palm. So you're really not upset about Daddy? Why would I be upset? He's a jerk. He's horrible to you, and he acts like I don't even exist. You're always on your tippy toes around him, like he's God or something. If he goes and does that to someone else, then frankly, it's all gravy. He can just leave us alone. The pain of hearing her relationship described so brutally makes her feel ill. Oh God, Ray, I'm so sorry you didn't have a better dad. I don't care, Ray sniffs. Like I said, his loss. So when are you coming? There's the problem. She tells him she's stuck here in England while they sort a financial issue. She figures there's only so much his mind can cope with at once. I'm fixing it, but you're just going to have to bear with me. You know he can be a little tricky. What's the financial issue? Ray's therapist has clearly been working hard. Well, he wants me to give him something before he will give me the settlement. It's just some kind of game he's playing. I'm working on it. What? What does he want? It's a thing I don't currently have in my possession right now. Mom, it's a pair of shoes? A pair of shoes? I know. Why does he want your shoes? Well, my friend Jasmine thinks it's sort of a game, because he knows they were stolen at the gym. He's just playing for time while he juggles his money or something. Which shoes? Typical Ray. The handmade Christian Louboutins, the red crocodile skin ones. She waits for his cry of protest, but Ray is silent. I will work it out, baby. I promise. I'll get some lookalikes made if I have to. He's just being a bit of a pain about it all. But they're the lookalikes? What? Those shoes? If they're the ones I'm thinking of, I don't think they're real Louboutins. He had them made specially for me, darling. Of course they're real. Back when I was home last March, I remember I was in the drawing room next to his study, and he was on a call. I heard him saying, "Christian won't do it. You're going to have to get something made up." And then, a couple weeks later, he gave you the shoes. And I remember it, because he hadn't bought you anything for ages. And I had a look at them afterward, and they did look exactly the same. But I just thought there was something off.
The signature on the sole wasn't quite right, and I didn't think that was the exact shade of Louboutin red on the sole. It was a little brash. What? That's crazy. But why would Daddy buy me fake shoes? I don't know. I remember thinking it was weird. But you really loved them, and he liked you wearing them all the time, and I didn't want to rain on your parade, so I just put it to the back of my mind. Suddenly, she remembers something odd about when Carl had given her the shoes. They weren't in a box lined with tissue paper. They weren't in the soft fabric bag that her other Louboutins were. They came in a black silk bag, unmarked. She had assumed it was because they had been made for her. None of this makes sense, sweetheart. Why would your father buy me fake Louboutins? He could buy a whole very store of them if he wanted to. And why would he want them back? I don't know, Mom, but can you just figure it out and come get me? His voice grows quieter. Please, I really miss you. I miss you too, my darling. I will get this sorted. I promise. Please, just look after yourself. I love you so much. Mom? Yes? A pause. Are you okay? She lets out a muffled sob, clamps her hand over her mouth. She waits a few moments until she's sure her voice is steady. Baby, I'm absolutely fine. The dollar save. Half the store devoted to farm feed and maintenance equipment. The aisles lined with hoses, strip lights, rubber matting. The other half stocked with essentials. Bulk packets of soup and rice, cartons of sterilized milk, paper towels stacked as high as a house. It smelled of petrochemicals and despair. She had been 7 years old. It was the first time her dad had made her do it. She walked in wearing the sage green, aged 9 to 11 padded coat that swamped her, and out again in that same coat, but with several sweaters and a bottle of Jim Beam underneath it. Nobody ever suspected a cute kid to be ferrying stolen goods. It was the only time her dad had ever told her she was good at anything. They had switched their trips between the $3 saves in the county, twice a week for each, and the only time she had been caught, accidentally dropping her haul in the cereals aisles, she had burst into tears and said she had just wanted to get her daddy a surprise birthday present, and the security guard had laughed at the little girl and said, "He likes bourbon, huh?" and sent her on her way with a packet of Twinkies and told her to make sure she didn't cake anything without passing by the checkout lady in future. Her dad, waiting outside in the truck, had laughed, especially when she pulled out the other, smaller bottle of bourbon she had tucked into the back of her waistband. "You see, Anita?" he had said, pulling off the top and taking a swig. "People only see what they think they see. You keep looking cute enough, people ain't never gonna assume you'll do anything bad." Nisha lies in the little bunk bed, listening to the tinny beat seeping out of Grace's earphones below. And even though she has done 4 shifts and 1 double since Sunday, she thinks about the shoes and is suddenly wide awake. The white horse, if it's possible, looks even more low rent in daylight. Wilted, spindly, half-dead plant fronds edging over its hanging baskets, its signage cracked and peeling. She has switched shifts with Jasmine, so she can head over when it opens at 11. Who the hell starts drinking alcohol at 11? What is it with these English people? She pushes her way in even as the barman is unbolting the door, and asks immediately to see the CCTV. Hold up, I haven't even switched on the till yet. Do I look like I need a drink? Well, why else would you come to a pub? He is a young hipster type, his dark hair pulled back into a ponytail, and his face already masked in irritation. She switches tack. "I'm so sorry to bother you," she smiles. "I was hoping you could help me with something. I had an item stolen from me a few weeks ago, and I was wondering if there was any way I could take a look at your CCTV. You want what?" She glances up and notes the domed cameras on the ceiling. "You have CCTV, right?" She points upward. "Yeah," he says, following the direction of her finger. "But I don't think I can just let anyone look at it. It will literally take you 5 minutes. She puts a hand on his arm, squeezes it lightly. "You would honestly save my life." He gazes at her, briefly wrong-footed, and she smiles, a sweet, hopeful smile. "Look, I'll explain. I'm in a bit of a spot. It's really hard. I'm a woman on my own in this country, and I'm in trouble for reasons I can't fully explain, and I need help. I know it's an imposition, and believe me, if it were any other circumstances, I wouldn't interrupt your day. I can see you're busy, but I'm really in need of help. He's a nice kid. She can see the uncertainty on his face. I don't think. I can give you the date and time and everything. It will take you 5 minutes. Yeah, but there's data protection and stuff. I'm not asking for names and addresses. I just want to see if something is there.
We only keep the tapes for 6 weeks. That's perfect. He frowns, stares at his shoes. When he looks up, his expression is suspicious. Who are you again? You're not police? She laughs prettily. Oh, God, no. Do I look like police? My name is Anita. I'm just a mom. It's not your bloke cheating and you're going to start some kind of gang war in here? Honey, if my man had been unfaithful, I wouldn't need CCTV to deal with it. He glances behind him, even though they're apparently the only people in the bar. I'd have to show you out here. In the bar? No customers allowed in the office. I get it. You have to be careful. When he hesitates again, she looks at his name tag. Milo. It's Milo, right? Honestly, you would be saving my life. I just need to locate a personal item. Apparently, someone may be on your camera wearing it. He glances behind him again. And you say you know exactly when and where. Friday the 7th. I just want to see maybe an hour's footage from that evening. Say 8 till 9? Stay there, he says. I'll load up the iPad and bring it out. You are a god among men, she exclaims, and touches his arm again. Thank you so much. She sees his expression soften and thinks with satisfaction, Yup, still got it. 10 minutes later, she is sitting at the bar with a cappuccino as Milo scans through the CCTV images with an expert millennial finger, occasionally peering closer. All the images are black and white, she says. Yeah, though we can zoom in if you see anything. It's quite clear. Shoes, you said. About 6 inches high and strappy. They're Louboutins, probably better than any other shoes you'll see in here. And you say someone nicked them and wore them here? Apparently. He peers at the screen. Shoes are shoes. There are loads of women in heels. How will you know which ones are yours? Oh, I'll know. She sips at the cappuccino he has made her. So many crappy pairs of cheap, clumpy shoes. So many drunken, lurching girls and bullet-headed men. She feels a sudden stab of anxiety. This is the final white horse. If this turns up nothing, she has no more leads to go on. And then she sees it. There, she says suddenly, and jabs at the screen. Stop! Can you zoom in? That woman there, 9:17 on the Friday evening? A woman with badly cut hair stumbles from the dance floor, her legs and feet briefly visible as she walks drunkenly arm in arm with another woman to a bottle-laden table. Milo rewinds a few frames, then moves his fingers around the screen until they zoom in and the woman's feet become clear. She makes him go in as deep as possible until the image starts to blur, but they're her shoes. It's as clear as can be. She feels a jolt of recognition. That's them. That is definitely them. Can you scroll up? Show me her face? There she is, the shoe thief, plain, middle-aged, her eyes half closed, and her hair in sweaty wisps around her face. With each frame, she wobbles across the screen toward the seat, at one point her ankle buckling slightly. That's her. That's the woman who stole my shoes, she breathes, staring at the pixelated image. This is so weird. Milo shakes his head. She looks up at him. I don't suppose you have any idea who she is. He frowns at the image, moves along so that he can see the other people around her, scans back and forth. I think that's the Uber print lot. The what? The print firm over there. Yeah, look, I can see Joel there behind her. He's the one with dreadlocks. And Ted. They're always in here on a Friday. Uber print, she repeats. Can you write that down for me? And then, as he hands her the piece of paper, she smiles, an abrupt, genuine, full-wattage smile of joy, the kind of smile Nisha rarely bestows in her normal life. And Milo, gratified, smiles right back at her. They gaze at each other for a moment.
I don't suppose— Don't even think about it, she says, and hops off the bar stool. He is alone in the kitchen when she arrives, cleaning his station ready for the evening shift. He is bent over, scrubbing at a mark on the stove. "Hey, Alex!" He turns at the sound of his name, and she runs up to him. "I found who stole my shoes," she says breathlessly. She cannot help herself. She's beaming from ear to ear, and she does a little air punch. "You're kidding," he says. "Now you will get your life back." He smiles abruptly, his whole face suffused with pleasure, drops his cloth, picks her up, and swings her round by her waist so that she squeals and her feet lift from the floor. Suddenly, almost without realizing what she's doing, she's holding his face between her hands and her lips are on his. He hesitates, just a moment, and then his arms surround her, pulling her in, and his mouth lowers onto hers, and he is kissing her back, his lips warm and soft, his skin against hers. She is lost in this kiss, consumed by it, the pressure of his mouth on hers, his strong hands pulling her in. He smells of warm bread, of soap and shampoo. He tastes so good, she thinks she may actually want to eat him. She bites his lower lip, and he lets out a quiet groan of pleasure, and it may be the sexiest thing she has ever heard. Her hand clamps around the back of his neck, her body pressed against his. Time stops and swirls, and then they hear the swing door at the far end of the pastry kitchen, and they are abruptly disentangling, her hand to her hair, smoothing it awkwardly as she takes a step back. Minette carries 2 aluminum trays of dough aloft, humming to herself, her backside pushing the door as she swivels through. Alex follows her gaze, then looks back at Nisha. He lets out a breath, as if he had been holding it. "Well," she says, as Minette disappears into the pastry kitchen. "Well," he repeats. He looks at his shoes, a little discombobulated. She feels a faint sense of gratification. When he looks up again, their eyes meet, and she guesses there is faint color in her cheeks. "You're clearly not a woman to cross." Her smile, when it meets his, contains a hint of mischief. "You'd better believe it," she says, and then she dusts down the front of her trousers, glances at him again, and, because she cannot work out what else to do, walks straight back out of the kitchen door. The car has died. Of course it has. 4 times yesterday, Simon had informed her that in no way was she to be late today. There was to be a strategy meeting at 9, a sales meeting at 10, planning at 11, and head office were going to be at all the meetings. He'd said it like a warning, like this was bad news for her. "Phil? Phil?" Kat is in the kitchen, staring at her phone as she eats a slice of toast. "Where's Dad?" "He's not upstairs." Kat shrugs. "Kat, where's your father? You must have seen him." "Probably in the van." She hasn't got time to think about her daughter's coldness, the way she no longer looks her in the eye when she speaks, even though this made her cry the previous evening. She grabs her bag and runs outside. The bonnet of the camper van is up, and Phil is underneath it, his upper half obscured. The car isn't starting. Probably the battery. It needs replacing. Sam waits for him to extract himself from the engine, but he stays there. "Phil?" "What?" "Well, can you help? Do we have any jump leads? I have to be at work for 9 or I'm in trouble." "Probably best get a cab then." She stands there, staring at her husband's legs. He's been out here at all hours for days. At first she was quietly pleased. That Phil was doing anything away from the television was a marvel. But there is something determinedly exclusionary about how much time he spends out here now, like he'd do anything rather than spend any time with her. "You're not even going to help?" Finally, he slides himself out from the bonnet and straightens up. His face, when he looks at her, is curiously blank. "Well, I can't magic up another battery out of nowhere, can I?" They lock eyes for a moment, and she feels a faint chill at the lack of warmth in his expression. "Well, thanks," she says finally. "Thanks a bunch."
Without a word, he takes an oily rag from the side of the engine and disappears back inside it. She is in the cab when her mother calls. She has 18 minutes left to get into the office, she has worked out, and makes a series of rapid calculations. If she blames car trouble, Simon will find a reason to criticize her for lack of organization, as if anyone could know their battery was about to die. Should she say there was a road accident? He's the kind who would check up just to prove her wrong. It's best not to lie. Perhaps she could pick up a file on the way in, say she'd gone back for extra figures. You didn't come in clean last week. And I need you to look up some socialist hymns for me. What? Socialist hymns? Her mother repeats impatiently. Your father is giving a talk about the history of Jerusalem at St. Mary's, and I pointed out that the Bishop of Durham said that Doc's satanic mills actually referred to churches, not flour mills. So it wouldn't be appropriate. You know how easily offended Mrs. Palfrey is. She's thick as thieves with the vicar, and called poor old Tess Villiers a Maoist for putting ungodly flowers on the altar last week. Ungodly flowers? Arthuriums. Terribly shaped. We were all agog. Anyway, your father has done something to the Wi-Fi box thing, and we can't get online, so we need you to find some more appropriate socialist hymns that he can talk about, preferably by this afternoon. He's got his eye appointment at tea time. Sam rummages in her bag for some makeup. Kat had hogged the bathroom, and she had had no time to do her face. Oh, and we've decided we're going to take in a refugee. But there's quite a lot of paperwork, and we need you to help us fill it all in. We have to get the stuff out of the spare room so that we can put a bed in there. Actually, I think there might be a bed in there. I'm not sure because of all the boxes. A refugee? Sam cannot peep up. It's important to think about people other than ourselves, Samantha. You know Dad and I like to do our bit for the community. And apparently some of them are very nice people. Mrs. Rogers has an Afghan, and he always takes his shoes off. Mom, I can't do this right now. I'm very busy. Her mother's tone manages to convey a precise combination of affront and hurt. Oh, well, it would be nice if you could think of us occasionally. Sam wedges the phone between ear and shoulder, doing her best to apply a tinted moisturizer. I do think of you, Mum, and more than occasionally. Look, if you want to take in a refugee, that's lovely, but I haven't time to clear out your spare room just now or find socialist hymns. I've got a lot on. I've organized a supermarket delivery for you for Tuesday, and I'll come and help when I can. A supermarket delivery? Her mother's tone is pained. Well, I suppose we'll have to tell the poor suffering Afghans our daughter has too much on to find them a bed just now. Mum, nobody's seen the bed in your spare room since 2002, when Dad started piling his eBay train set collection on top of it. I'm not even sure there is a bed. Look, I'll come when I can. I just have a lot on. We all have a lot on, Samantha. You're not the only busy person in this family, you know. Goodness, I hope you don't speak to Phil like this. No wonder he feels so neglected. She is 4.5 minutes late. For the look Simon gives her as she hurries into the meeting room, it might as well be 4 hours. Nice of you to join us, he says, glancing at his watch, raising his eyebrows, and then looking at his colleagues to make sure they register it. She thinks about canceling lunch with Miriam Price all through the second meeting. Simon is relentless, questioning her figures, looking distracted or bored, or tapping the end of his engraved biro on his notepad whenever she speaks. Sometimes he even mutters to himself as she's talking. She sees the way the Uber print managers, who all look like him and dress like him and talk like him, watch this performance, observe her weakness, mark her out as dead meat. When the sales meeting is finished, she goes into the ladies and presses her face hard into her hands so that nobody can hear her crying in the cubicle. While she is sitting on the loo, she texts Phil, who does not reply. He only responds to 1 in 3 of her messages at the moment, and she is no longer sure she can blame depression. She texts Kat, who answers simply, "He's fine." No X at the end, no questions about her day. Some days it's hard to feel like anyone even cares if she exists anymore.
She makes to text Joel, but it feels somehow too much, an admission of need she doesn't feel comfortable making. Her fingers hover over the keyboard of her phone, and then she hears someone come into the next cubicle and puts it back into her pocket. By the time she emerges, it is already 11:45, too late to cancel. So she splashes water on her face, reapplies her makeup, and heads out to lunch, ignoring the pointed stare of Simon through the glass of his window as she leaves. "Sam, how are you?" Miriam is already at the restaurant. She is sitting at a table by the window. As the waiter shows Sam to the table, she stands momentarily and gives her a warm smile. The print job had gone smoothly, and Miriam had been satisfied with every aspect, calling her personally afterward to thank her for her attention to detail. In other times she might have fed this back to her superior, but there was no point with Simon. He would have found something to pick holes in, or asked her why she hadn't charged more. "Lovely to see you again," she says, and holds out her hand for a slightly awkward shake. Miriam is dressed in a rainbow-striped jumper and pencil skirt with heeled ankle boots. Sam would never have felt she could wear an outfit like that to work, yet on Miriam it just looks authoritatively quirky. She has slightly guiltily worn the Chanel jacket, given it is Miriam Price, and she needed to feel pulled together, instead of the black trousers and grey jumper that is her usual work uniform. "I wore my Louboutins in your honor," says Miriam, angling her foot so that Sam can see. She glances down at Sam's feet, and Sam thinks she detects a faint flicker of disappointment at her plain black pumps. She immediately wishes she'd worn the shoes too. "They're gorgeous," Sam says. They chat briefly about the weather and their daughters, then compare preferred choices on the menu. Miriam decides on a salad starter and fish, and Sam orders the same salad and a vegetarian tart, which happens to be the cheapest main course. She is slightly worried that she will have to pay for this lunch, as Simon has been clamping down on work lunch claims. She is already calculating what it might come to. "So, tell me about yourself, Sam," says Miriam, "and how you ended up at Grayside." "Oh, no, I should call it Uber print now, right?" She has this air of confidence when she speaks, like she knows innately that anything she says will be right. "I'm not sure there's much to say," Sam stumbles, and then when Miriam waits, smiling, "I mean, I didn't intend to work in print, but I got a temporary job as a secretary there when my daughter was small, and there was a lovely boss, Henry, he's retired now, and he seemed to think I was good." Here she gives a nervous little laugh in case she's sounding big-headed. "After a couple of years, he decided to put me in project management, and we sort of built up my role from there. He was a very nice man, a good man." "Oh, I met Henry a couple of times," Miriam says. "I liked him enormously. And what about your family? Husband, a teenage daughter, as you know, and that's it, really, just us, plus a couple of needy parents." "Oh, we're at that age, aren't we?" Miriam says. "Mine are in a care home in Solihull. I feel like I spend my life on the motorway or trying to pacify fed-up carers." "Really? I'm sorry. I mean, I'm sorry if it's not nice for them. Or you." Sam backtracks quickly. "But I don't know, obviously. Maybe it's a very nice place."
I'm sure you'd only put them in a nice place. It's nice enough, but I don't think anyone really sets out to end their days in a care home, do they? Sam pauses as the waiter puts the water in front of them. "My parents say they'll die rather than end up in one, which basically means me doing all their household tasks, cleaning and shopping." Miriam nods wryly. There is a shorthand in women this age, Sam realizes. There is none of the sharp elbows of their 20s and 30s, not an ounce of competitiveness. By their late 40s and 50s, they're all survivors of death, divorce, disease, trauma, of something. "That's tough on you," Miriam begins. Sam's phone starts to buzz. "I'm so sorry," Sam says, cheeks flushing as she reaches into her bag. Miriam waves a hand as if it is of no matter. Her heart sinks as she sees his name. "Simon?" she says, trying to muster a smile. "Where are you?" His voice is terse. "I'm with Miriam Price. It's in the calendar.
I told Genevieve twice. The Dutch job needs to move up 4 days. They said they've emailed you but had no response. What? Hold on. She mouths another "excuse me" at Miriam and puts him on speaker while she opens her email. There it is, 15 minutes ago. An email from the Dutch textbook firm asking for the job to be expedited. More swiftly. Simon, it only came in 15 minutes ago. And? Sam swiftly takes her phone off speaker and holds it to her ear. So I hadn't seen it. I'll get onto it, obviously, as soon as I'm back. You need to be on top of your email, Sam. I've told you. We at Uberprint have a reputation for swift responses. This isn't good enough. I'm sure they'd understand that someone might be getting lunch at 1:15. This isn't a bloody holiday camp, Sam. I don't know what it's going to require for you to take this job seriously. You'll have to come back. Actually, no, you can't, can you? Not without looking unprofessional to Miriam Price. And we need that job. I'll get Franklin onto it. But that's my project. I brought it in. Irrelevant, Simon cuts her off. It's not enough to just bring jobs in. I need someone who can deliver the whole package. See me when you come back, after your nice lunch. As he says these words, she knows there are people in his office with him, can picture him rolling his eyes at the phone. He ends the call, and she is left, stunned, at the table. "Everything all right?" says Miriam, who has been studying the menu. "Fine, fine." Sam pulls herself together. "Just work stuff. You know how it is." "I know how Simon is." Miriam lifts her gaze over the top of the menu. "That's Simon Stockwell, right?" Sam stares at her. "Odious little man. He worked for us a few years ago, you know. Back when he was starting out, I had his number straight away. Is he giving you a hard time?" Sam is frozen. She doesn't know how to answer. No, everything's fine. Just fine. There's just a lot going on. It's just... Suddenly, abruptly, she is sobbing. Huge, salty, unstoppable tears pouring down her face. Huge gulps hiccup out of her, her shoulders shaking, her palms pressed to her eyes. "I'm so sorry," she says, mortified, mopping at her face with her napkin. "I don't know what's happening. Oh, God. And now she has ruined the lunch. And Miriam Price knows she is the loser Simon has always had her down as." She glances around desperately, trying to locate the ladies so that she can escape. But she does not want to have to ask, and she is afraid of getting up and heading in the wrong direction. When she turns back, Miriam is watching her steadily. "I'm so sorry," she says again, wiping at her eyes. Miriam's face is serious. "It's just been a tough time. I'm mortified. I'm not normally." Miriam reaches into her handbag and pulls out a pack of tissues. She passes them across the table. "Mum's handbag staple," she says. "You don't even want to know what else I've got in here. 2 sets of car keys, my wife's nasal spray, a prescription for my daughter that she doesn't want to pick up herself, HRT, dog treats. It's endless, right?" She smiles, rattling on about nothing, giving Sam the space to mop herself up. Sam scrabbles in her bag for a mirror, but Miriam interrupts. "You're fine," she says. "No smudges." "Really?" The sobs have subsided to sporadic hiccups. Sam feels herself curl over with embarrassment. "You know," says Miriam, refilling her water, "I hope this doesn't sound horribly inappropriate, but when you walked in here, I thought the stuffing had been knocked out of you. You looked like a completely different woman from the one I met before." She hands Sam her glass, waits as she takes a sip. "And I'm guessing at least 50% of that is Simon Stockwell." She leans forward. "You know, the best bit about menopause, just in case you haven't got there yet, is that you genuinely don't give a really any more when you're dealing with men like him. And they know it. And when they know you're not intimidated by them, they somehow lose all their power." Sam smiles weakly. "Except when you depend on them for your job. You're very good at your job. Why would it be dependent on him?" Sam wants to talk, to tell her the myriad ways in which Simon has made her feel useless, redundant, the many times a day in which she feels ignored or undermined. But it seems unprofessional to tell a client about how it has been since Uberprint took over. And what gay black woman wants to hear a middle-aged white woman whinging about how hard she finds the workplace? She musters a weak smile. Oh, it's not just him, really. It's been a tricky week. Miriam watches her. You're being admirably discreet. There's a lot going on. There always is at this age. Oh, good. Here's our food. You'll feel better once you've eaten. The whole time they eat, Miriam continues a slightly one-sided conversation, drawing Sam out on the capriciousness of teenage girls, the exhaustions of elderly parents, the necessities of treating yourself. She nods here, even though she can't remember the last time she treated herself to anything. And Sam carries on a parallel conversation in her head, in which she tries to analyze how bad this is going to be for her. Whether Miriam Price will reveal how this ridiculous woman burst into tears at a client lunch. Whether Simon is going to dress her down in front of everyone in the awful glass office when she returns. The thing she feels saddest about is that her memory of her first meeting with Miriam is now spoiled. The woman she had been in the Chanel jacket and heels has evaporated, leaving the real Sam in her place, squashed, defeated, pathetic. She dares not look at her phone, knowing there will be a string of furious texts from Simon about her failings on the Dutch job. So she smiles politely and tries not to sound stupid, and picks at her food. Some distant part of her observing that, remarkably, she now has no appetite at all. Pudding? She is dragged back to the table. Oh, no, this was lovely, but I think I should probably head back to the office to see what's going on with this job, she says, declining the menu. I'm so sorry again about... She waves a hand vaguely in front of her, trying to dismiss it. There is a long silence. Sam, says Miriam, this is no way to work. I know, says Sam, blushing. I am going to sort myself out. I am. I promise. I'm not normally... You misunderstand me, says Miriam. I mean working for a boss who is so clearly grinding you down. You're good at your job. I mentioned you to Ivan over at Drake's, and he said you've always been incredibly thorough, and a pleasure to deal with, for that matter. Sam lifts her head slowly. We're always on the lookout for people, and I was very impressed with what you turned around for us. I think you should come in and meet our team. Meet your team? You should be somewhere where you can get your mojo back, wherever that turns out to be. Miriam signals to the waiter and holds out a credit card before Sam can say anything. Might you be interested in talking to us? Sam is so stunned that she can barely speak.
Yes, that would be great. Good. I'll email you with a date. Miriam is standing up. She taps a card on the reader proffered by a waitress, while Sam sits digesting this. Then she tucks her wallet into her bag and leans forward. In the meantime, put on some really great shoes with that jacket and a red lipstick, and let Simon Stockwell know you're not to be messed with. The coffee shop gives a clear view of the back of the printworks, a small litter-strewn yard flanked by a co-op grocery store, the White Horse pub, and an office block that appears to have been vacated several years ago, judging by the grubby windows and graffiti-strewn walls. Nisha, who was marked off this afternoon at short notice, 0 hours contracts, Jasmine had sighed, sips a lukewarm cappuccino and watches the battered white vans reverse in and out under the Uberprint sign, the groups of men who gather at the rear entrance, chatting or drinking from mugs of tea between loadings, their laughter sending small puffs of steam into the cold air. She is taut, focused, half waiting for the woman to walk out in her shoes, even though she knows this is unlikely. She has sat here for almost an hour now, picturing a dozen different outcomes. She follows the thief to her house, confronts her, wrestles the shoes from her feet, though that means the woman would have to be wearing them, and she feels icky about touching someone's feet. She calls the cops, though if they're anything like U.S. cops, she might as well whistle. She breaks into the woman's house when the woman is asleep, locates the shoes, and escapes, perhaps wearing a face mask.
This is admittedly a risky strategy, especially as she doesn't know who else might be in the house. Plus, a face mask will make her itch. There is always the trump card. She could tell Carl, and he could send Ari in to get them. But she is not sure she trusts Ari to tell the truth about whether he's got the shoes. He could just as easily spirit them away and leave her in a worse position than before. And there is something about Ari and these shoes that just doesn't sit right. Nisha sits and considers all these factors, and the dregs of her coffee grow colder. Finally, when the barista comes over for the third time and pointedly asks her if she wants another, she picks up her coat and bag and leaves. Simon is chatting to colleagues when Sam arrives back. She comes in through the side entrance so that she can go to the ladies and check her face before anyone spots her. Now she sees a bunch of young men gathered around the desk in his office, looking intently at something on his phone, then bursting out laughing simultaneously. She pictures some gross meme, probably involving a young woman with unfeasibly large breasts. She is relieved that he is not in her cubicle, one buttock resting on the corner of her desk, his head tilted in fake concern. She stands for a moment, watching them, then drops her handbag and places the cream Chanel jacket on the back of her chair. She walks out, through accounting, past reception, and down the narrow corridor to the loading bay. The vans are all out, and he is seated alone in the little office by the main shutters. He has his back to her when she arrives, his hands linked behind his head as he gazes, apparently deep in thought, out of the window at the yard, his shoulders too broad for his navy blue company sweatshirt. Behind the office, suspended from the rafters, hangs a large black and yellow punch bag. She stops for a moment, gazing at him. She has a sudden memory of them dancing, his hand on her waist, his eyebrows raised in amused appreciation as she strutted in those shoes. The driver's office is warm and fuggy, thanks to an ancient bar heater in the corner, and the walls are lined with tachographs and whiteboards detailing the day's jobs, faded birthday cards, and new Uberprint memos. She is not sure she's been in here more than a handful of times in all the years she's worked there, and suddenly the office feels smaller than she remembers. Or maybe he is just bigger. He turns in his chair. "Sam? I didn't know you were... Have you got any gloves?" He blinks. "What?" "Gloves," she says. "Boxing gloves. Have you got any here?" He follows her gaze out to the punch bag. I've got mine, but they'll be too big for you." "Show me." He reaches under his desk and pulls out a kit bag containing 2 scuffed black gloves, which he holds up to her. She examines them briefly. She pulls them onto her fists, securing the Velcro with her teeth until they are as tight as they can go around her wrists. Then she walks out of the office and over to the punch bag. She stands in front of it for a moment and takes a breath, tightens her core, allows everything that has been spinning around her head to settle. And then she pulls her arm back from her shoulder and throws everything she has into a right-handed punch. The impact sends the bag wheeling backward on its ropes. She meets it with her left, rooted through her feet, all her strength coming from her left shoulder so that it spins again. She hits it again and again, hammering the leather, her hair working loose from her ponytail, her breath coming in short bursts, little gasps emerging from her mouth with each impact. She hits and she hits, not caring who sees her, not worrying if she looks daft attacking a punch bag in her good trousers and a next blouse. Joel, who had initially moved back in surprise, walks round to the other side and steadies the punch bag with his arms so that she can hit it harder. And she notes with gratification that increasingly he flinches at each impact, his body leaning in, his left foot sliding forward to give him greater purchase. Sam hits and hits until she feels something in her finally give. And then, abruptly, she stops, her hands dropping to her sides, suddenly aware of her heart racing, the trickle of sweat running down her back into her waistband. There is a silence, broken only by the creak of the punch bag swinging gently on its chain. She looks up at Joel, who is watching her, both hands still resting on the bag, as if he is not sure whether she is about to hit again. "You okay?" he says.
"Miriam Price wants me to come in and talk to her," she says, panting. Joel looks startled. "About a job," she adds. They gaze steadily at each other. Sam feels sweat dripping into her eye and attempts to wipe it away with the back of her arm. Neither of them speaks. "I don't want you to leave," Joel says, finally, dropping the punch bag. "I don't want to leave," she says. They stare at each other, and then, without thinking, she steps forward, takes his face between her boxing gloves, and kisses him. At the first touch of Joel's mouth, Sam's body went into a kind of shock. She had kissed nobody but Phil in more than 25 years, and she was not sure even they had ever kissed like this. Everything about Joel was alien and delicious. Their connection deepened, and the moment became overwhelming. She pulled back, her breath hard in her chest, her gloves raised to her face. And then she sees Ted. He is standing by the loading doors, his mouth slightly open as he sees them, a look of what she can only describe afterward as horrified disappointment on his kind, fleshy face. "Joel," she stutters. She turns and runs back toward the office, wrestling the gloves off and hurling them behind her as she goes. Sam walks briskly through the cubicles until she reaches her own, her color high, her sights fixed in front of her, sure that everyone in there must know what just happened. Her body feels as if it has been ignited, as if she is radiating heat, and her thoughts are churning and jumbled. She sits down in her chair a little shakily, staring unseen at the screen. She has just kissed Joel. She has just kissed Joel. The memory of the kiss lingered.
She thinks of Ted's appalled expression, then abruptly lets out a half laugh, a strange, high-pitched squeal, and puts both hands to her face, immediately mortified. What on earth has she done? Who has she become? She glances guiltily behind her, but nobody seems to have noticed. Heads are bowed. Marina is walking past with a mug of coffee. The photocopier by the fire exit door appears to be on the blink again. She jumps slightly as her phone buzzes. "Joel, are you okay?" She stares at it. "I think so," she types with trembling fingers. Did Ted say anything? Just that it was none of his business. He went straight out again. "You think I should go after him?" No, I don't know. Maybe I should. I don't know what just happened." She glances up, checking to see if anyone has noticed, if anyone can sense that this is her, Sam Kemp, sneaking around locking lips with a work colleague. Was this almost having an affair? Was this where her life was heading? Did Ted think she was a terrible person? Help me, she thinks, not sure who she is actually asking. And then she jumps out of her skin because a dark-haired woman is standing in the doorway to her cubicle, glaring at her and saying, in a loud American voice, "Where are my shoes, difficult person?" Nisha had walked unchallenged into the offices of Uberprint. The men gathered by the vans glanced at her, but nobody seemed to think it unusual that she was walking straight through the back entrance. After a cursory glance at her legs, they turned back to their discussion. The offices are drab, the kind of place that might sell pet insurance or drain solutions, and she wrinkled her nose at the smell of stale carpet and machine coffee as she headed down a corridor that looked like it led to the main office. A young woman lifted her head from her phone at the reception desk, but didn't stop her, and Nisha pushed through a set of double doors, finding herself in a large space divided into gray cubicles. In the corner of the room, she saw a big, glass-windowed office containing a gathering of young men in cheap suits, while around her a vague hum of half-hearted industry emanated from the individual desks, people clicking on keyboards, murmuring into phones, or sipping tea while chatting at the photocopier. She scanned the room, her bag clamped to her side. Then she spied a woman, hunched in one of the far cubicles as she took her seat, her badly tinted hair visible above the composite partitions. Nisha had stopped and stared.
Nisha had not known what she would do when she finally confronted the woman who had caused so much trouble, a thief who also happens to hold the key to her future. But there was something about the shabbiness of her, the depressed slope of her shoulders, that instantly infuriated her. "I have been bested by this?" she thought, as she strode across the office. Her heartbeat started a loud, insistent thumping in her ears. And suddenly, she's in the cubicle, and the woman is spinning in her seat to face her, phone in a limp hand, her features rigid with shock. "What?" the woman is stammering. "What are you talking about?" She looks, Nisha notes, with some distant sense of gratification, genuinely terrified. "You stole my shoes! At the gym! You stole my shoes and you've been wearing them? I've got you on CCTV and, oh my God, is that my Chanel jacket?" The woman flushes to the roots of her hair, glances guiltily at the cream boucle jacket draped on the back of her office chair. "What the—" Nisha wrenches the jacket from the chair and checks the label. "Where are my shoes? Where is my bag? What have you done with my things? I'm going to call the cops. I didn't steal anything. It was an accident." "Oh, an accident! And instead of handing my stuff in, you decided to wear my shoes to a bar? And bring my Chanel jacket to work? Sure, that's definitely an accident." A small crowd has gathered around the cubicle. The woman is staring at her, her hands waving, palms up, in front of her. "Look, I can explain. The gym was—" "You have no idea the trouble you've caused. Bet you thought I'd never find you, right? Well, you have no idea who you're dealing with." A man appears at the entrance of the cubicle, gelled hair, cheap suit, bringing with him a slightly self-conscious air of authority. "What's going on here? What's going on?" "Ask her, the shoe thief." "I told you, I didn't know whose they were. I must have picked up the wrong bag, and when I went back to return them, they were— I want my shoes." The man turns to Sam. "Sam, what's going on?" The woman turns to him. "Simon, I can explain this. When I went to the gym, the day you saw me in the flip-flops, there was a mix-up with the bags, and you stole them. That's it. That's what? You're fired." The room falls silent. "What? You're fired." He lifts his voice slightly, as if to make sure everyone in the room can hear his decision. "With immediate effect. We can't have a thief in the office. You're repeatedly bringing Uberprint into disrepute. You've had plenty of warnings, and this is it. Get your things and go." He visibly puffs up, glances to his side, as if waiting for signs of approval from the people watching. Nisha feels a vague sense of dismay. She hates guys like him. But the woman has brought it on herself. "Simon, mate." A man with dreadlocks has stepped forward. "You can't fire Sam for a simple mix-up. She told us in the van when we picked her up that she had the wrong bag." "Not interested," says Simon, his mouth pressed into a thin line of disapproval and barely suppressed pleasure. "Not interested. This lady here has been quite clear about what actually happened, and this is not the kind of behavior I'm prepared to tolerate. I've had enough problems with Sam these past weeks, and this is the final straw. But we're done here. Everyone go back to work. The show's over. Sam, gather your belongings, and I'll get security to escort you out. HR will sort out your P45. Even Nisha is a little taken aback by this. There is a low murmur of unease among the other workers. They hesitate and exchange glances, but nobody seems willing to challenge the man's authority, and eventually, uncomfortably, they melt away. The dreadlocked man is the last to leave. He murmurs something into the woman's ear, but she barely registers it. She looks gray with shock, starts dumbly gathering her things. Nisha will not let her discomfort color what has just happened. She is in the right. She was not the one who stole someone's belongings. All she has done is try to get her things back. "I'll be waiting outside," Nisha says when the man finally leaves, flanked by several other men in cheap suits. "I'll need my shoes and bag too." Sam. Sam collects her framed pictures and puts them into a box that Marina brings over, her fingers slipping so that she drops one on the floor with a clatter that seems to echo around the office. Marina mutters, "I'm so sorry," as she puts the cardboard box on the desk. But the accusation of thief has clearly done something to the atmosphere, and Marina gives her a slightly wary, confused look as she leaves. The cubicles of her coworkers are completely silent around her. Sam cannot bear to look up. She knows Simon and his mates will be watching from his office, muttering to each other. Imagines the whispered conversations between her workmates. She is mortified, her ears ringing with that woman's words. She gathers up the last of her things, and Lewis, the security officer from downstairs, appears. He rubs the back of his head and shifts his weight from one foot to the other, as if he is not sure what to do. She glances at him, and he pulls an awkward, slightly embarrassed face, then gestures toward the corridor. It is only when the doors open, when she feels the cold air hit her face and sees the American woman standing there, stubbing out a cigarette, that it hits home. I've lost my job. I have actually lost my job.
And she puts the box on the ground and picks up her phone to call the only person she can think will be able to get her through this. Andrea? Sam has no car, and she does not want to be stuck in a taxi with this crazy woman who is giving off scary, aggressive vibes. So she begins to walk, the woman maintaining a tail exactly 2 steps behind her. She is wearing her Chanel jacket, checking the sleeves ostentatiously for signs of dirt or damage. "I'm not going anywhere, lady, just so you know." "I know," says Sam, staring straight ahead. "I'm just walking home." Sam puts one foot in front of the other, her head still ringing with Simon's words, the sight of her workmates' faces as everything they thought they knew about her began to slip away. She should have made more of an effort to return the shoes. She should have made it a priority. And now she has lost everything. "And my stuff had better be at your house." "It is at my house. Look, I did try to return your bag. The gym was closed until further notice." "I'm not interested." "Okay, well, I'm just telling you, I'm not a thief," says the woman, with my Chanel jacket slung over the back of her chair. Sam spins around, tears in her eyes. "I had an important meeting today, okay? I had a meeting with someone I was trying to impress, and I thought it wouldn't hurt if I just wore it once. I'm sorry." "Yeah, okay, so you're Mother Teresa. Whatever." "What? Just get me my shoes. I don't care what you are. I just go on the evidence." The evidence. Sam keeps seeing Simon's face, the way his lip curled with a kind of satisfaction as he called her a thief. She has lost her job. She has actually lost her job. And of course he won't be obliged to give her a reference, she thinks, and her stomach begins to hurt. She will never get another job. Phil and Kat will be out on the streets with her. They will end up in a tiny bed and breakfast room, the kind of place the government puts refugees, with one electric ring to cook on and communal toilets. Or they will have to move in with her parents, and everyone will blame her, and they will have every right to. How has she ended up in such a mess? They walk on in silence for 2 more streets, until Sam turns and stops. "Can you at least not walk 2 steps behind me like some kind of security guard? It's unnerving." "You really think I'm going to run away, lugging this bloody box? I don't know you, lady. You could try anything. You could be a top-class sprinter for all I know." "Do I look like a top-class sprinter? You don't look like a thief." "But somehow—" "Oh, for God's sake." Sam puts the box down and presses her palms into her eyes for a moment, trying to contain the panic attack that is building in her chest. When she opens them again, the woman is staring at her. After a couple of minutes, however, she does start walking alongside her.
The walk continues like this for some time. Sam is grateful for her sturdy shoes, though the box weighs heavy in her arms with all the photo frames of her family, and she has to keep pausing to adjust the weight. Her elbows hurt, and then her lower back. The American woman strides effortlessly beside her, in, Sam realizes with some surprise, her own flat black shoes. It is a half-hour walk that feels endless. She needs Andrea. She just needs to see Andrea's face and feel her arms around her and know that something in this world is constant and good, that someone knows she is not a bad person. Finally, they turn into her street, and she notes that Andrea's little blue Nissan Micra is outside, and the relief she feels at the sight of it causes a huge sob to hiccup out of her chest, so that the American woman gives her a sharp, quizzical look. "Here, we're here," Sam mumbles, and walks past the camper van, where Phil is noisily sanding a bumper on the roadside, wearing a pair of plastic goggles. He does not look up. Sam wrestles the door open. She drops the box in the hallway and heads straight upstairs, ignoring the dog's delighted welcome. She does not want this woman here a moment longer. She pushes open her bedroom door, heads to the wardrobe, and hauls out the black Marc Jacobs bag. She hoiks the handles over her shoulder and walks back downstairs. The woman is standing by the front door, watching Phil, her arms folded across her chest. She looks up when Sam appears, and her eyes switch immediately to the bag. "At last," she says, and pulls it from Sam's arm. "Is everything in there?" "Of course," says Sam. The woman gazes at her for a moment. "I'm going to check." "Fine." Sam walks away back along the corridor to the kitchen, and there is Andrea sitting at the table, her head wrapped in a new bright pink paisley wrap. She climbs heavily to her feet when she sees Sam. "What's going on, lovely?" And suddenly Sam is in her arms, her head buried in Andrea's neck, sobbing. And even as she sobs, she feels how frail Andrea still is, the boniness of her shoulder, and it makes her even more grief-stricken. "I lost my job," she says. Andrea pulls back to look at her. "You're kidding. He got me out. He finally got me out. It's all because of a stupid misunderstanding. But I don't know what I'm going to do. Phil isn't talking to me, and I don't know what he's going to say when he finds out." Andrea's face is wrinkled with sympathy. She strokes Sam's hair. "We'll work it out. Don't worry, Sam. We'll work this out. You'll be okay." And then Andrea flinches as the American woman strides into the kitchen, rage sparking off her like electricity. "Where are my shoes?" Sam turns to look at her. "What? Where are my shoes?" "They're in the bag, I told you." "Who are you?" says Andrea, who suddenly looks a lot less frail. "I'm the person whose shoes this difficult person stole." "Don't you dare talk like that in my friend's kitchen. Tone down your language." Andrea's voice cuts through the air like ice, and Sam notices a faint flicker pass across the American woman's face. "They must be in there," Sam says, wiping her eyes. The woman holds out the gaping bag, unzipped along its length. "Yeah, want to show me?" Sam blinks. The shoes are gone. She takes a step forward, tentatively moves the t-shirt from the bottom. She's right. The shoes are not there. Sam's head is racing. "I don't get it. They've been in there all the time." Phil walks in, lifting the goggles from his face. He looks at Sam and doesn't smile. Then he sees the American woman and Andrea and perhaps detects some strange vibration in the atmosphere. "Hello?" He looks at the American woman, waiting for an explanation. "Phil, have you seen a pair of red shoes? They were in this bag." His face closes over. "Your new high heels? The tarty ones?" "Tarty? They're Christian Louboutin," says the American woman, "and they're mine." Phil looks at Sam. "They weren't your shoes?" "No." "Hang on, how did you know about the shoes?" "Kat saw you wearing them." He lifts his chin and stares at her. "When you were out with your lover." Sam stares back. The air in the kitchen grows very still. And suddenly, Phil's coldness, his determination not to spend any time with her, makes sense. She feels herself flush. I don't have a lover. She doesn't have a lover. She's been miserable for months because you won't engage with her. Don't be ridiculous, Phil. Andrea gazes at Sam and notes the brief silence, the slow flush of color on Sam's neck. She looks from one to the other. "Oh, well, this is interesting." "I haven't touched the shoes," says Phil. "Well, I did. I took them out to the van because I didn't want them in the house. But then Kat asked where they were. I think maybe she wanted to borrow them." "Great," says Nisha. "So now my shoes are being passed around from scuzzy foot to scuzzy foot. Perfect." Sam is still staring at her husband. "I'm not having an affair." "Aren't you?" "No. Why would you think that?" "Well, for one thing, you've changed. You don't have time for me anymore." "Phil, you've spent months welded to the sofa. You don't notice if I'm alive or dead most of the time."
"And you've been coming home all glowing and sweaty? I've been boxing. I go boxing 3 times a week." "Boxing? In high heels? Nice try." "What? Hello? Can we stay on track, please? I don't care who she's fooling around with. I want my shoes." Sam turns to Nisha. "I'll pay you for the shoes. I'm sorry. I don't want your money. Don't you understand? I need those shoes." Andrea pulls out her phone. "Shouldn't we just call Kat?" Sam stands frozen as Andrea dials her daughter. She cannot stop staring at Phil. His gaze flickers onto and away from her face. She can see the uncertainty as he tries to work out whether she is telling the truth, and it feels like a blow. "Hey, lovey, how are you?" "Good, good. Listen, we've got a bit of an issue at home, and I just wanted to ask, where are the red shoes from your mom's wardrobe?" The room falls silent as Andrea, her voice calm and reassuring, listens to the inaudible voice at the other end. "I know, lovely. There's been a bit of a misunderstanding. So where did you take them?" I know. You did? Let me just write that down. Okay." She ends the call with more reassurances. Yeah, love you, and see you soon." Then Andrea lets out a breath and looks up at the waiting faces. She thought you were having an affair, and she didn't like you wearing them. Plus, she says they're a repulsive symbol of patriarchal oppression, and she didn't want them in the house." "So?" The American woman's voice is brisk. "So she took them to a charity shop. It's one near her college." "She took my shoes to a Goodwill store?" The American woman throws her hands into the air. "Oh, this just gets better." "When?" says Sam weakly. "Yesterday afternoon. Look, don't panic. If we head over now, maybe we'll be able to get them back." Nisha sits in the tiny car, squashed into the back seat, while Sam and her friend drive across London in silence. The friend, whose name is Andrea, is wearing the kind of soft turban and gray pallor that denotes serious illness, but she is oddly cheerful, as if she has been lifted temporarily out of whatever malaise she is in. "And when are you going to tell me about this affair?" Andrea says to Sam. Sam glances back at Nisha and says, "Some other time." "So you are having an affair? What the heck?" "I am not having an affair." Sam goes pink. "I may have kissed someone, that's all." "What? Really, Sam? No bad behavior, you said." "That was before this happened." "Don't mind me," says Nisha from the back seat. "You could be getting intimate with half of London for all I care." But she sees Sam's hand creep across and squeeze Andrea's while they sit at traffic lights, and something in her gives a little at the sight of the tenderness. It is the same gesture she used to make to Ray when they were driving him back to his school, a tiny squeeze intended to convey so much more than words ever could. Nisha is annoyed about the shoes. She is annoyed that this Sam clearly thought they were hers to borrow, annoyed that the woman's daughter took them to the Goodwill store. But as the car navigates its way through the heavy London traffic, she is finding it hard to maintain the same degree of blind, righteous fury. This Sam does not seem like a thief.
She has none of the feral sense of self-preservation, the ability to lie compulsively and without hesitation. She just, Nisha thinks uncomfortably, sad. Maybe it was a mistake. She thinks back to that day in the changing room and has a vague, cloudy memory of shoving another bag onto the floor. It is just possible this thing has been an accident. And then she thinks about that grainy CCTV image of the woman wearing her shoes at the pub, and she thinks of her Chanel jacket hanging casually over the back of that office chair, and her heart hardens again. People are capable of being all sorts of things, regardless of appearances. She knows that better than anyone. I think this is it. Andrea has pulled up on a main road and is gazing at her phone, then up and out of the driver's window. Sam reads the sign aloud. Global Cat Foundation. You're kidding me, says Nisha, who has just realized where she is. No, that's what she said. Yes, right next to her college. Nisha sighs. Of all the Goodwill stores in this very city, of course it had to be this one. I'll go, says Sam, climbing wearily out of the car. Ooh, no, says Nisha, wrestling the front seat forward so that she can wriggle out. You're not going anywhere by yourself. I'm coming too. The stale, fuggy scent of the overheated charity store hits her as Sam opens the door, and Nisha closes her eyes for a second, trying not to feel overwhelmed by the urge to walk straight out again. She takes a breath, braces herself, and follows Sam toward the back, where a sad array of crumpled boots sits on dusty shelves, alongside shoes with the maker's name worn off by who knows how many unknown sweaty souls. Sam glances along each shelf, then shakes her head. Maybe they haven't put them out yet, she says. My friend works in the cancer research shop in Woking, and she says they have bags of people's stuff out the back for weeks before it gets to the actual shop. Today just gets better and better, Nisha mutters. They walk around the shop, Nisha peering into corners and examining the shop window displays. Can you call them displays? Mismatched mother-of-the-bride outfits and crockery she wouldn't throw at an enemy? Porcelain cats? Tarnished cruet sets. The shoes are nowhere. When she turns, Sam is standing at the counter. The woman with blue hair looks past her to give Nisha a steady look. Hi, I wonder if you can help me, says Sam. Her voice does a tentative lilt at the end, as if she is unsure she even should be speaking. It's a bit awkward. I'm sure you must have this happen all the time. My daughter just brought in a pair of shoes, and they weren't actually hers to give away, and we need to get them back, so it would be ever so helpful if you could— Nisha steps in front of her. Oh, for God's sake. We need to see all the shoes that came in yesterday. Do you want your toweling row back while you're at it? The blue-haired woman's lips curl a little. Nisha pulls herself up a little taller. Just the shoes. Where are they? The woman sniffs. Everything that came in yesterday has already been put out. Sam and Nisha exchange a glance. Out? Where? These are red Christian Louboutins, 6-inch heel, one of a kind. You'll have to look on the shelves. We looked on the shelves. The woman glances down at her ledger. Then they've gone. She flicks a page back, runs her finger down the handwritten list. Ah, red Christian Bolton shoes. We sold them this morning. She leans back on her stool, implacable. Misha stares, her heart sinking. You can't have sold them already? Are you sure? Says Sam. They weren't yours to sell, lady. I need my shoes. We don't accept liability for anything that gets sold. Everything that comes in here is assumed to come with the relevant permissions. She gazes impassively at Nisha. It's for a good cause. She smiles a slow smile. If you need another pair of shoes, we have a nice selection at the— Jesus! Exclaims Nisha and stomps outside. Sam appears a moment later, apologizing repeatedly. I'm sure we can work something out, she keeps saying, but she has the energy of a used tea bag, and Nisha has lost what little patience she had to start. Well, that's it, she says, lighting a cigarette and inhaling angrily. You've just cost me several $1,000,000. We might still be able to find them, Sam says weakly. How? You want to get the CCTV from every local shop and find out who the hell walked into and out of this store? You want to put Betty Bluehair there in a headlock until she tells you which anonymous person came in and bought a pair of shoes? "Look, I'll get you another pair of shoes," says Sam, sitting on the curb. "Or I'll pay. How much were they?" "I don't want another pair of shoes," yells Nisha. "That was the whole point. I need those shoes."
How many times do I have to explain this? Hey, it's quite something to be told off by a woman who looks like she might be about to keel over at any minute, Nisha thinks afterward. Andrea, all 5 feet of her, has thrown herself out of the driver's seat and is now pushing at Nisha with a bony palm, getting her to step away from her friend. She pushes her so furiously that her soft wrap dislodges from her head, revealing the vague fluff covering her scalp. "You don't get to talk to Sam like that, miss. She told you it was an accident, and it was an accident. She's trying to help, and you don't get to speak to people like that." Nisha takes a step back. Andrea's eyes burn with a clear blue intensity that is a little intimidating. As Andrea straightens the wrap, her eyes not leaving Nisha's, Nisha decides to dial it back a little. "I just need those shoes, okay? They're really important. My husband, ex-husband, is playing a stupid game, and without them I can't get a divorce settlement." "Well, that's not Sam's fault, is it? They're just a pair of shoes. It's not like anyone could have known." "Gift aid," says Sam suddenly. The other 2 women look at her as she clambers to her feet like someone waking from a long sleep. The woman who bought the shoes, she would have filled out a gift aid form. Most people do, right? "Genius," says Andrea with an abrupt smile. "Come on." Nisha isn't entirely sure what's going on, but she follows the 2 women back into the store and busies herself at the back, listening as Sam explains to the now suspicious woman behind the counter that the shoes really are important, and as they clearly take a note of everyone who buys something, maybe they could tell her who bought them. "Perhaps she did gift aid," Sam says hopefully. "Why?" "Because that means you will have the buyer's name and address. I wouldn't normally ask, but we really need those shoes. Sentimental value. It's very important." There is a short silence. Nisha edges over to the counter. The woman looks from Sam to Nisha and crosses her arms again. "I can't give you that information," she says. "Data protection." She looks at Nisha. "Besides, you could be anyone. You could be a murderer." "Do I look like I'm about to murder somebody?" "You really want me to answer that?" says the woman. A few other customers are in the shop now, and Nisha sees their eyes flicking toward their end of the store. "Just give me the information, okay? And we'll be out of your hair. Very nice blue, by the way. Goes well with your British skin tone." Sam closes her eyes. "No," says the woman. "And if you can't be polite, I suggest you—" Nisha is just opening her mouth to reply when they are distracted by a sound at the back of the shop, a series of bumps and exclamations. Nisha glances through the clothes rails and sees that Andrea has collapsed, bringing a rail of men's trousers down with her. She can just make out the bright pink wrap of her head, the scattered pile of jigsaw puzzles, surrounded by the anxious faces of the customers nearby. "Oh my God, Andrea!" Nisha gazes in horror as Sam bolts toward her, and then for just a moment, as Andrea is hauled gently upright, she and Nisha lock eyes, and Andrea winks. "Hold on!" The blue-haired woman is bustling round from the counter. "Get back, please! Get back! I'm a qualified first aider!" She lunges for a red plastic case under the counter, then pushes past to the end of the shop, where the other customers are gathered around. "Put her in the recovery position." Quickly, Nisha throws her upper body over the desk and swivels the ledger toward her. She sees the list of items from the previous day and scans them swiftly until she sees it. Red crocodile skin Christian Louboutin sandals. And there it is in blue biro, gift aid, Liz Frobisher, 14 Alliane Road, CE1. She rips the page from the ledger and stuffs it into her pocket, just in time to hear Andrea say, "I'm fine, honestly. I'm just weak from all the chemo.
No, no, you don't need to take my temperature. Just get me a sip of water and I'll be right as rain. Thank you so much." The three women do not speak until Andrea has started the car and pulled out into the road. They drive down 2 streets and across a set of traffic lights. Then Nisha leans forward between the front seats. "Hey, Scarfy, are you really okay?" "Of course I am." Andrea signals left at the roundabout and allows herself a small smile. "That was actually the most fun I've had in 9 months. I hope you both admired my acting skills." "You deserve an Oscar," says Nisha. "Scared the crap out of me. Seriously, though, the woman was trying to put a plaster on my knee. Like that's what I need to worry about? You need to be in the recovery position," Sam mimics the shop assistant, "for at least half an hour. My cousin was married to a paramedic." Because lying between Uncle Fred's nylon long johns, a framed picture of Brighton Pier, and a porcelain pig is exactly where I want to spend half my day. Nisha cannot help but laugh. "So, where are we going?" she says, composing herself. "Where is Alliane Road?" "Not a clue," says Andrea, "but we're on our way." Number 14 Alliane Road sits squat in the middle of a row of identical houses built sometime in the early 70s and apparently not modernized since. The brief euphoria of getting hold of the address has gradually faded during the car journey, and Sam has found herself preoccupied with what was currently happening a few miles away at home. Did what she had done with Joel qualify as an affair? It was a betrayal of sorts, for sure. Exchanging secret text messages, sitting in cars, kissing someone who isn't your husband? She thinks about Joel's lips and feels a flush of heat that might be either pleasure or shame. She doesn't want to interrogate herself as to which. Her daughter had seen it, Kat, who now hates her and thinks of her as some kind of adulterer. She keeps thinking of Phil's aloofness, the way he had looked at her. Even in the depths of his depression, he had never regarded her so coldly. She thinks about the conversations that await her at home, and her stomach clenches. She has no poker face. Even if she hasn't had an affair, they will be able to see guilt written all over her when she discusses it. "So, what do we do now?" says Andrea, turning off the ignition. "Break in, of course," says Nisha. "You can't just break into someone's house," says Sam. Nisha considers this. She's probably right. Who knows who else is in that house, or if the woman is even inside. "We could just knock on the door and talk to her? Ask to buy them from her?" says Sam. "What if she says no? Then she knows something is up. Do you understand anything about deals? I know plenty about making deals. That's what I do for a living. Well, if you were any good at it, you'd know you never let your opponent guess that what they have is valuable to you. And besides, none of us have any cash. No offense," she adds, as the 2 women stare at her, "but you 2 don't look like you're exactly loaded. I say we break in." Nisha leans forward and scans the front of the building, looking for a point of entry. "And hurt her until she tells us where my shoes are." Nisha is a child again, walking the aisles of the dollar save, trying to work out which bottle of bourbon she can sneak under her coat. Her shoes are in that house, calling to her. She tries to recall how she used to feel, assessing the potential dangers, already preparing her get-out explanation. As she watches, a ginger cat strolls along the wall outside the house and sits, staring at them with greedy yellow eyes. The window on the left looks rotten. We could probably force that. Sam turns in her seat to stare at Nisha.
"What is wrong with you?" "What do you mean, what is wrong with me? For all we know, this may be a perfectly nice woman who cares deeply about a cat charity and feels delighted to have bought a nice pair of shoes, legally, I might add, and you're talking about going in there and burgling her house or scarring her for life? Seriously? What kind of a person are you?" Nisha winds down the window and ducks back so that she doesn't need to look at Sam's annoying, anxious face. A person who needs her really shoes back. At that moment, the front door opens and a woman emerges from the house. They fall abruptly silent,
staring through the windscreen at the figure in a turquoise blouse and jeans. She is around 35, her red hair tonged and styled as if for a day out. She is carrying a black bin bag at arm's length. Nisha spies them. She's wearing my shoes to take out her trash? I'm going to decapitate her. Can you not be quite so horrible? Sam puts her head into her hands. Andrea lifts her phone immediately and starts filming her. "What are you doing?" says Sam. "Don't know. We might need evidence." The instant reflexive reaction to everything these days. If you're not sure, film it. Nisha's heart has started to thump against her chest at the sight of the Louboutins. Sam is murmuring beside her. "Look, we'll have a nice chat with her and explain the situation, and I'm sure she'll—" As they watch, the woman opens the black bin and drops the bag inside. She is so close, thinks Nisha. 6, 7 strides, and she could be there before the woman realizes what's happening. She could drop her with a Krav Maga move, wrench them off her, and be back in the car in seconds. As her hand reaches for the door handle, her breath stalls. At that moment, the woman hesitates, then walks up to the cat. She makes as if to stroke it, then, after a surreptitious glance down the street, picks up the cat by the scruff of its neck and dumps it in the brown bin. She closes the lid with a slam and glances around her. Then she dusts her hands together, walks back inside, and shuts the door. The 3 women stare from the little car, their mouths open. "What the hell?" says Nisha after a moment. "Did she just put that cat in the bin?" Andrea is peering through the windscreen. "She did," whispers Sam, almost to herself. "She put a cat in the bin." Then, before Nisha can speak, Sam climbs out of the car. She marches a few paces toward the house, then turns to face the car. Her face is flushed. "You see? This is what we're up against. It was just a cat, minding its own business, probably doing a quite nice job of being a cat, just leading a quiet cat life. And then some jerk comes up and, for no reason at all, decides to wreck everything, dumping it for no reason in a bin. An actual bin with all the rubbish, like it didn't even matter." She doesn't seem to realize that she's shouting, oblivious to the fact that anyone might hear. Her face is anguished, and she's clearly on the edge of tears. That cat wasn't even doing anything bad. It did nothing to that woman. Nothing. It was just living, being a cat. And she tried to ruin its life. Why do people have to be so horrible? Why can't people just not be so horrible? Nisha turns to Andrea. Is she okay?" "No, I am not okay." Sam turns and runs the few short paces to the bin. As Nisha and Andrea watch in shocked silence, Sam reaches both arms into the bin, struggles to reach down a little further, her feet briefly leaving the ground, then emerges with the cat. It looks a little pissed off and has a light covering of noodles, but apart from that is pretty much unperturbed. Sam pulls the animal close to her face, flicks off the noodles, strokes it, murmurs something they cannot hear. She closes her eyes and takes a long, deep, shuddering breath. After a moment, she opens them and places the cat carefully on the pavement. It shakes itself, briefly washes a paw, then stalks off slowly along the street without a backward look. "She's saying she's the cat, right?" Nisha murmurs. "I think that might be it," says Andrea. Sam gazes up to the heavens, then wipes her hands on her trousers. She walks back to the car and climbs in, her eyes burning. There is a short silence before she speaks. "Really. Do what you want. We're getting those shoes." When they arrive, Jasmine is in the middle of a batch of ironing. She parks the steaming iron on its rear end without comment and makes tea, listening carefully as Nisha outlines what has happened. Sam stands in the corner of the stranger's kitchen, taking in the piles of laundry, the rigorously clean countertops, and sneaks looks at Andrea beside her, who seems more cheerful and animated than she has been in months. Jasmine, having prepared a tray with 4 full mugs, shoos them through to the living room, where they sit down. So, let me get this straight. You need to get your shoes off this woman, who bought them from a charity shop, and hasn't actually done anything wrong. She put a cat in a bin. Sam's face is mulish. The teenage girl's eyes grow wide. Perhaps detecting some strange shift in the atmosphere, she has hovered in the doorway since they arrived. She put a cat in a bin? Andrea holds up the phone, shows her the video. Jasmine's face works its way through several expressions in the few short seconds, ending with bemusement. She shakes her head. Gracie, go do your homework. The girl tuts under her breath and heads reluctantly out of the room. Jasmine turns to Sam and Andrea. And who are you two in relation to this? I'm Sam. I'm the person who took the shoes in the first place, accidentally. Sam glances at Nisha, but for the first time, Nisha is not rolling her eyes or looking skeptical. Andrea, Sam's friend. Not a clue what I'm doing here, to be honest, but it's a lot more interesting than being at home. Jasmine seems to think these are perfectly reasonable explanations. Basically, says Sam, we're trying to work out how to recover the shoes in a way that doesn't involve burglary or beating anyone up. We haven't ruled them out, though, says Nisha. And you can't just ask this woman for the shoes? She put a cat into a bin, Sam says, as if explaining something to someone not very bright. Jasmine nods. Okay. If we ask her for them and she says no, we're out of options. Nisha leans forward. Jazz, I remembered what happened when I took my clothes from the penthouse, how you worked out so quickly how to get them back there. And I thought maybe you could... Jasmine looks at Nisha. She smooths her hair from her face with a burringed finger. A smile twitches at the corners of her mouth. What? Says Nisha. Nisha Cantor, are you asking for my help? It is the first time Nisha's face loses its hard edges. She stares right back at Jasmine for a moment, and something strange happens to her expression, as if a million tumultuous things are taking place just under the surface. Are you going to make a big deal out of this? She says finally. Jasmine's expression is incredulous. Yes? And Andrea, who has been watching this, puts her mug down on the little coffee table and rubs her hands together. Let's do it. The 4 women sit in the little living room until almost 10 o'clock that evening, talking, planning, laughing. The planning frequently veers off into anecdotes, hysterical giggles, or wry smiles of familiarity. At some point after 7, they agree to switch from tea to wine, and Nisha runs to the corner shop to buy snacks and 2 bottles of the wine she would have considered not worth tipping down a sink a month previously. Emboldened by the cheap alcohol, she tells a couple of stories about Carl, including the one about his rage at having the wrong socks, and the 3 other women are sympathetic and funny about it, in a way that would have made her immediately defensive in her previous life. But now she finds, to her surprise, that she likes the hand that emerges to rub her upper arm in solidarity, the jokes about what she should do in revenge.
When Jasmine tells them about putting itching powder in his pants, Andrea, the sick one, coughs wine all over her lap. She seems to be the most restored by the evening. She becomes raucous and rude, funny about people and their motivations, at odds with the apparent frailty of her body. And Nisha realizes the unusual emotion she is feeling is admiration. Andrea explains her illness in the kind of jokey, detached terms that English people do when they're walking through emotional landmines. Jasmine breaks the brief silence by getting out of her seat and giving Andrea an enormous hug. All she says is, "Mate," and Andrea pats at the arms engulfing her as if this one English word expresses a multitude. Even droopy Sam seems to come out of her shell a little and has stopped looking like someone permanently on the verge of tears. She clearly feels responsible for all of this, and she is the one who tries to keep the conversation and plans on track. At 9, Jasmine announces with horror that she has forgotten her ironing.
And when she explains her side hustle to the others, Andrea says they will all do it, that it will take no time at all if they do it together. And the rest of the discussion is spent with Jasmine ironing, Sam and Nisha folding and packing in the corner of the room as they talk, and Andrea parked on the sofa with a needle beside Jasmine's extensive sewing kit, neatly hemming a pair of women's trousers. Jasmine, initially anxious about handing over this job, hugs her and calls her a ninja when she examines the finished stitches. When Sam and Andrea finally leave, Nisha and Jasmine watch them go, waving from the window. The two women are arm in arm on the walkway, illuminated in orange by the sodium light of the street lamp. Just as they reach the car, Andrea looks weary and drops her head onto Sam's shoulder. Sam pulls her in close. None of them have mentioned whatever was going on with Sam and her sad husband and her job. Sometimes you know when someone needs a break from whatever is dominating their life. "I like them. We should do that again," says Jasmine. And Nisha looks at her. "Are you kidding me?" She had half meant it as a joke, but Jasmine puts a hand on Nisha's arm. "Nisha, darling, sometimes you can put that armor down, you know." She smiles, not unkindly, and heads off to bed. Phil is asleep when Sam finally comes up. She tiptoes around the dark bedroom, placing her clothes on the chair in the corner and sliding into the bed in a way that will hopefully not wake him. She has no idea what to say. She is just glad he is not hiding out in the camper van again. She lies under the duvet, listening to the cars navigating the narrow street, the distant bark of a dog, her brain still humming with the strange evening, the strange new world in which she has found herself. "I'm not ready to talk about all this," says Phil's voice, into the darkness. She blinks. "Okay." She reaches out a hand to touch him. It hesitates in midair, and then she withdraws it and settles on her back, gazing up into the darkness, hoping for sleep that she is pretty sure will not come. Sam walks up to the front door with Nisha. She is wearing her best work suit, the one she has just started to fit into again. And Nisha is in the Chanel jacket, from whose arms she flicks imaginary lint in a faintly proprietary manner whenever she catches Sam looking. Across the road, and 3 cars along, Jasmine and Andrea sit in the Nissan Micra, and Sam can feel their eyes trained on her even at this distance. She takes a deep breath and tries to suppress the bud of fear blossoming in her stomach, unsure whether she is going to be able to carry this off. She has never been any good at lying. But then she glances at the bin, its lid flapping gently against its side because someone has left it open, and her resolve stiffens. She looks at Nisha, who nods, and she knocks on the door. They wait almost 30 long seconds before a man opens it. He has a neck as wide as his head and is wearing a zip-up hoodie and tracksuit bottoms, like someone about to go for a run. It is clearly some time since he has been on a run. He peers at them both, at the clipboard Sam is holding. "We're not religious," he says, and makes to close the door. "We're looking for," Sam scans her clipboard, "a Liz Frobisher? Is she here, please?" "Who are you?" "We're from the Global Cat Protection Fund," says Nisha, smoothly. "We already give to charity," he says, and makes to shut the door again. But Nisha's foot is already in the way. "We don't want anything, sir. In fact, we're here to tell your wifey, you are Mr. Frobisher, that she's won a prize." The look he gives them is wary. "What kind of prize?" "Your wife recently bought something from the Global Cat Protection Fund, and it turns out she was the 1 millionth customer for the charity. So we would like to award her a prize." "Does it involve us paying for something?" "Not a penny," says Sam, smiling. "It's just a lovely prize." "What is it?" "Is your wife available, please, sir? We really need to discuss this with the person who bought the item." The shoes. That was it. He studies them again for a moment, then turns toward the hallway. "Liz," he calls again, and a voice comes from the bottom of the corridor. "What?" Someone at the door for you. Says you've won a prize." A short silence, during which Nisha and Sam smile at the man. Perhaps a little unnervingly brightly, Sam thinks afterward, when his expression grows visibly uncomfortable. They wait a couple of awkward moments while Liz Frobisher emerges along the passageway. She is wearing a pair of tight jeans, a sweatshirt, and a pair of fluffy slippers. Sam catches Nisha staring at her feet and thinks this might not be a bad thing. She arrives in the doorway and stands just behind her husband. "Liz Frobisher?" says Sam cheerily. "Yes. We're delighted to tell you that as the millionth customer of the Global Cats Protection Fund, you have won a night for two at the renowned Bentley Hotel." Liz Frobisher frowns, looks from one to the other. "What? Really? They say we don't have to pay anything," says the husband. "What did you say the prize was?" Sam explains, a smile plastered on her face. "This Sunday, Liz, and a guest, she assumes this nice man, ha ha ha, will be staying in an executive room at the hotel, as the guests of the charity. The hotel is 5-star and known in celebrity circles for its high levels of service and attention to detail. You bought a pair of shoes from the Global Cats Protection Fund this week, Mrs. Frobisher." "Yeah, I did." "You didn't tell me," says the man. "I don't have to tell you every single thing I buy. You don't even like cats. It was for charity." Liz Frobisher peers over at the clipboard. "So what do I have to do?" "Absolutely nothing," says Nisha, smiling, "except turn up. Oh, hang on, there was a request that you bring the shoes you bought at the shop to wear for a publicity photo. This would appear on our Instagram feed and other socials. Might that be possible?" A publicity photo! At the suggestion of imminent fame, Liz Frobisher's face brightens. "Can I see the Instagram feed?" "It's actually down for relaunch today. It's all being tied in to the 1 millionth customer prize," Nisha says quickly. "But I think, yeah, here's a screenshot." Nisha holds up her phone with the fake Instagram page that Andrea created the previous evening. The two of them peer at it. I might be able to do that." "We can do that, can't we, Darren?" "I was going to my mum's Sunday." "Well, we'll go after your mum's. We told her we were going for our tea. So tell her we'll come for lunch." Liz Frobisher fixes her smile on Sam. "Does it have to be this Sunday?" "I'm afraid so," says Sam. "This hotel has a very high occupancy rate, and Sunday night is the only night the charity could get this standard of room." She pauses for effect and gazes at her clipboard. "Or we have to give it to the next customer on the list."
"Oh no, we can take it," says Liz Frobisher, jabbing her husband with her elbow when he starts to protest. "That's lovely. So if you would like to arrive any time after 3 and check in, a member of staff will consult with you as to when you're ready for your special photograph. Will there be hair and makeup?" she says. Sam sees Nisha's eyes start to roll and jumps in. "I'm not sure, but I can check. Either way, it's probably best to turn up camera ready. It's the kind of place where you never know who is going to be hanging around in the lobby," she says conspiratorially. "Paparazzi, you know how terrible they are." "Terrible," they all agree. "Terrible." "Lovely," says Sam. "So we'll see you on Sunday. Here's a card for the hotel. Ask for this person on reception, and we'll look forward to seeing you. Congratulations! And don't forget the shoes," calls Nisha. "Okay," says Liz Frobisher, who is still gazing at the card as her husband closes the door. The two women begin to walk back down the pathway. Sam lets out a small breath she didn't know she was holding. Nisha glances behind them and then says quietly, "Nice job." Sam is so taken aback she forgets to respond. The walk down the path seems to take twice as long as the walk up it, and they can just make out Jasmine and Andrea in the car, their faces visible through the windscreen, their expressions hopeful. And then Sam abruptly ducks back 2 steps and quickly opens the bin, peering inside. She closes it again and looks up to see all 3 of the women staring at her. "What?" she says. "I'm just checking."
Nisha and Alex walk to the bus stop together, as they do several times a week now, somehow accidentally ending their shifts at the same time or bumping into each other outside the staff room. They started to walk an extra stop, and then 2, 3 stops, a silent, tacit agreement that allows them to keep talking, oblivious to the slate-gray rain, the endless stream of traffic that runs along the broiling, muddy river. Occasionally, he points things out to her: the old MI5 building, unnoticed fishy gargoyles on the ornate lampposts, and once a seal, its head just visible above the water, a sight she found oddly magical. This god-awful city does not seem quite as dreary through Alex's eyes. She finds herself half waiting for this walk all day. "It sounds like you didn't have many friends in your old life." Normally, Nisha would read this as a criticism, but she thinks for a moment and then says, "No, I guess I didn't really like other women. But these guys? They're okay." She shakes her head as if she cannot believe she is saying this. "Even the one who took my shoes." He has listened to her story of the past 2 days, laughing out loud at Andrea's faked collapse in the charity shop, the vanity of the woman who bought the Louboutins. Jasmine is a good woman. She's been through hard times, but she has a big heart. She's always helping someone. Yeah, me. Something in her tone makes him glance sideways at her. His collar is turned up, and he is wearing a beanie hat pulled low over his ears, which glistens with tiny drops of rain. Away from the strip lights of the kitchen, his skin is less pale, and the odd curl of caramel-colored hair is whipped back on his forehead. "Why are you so uncomfortable? With someone helping you?" "I don't know." She rubs the nose. "I don't like charity, and it's kind of hard having people do stuff for you when you have nothing to give back." She steps neatly sideways to avoid a pavement cyclist. "I guess most of my other friendships were transactional. I get you into this party, you get me onto this list. I get your husband access to my husband. We go on holiday together to your amazing house on Lake Como or at Calabasas or whatever. I buy expensive clothes from you. You make me look great and drop everything to accompany me to events that my husband can't come to. Those aren't friendships." "Isn't everything transactional, though, when you think about it?" she wonders aloud. "Most marriages are, even if it's just, I look after you and bear you children, and in return you look after me financially. Or I keep myself pretty and give you lots of physical affection so that you don't look at anyone else." He turns and stops. "That's how you view marriage?" She stammers slightly. "Well, everything's a variation of that, right? All human relationships are transactional in some sense." She thinks then of Juliana, who wasn't transactional. Alex raises his eyebrows but doesn't say anything, and after a moment she finds she is filling the silence. "I mean, look, even friendship. You listen to my problems, I listen to yours. You are loyal and make me feel good, and I'm loyal and make you feel good in return. That's a form of transaction, even if it is prettier, right?" He doesn't seem convinced. "What about genuine warmth, love, the desire to do something because you care about someone else?" "Well, that too, of course. I mean, I probably wasn't expressing myself very well." She feels awkward, wrong-footed, as if she has revealed something she didn't mean to expose. He stops at a crossing. She feels his eyes on her and makes sure she looks straight ahead. She thinks he is about to criticize her, say something else about the way she views relationships, but when the lights change, he says, "You look different today." Her hand goes to her head. "Ah, I know. My hair needs cutting and I only have mascara." "No, you don't need lots of makeup. You look beautiful, happier." She bristles slightly in her jacket. "I don't know why. I have absolutely nothing to my name right now." "You have self-respect. You have friends. You have satisfaction every day of a job well done. You have agency over your own life. These are not small things. Do you never give yourself a day off from this hallmark stuff?" He grins. "No." She walks for a few strides in silence. Then she says, in a small voice, "I don't have my son." He stops. "Honestly, I'm happy for around 15 minutes, and then I remember I don't have my son. He's been alone for so long. His dad thinks he—" She swallows and takes a breath. "The thing is, Ray, my son, he's had some emotional issues, probably because he's spent so much time without his parents being around." Her gaze flickers sideways. Alec's head is dipped, as if he is listening. "Ray is he's the greatest kid. Really, if you met him, you'd get him, I know it. He's smart and funny and gorgeous and kind. He knows things. He knows all sorts of stuff I never knew. He's really good on people. He understands them. But his dad seems to see Ray's sensitivity and, I don't know, his sexual orientation as some kind of negative reflection on him. Carl is like a caveman, the kind of guy who believes men can only be straight, tough, and macho. He hasn't allowed Ray to travel with us for ages, not for the last couple of years. There was an incident a while back. Ray had a bad breakup, first love, you know, and there was some bullying in his last school, and that and all the issues with his dad kind of came to a head. It's hard enough being 15 at the best of times, right? But Ray, he kind of hit rock bottom, and that to Carl was like, well, it was like the final straw. He saw it as weakness. He cannot abide what he sees as weakness. She still cannot even say the thing, the incident as they called it, for months afterward, before Carl stopped allowing any mention of it at all. The trip in the ambulance, the stomach pump, the hushed warnings to keep all sharp objects and medications locked away for the foreseeable future. She cannot look at Alex's face as she speaks. The words are tumbling out of her now, heedless of the enormous lump in her throat, and they keep coming. She is oblivious to the rain and the cold and the stationary cars pumping lead into the air beside the traffic island. For the first time in her life, she cannot stop talking. She realizes Alex has taken her hand. It was scary, really scary.
And Ray went to a residential facility, a school for kids who have issues, you know? It's very good. Lots of psychiatrists and special doctors and activities to help kids through it. I mean, it comes highly recommended, this place. Super expensive. Half of Fifth Avenue's kids have been through its gates. The kind of exclusive thing that the families don't admit to, but people whisper about. And I didn't want to leave him. I didn't. I agreed because I thought maybe that was going to be the best thing for him. What do I know about good parenting? I come from a long line of mess-ups. I'm not even very good at friendships. I thought if he went there, he wouldn't have to cope with Carl's rejection every day, his moods. I thought maybe I could gradually soften Carl, bring him round, make him see how great his son is. But Carl didn't even want to talk about him once he'd gone. He just wouldn't talk about him. When he realized he wasn't going to be not gay, it was like Ray died for him. And then life got really complicated, and I guess I took my eye off the ball. I was so busy and traveling so much, and struggling to keep me and Carl on track. I thought we were going through a patch, you know, maybe a midlife crisis or something. I've seen so many marriages fall apart, and I thought I needed to stick by him, to work through it. I thought that would give Ray stability. I thought it would give Ray stability. She stops as a babbling group of school children feed past them in a moving snake, the teacher holding a red stick aloft. She watches as they cross the road, then gives a tiny shake of her head. You know what? That wasn't it. That was just what I told myself. I'm going to say something terrible to you. So terrible. You probably won't want to hang out with me anymore when you hear it. He is still holding her hand, but he has now wrapped both of his around it. If I'm honest, I guess I didn't want my life as it was to stop. I wanted Ray's problems to just go away. I didn't feel like I could deal with it all. I wanted to live the life I had carved out, you know? It had already cost me so much.
I was afraid that if I lost Carl, I would end up where I'd started. I'd be that sad, powerless little person again. So I kept hoping they could fix my family. They could fix Ray. I called him every day. I mean, I always call every day. But I see clearly now, it's Carl who needs to be fixed, and that what Ray really needed was just me. I feel so bad because he just needed me. And now, because of all this, I can't even get to him. She sees him gazing at her, his eyes soft. Pretty crappy mom, huh? He shakes his head. Don't you dare hug me, she thinks. Don't you dare say something gloopy and sympathetic or go all Hallmark again. She is already feeling her usual discomfort at having made herself vulnerable, the urge to sprint away from him already creeping over her. But he doesn't hug her, or say anything honeyed or saccharine. He keeps her hand in one of his and starts to walk. He says simply, "You will have your son, very soon." You think? I know. I think. He frowns as he speaks, as if he is considering his words carefully. I think I have never met a woman who is less afraid of obstacles. I think you will have your son back before too long. And I think he is probably very lucky to have you as his mother. It is this last thing that makes her eyes prickle. "Why are you being so nice to me?" she says. She stops on the island in the middle of the road. "I'm not going to kiss you again." "Why would I say nice things just to kiss you? I'm not." "How did you say?" "Transactional." He shrugs, tilts his head to one side. "If I wanted to kiss you, I would just kiss you." He releases her hand. She stands on the pavement island for several minutes, the traffic surging around her. Before she realizes, she has absolutely no idea what to say. It was entirely predictable that sleep would not come. So at 6, gritty-eyed and faintly nauseated with tiredness, Sam leaves the husband who may no longer be her husband, ignores the work clothes for the job she no longer has, climbs into her trainers and heads to the boxing gym. It is quiet at this time, with only the serious gym addicts locked into their own struggles, their punches and grunts echoing round the near-empty hall. A radio burbles in the corner, unnoticed. Sam warms up on the ancient running machine, feeling her legs begin to protest, her breath shortening in her chest. And then she attempts a few weights, just as Sid had told her, repetitions just to get her muscles moving, the lactic acid flowing, refusing to feel cowed by the inadequate size of her dumbbells. And then she steps off, wraps her hands, places them in the battered and vaguely pungent boxing gloves, tightening the Velcro straps with her teeth, and heads over to the punch bag. The bag is weighted to the floor so that it does not swing too far, and she starts to punch. 1, 2, 1, 2, feeling her muscles start to warm, her core tightening with every impact. She sees one of the men glance over and turn away. She knows that look. It's the dismissive look of a man who thinks she's somewhere she doesn't really belong. The blank stare that disregards a woman no longer considered sexually desirable. She stares at the back of his head for a moment, and then she punches hard, so that the impact hits her all the way back in her shoulder blade. It feels good. She punches again, hard and deliberate, and she suddenly sees Simon's face, his torso, as her fists connect with the scuffed red leather, and finds she is punching harder, the push from her shoulder, from her feet. 1, 2. She jabs and crosses, her face contorted with the effort, sweat dripping into her eyes so that she has to wipe at them with the top of her arm, her breath coming in noisy gasps. She no longer cares if anyone is watching her or judging her crappy technique. She punches everyone who has exploited her kindness, everyone who has looked down on her, laughed at her, ignored her. She punches at the fates that have left her with no job, the scorn of her daughter, the potential loss of her marriage, and the blows grow harder. She punches the 3 increasingly passive-aggressive messages her mother has left on her voicemail, the final one stating that her father is attempting to clear the second spare room himself for the Afghans, and demanding to know what she is supposed to do if he falls and suffocates under all the stuff. You've obviously decided to disregard our feelings, just like you disregard Phil's. She punches the specter of Miriam Price, the shame of becoming someone who was sacked, and the future job she will no longer be able to look forward to. Even if Miriam had Simon's number, there is no way her company will ignore the reasons for her departure, her lack of a reference. She hits at her own failures and weaknesses, her exhaustion and sadness, embracing the fact that her shoulders are screaming, her heart pumping, that every muscle in her body is begging her to stop. And finally, when she feels the strength ebbing from her, her t-shirt and sports bra dark with sweat, Sam wrestles off the gloves, unwraps her bandages, and throws them all into the basket. Then, gazing at her purpling knuckles with something like satisfaction, she heads to the showers. Sam takes Andrea to her appointment on Friday. Andrea doesn't protest when she announces that she is coming with her to this one. Sam takes the camper van, as her car is still not working, but this is, having been the focus of all Phil's attention for days. She doesn't want to ask Phil to replace the battery on the car. She doesn't want to ask Phil anything just now. She is not ready for his cold stare, the casual shrug that suggests nothing to do with her life is his problem anymore.
The 2 women drive in near silence, and it is not just because Sam has to concentrate harder on navigating the larger, unwieldy camper van through the narrow streets, nerves fluttering when she tries to ease it into a parking space. Sam doesn't want to be the person who insists that everything is going to be fine, that of course Andrea will be better. You're a fighter, you can beat this. She learned pretty early on that this is not the way to talk to someone with a serious illness. More than ever, she knows there are no guarantees. Andrea is paler than usual, her fingers trembling slightly as she struggles with the seatbelt, and Sam hopes this isn't some terrible harbinger. For months she had found herself scanning Andrea's face whenever she saw her, checking for potential weight loss, a greater frailty to her movements, any sign that the thing might be winning. She sips black coffee in the hospital waiting room, staring unseeing at the pages of a magazine when Andrea's name is called. And when Andrea motions to her to come too, part of her is afraid, and part of her is relieved that this means she doesn't have to be out here alone with her thoughts. They sit down in the little room without even attempting to smile, and Andrea runs through the introductions, reaching for Sam's hand when she's finished. Sam grips it tightly, trying to convey all the love she feels, trying not to think what will happen in the next couple of minutes, how their lives are about to be decided. The consultant, Mr. Singh, is the surgeon who treated Andrea. He has been there since Andrea's diagnosis, and his authoritative manner and avuncular, slightly distant charm are that of a man who has defined 1,000 futures and has had to explain the probable outcome of them all. He has an extravagant mustache, a shirt that is impeccably starched, and a large ruby ring on his little finger that cuts into the flesh. Sam stares at his face, trying to deduce what he is about to say from the way he is leaning forward in his chair, carefully studying the scans in front of him. "And how have you been feeling in yourself?" he says, closing the file and leaning back in his chair. "Not bad, bit tired," Andrea says. Sam sneaks a look at her. Andrea would say, "Not bad, bit tired," if she had had both legs bitten off by a shark. "Any new pain?" Andrea shakes her head. "That's good.
That's good. Just get on with it, Sam wills him silently. She cannot stop staring at his face. She thinks she may throw up from the tension. He lowers his chin slightly. Well, the scan appears to be clear. The surgery went well, as you know, and there appears to be no spread to the lymph nodes, which is what we were obviously concerned about. What are you saying? Says Sam. I do not want to be premature, but these are very good indicators. I think, with the combination of surgery and appropriate chemotherapy, we seem to have had an encouraging result. Encouraging? Says Sam. He gives her a kindly look. This is not an absolute science. We do not like to speak of absolute outcomes, but the cancer appears to have been successfully removed, and there do not appear to be any further signs of it. We will continue to monitor you to make sure, but this is as good a result as we could hope for at this point in time. Andrea's voice is tentative. So, it's really gone? Mr. Singh clasps his hands together. The ruby ring glints in the sun that streams suddenly through the slatted blinds. I very much hope so. Do I have to do anything? For now, no. Your treatment has ended. We will monitor you, as I said, and you may want to think about the reconstructive surgery. But for now, I would focus on building up your strength and returning to as normal a life as you can. Nobody speaks. Then Andrea turns to Sam, and suddenly her face is stripped raw, shock and relief etched in deep furrows upon it. Tears are running down her cheeks. The two women stand, almost without knowing what they're doing, and then Sam is holding Andrea to her, gripping her tightly, as if it is only now she has allowed herself to grasp the full horror of what she thought she might face. "Oh my God," they are saying over each other. "Oh my God. Oh, thank God, thank God, thank God. I was so afraid of losing you," she sobs into Andrea's bony shoulder. "I didn't know how I'd get through everything without you. I don't even know who I'd be without you. And I know that's stupid and selfish for me to be thinking like that, because it's you who's been in the gosh. You'd be up Gosh Creek, no paddle, without me." Andrea is laughing and crying, clasping Sam to her. Sam can feel Andrea's hot tears on her skin. "Absolutely useless. I want you to know you're a cow for doing this to me," she says, "an absolute cow." Andrea is laughing. Her eyes are shining, and she wipes at them with a pale hand. "So selfish. I put you through so much. Honestly, I don't know why we're even friends." They hug each other again, laughing and crying, then pull back and look at Mr. Singh, who is sitting a few feet away. He's still smiling, but with the slightly wary, tremulous expression of someone who is not entirely sure what's going on. "I love you, Mr. Singh," Andrea exclaims, and then they're both hugging him, thanking him, laughing at his muffled protestations when they refuse to let him go. Sam is so deep in her thoughts when she drives back that she does not see the lights change. She and Andrea had treated themselves to a coffee at a local cafe, sitting at a rickety table outside, where, for the first time in a year, Sam had gazed at her friend and not felt a vague underlying panic at the possibility that Andrea would catch a chill, that her lack of appetite suggested some sinister development, that she would inhale some random bacterium floating by and be felled by it in her fragile neutropenic state. They sat and ate a sticky bun in happy silence, enjoying the unseasonal sun on their faces. They had decided by tacit agreement to put off all the difficult discussions about Sam's marriage, Andrea's finances, the task ahead of recovering the shoes, and just talk instead in small bursts of the deliciousness of the bun, the glorious strength of the coffee, the simple bliss of the unexpected warmth of the day. Today, Andrea is well, and everything else has become small and insignificant. It was the best coffee Sam can remember. And then she runs the red light. She only realizes when she hears the outraged blare of the horn, the sound of the elongated skid as the other driver is forced to brake. "Jesus," says Andrea, grabbing at her seatbelt. This is not the time to get me killed, Sammy." Sam pulls across the junction, her heart thumping, one hand raised in an apology to the other driver. "I'm so sorry," she says, her body hot and cold with the shock of what has just happened. My mind wasn't. You could give me one day of being alive." They laugh with terrified eyes. And then Sam looks in her rearview mirror and sees the blue light. Ugh, great. She pulls the camper van over into the nearest space, struggling to steer its bulk in safely, then maneuvering it back a foot in case the policeman says she has parked unsafely too. She looks in her rearview mirror and sees the police car pull up behind her, the blue light still flashing. An officer climbs out. The other, whom she cannot see clearly because of the glare on the windscreen, remains in the passenger seat. Sam lowers her window as the woman approaches. She is 50-something, stocky, her walk slow and deliberate, and her expression that of someone who has seen 17 different kinds of gosh already this morning and is so not ready for yours. "I'm so sorry," Sam calls before she can speak. "It was entirely my fault." "You just ran a red light. You nearly caused quite a pile-up back there." "I know. I'm really sorry." The officer peers in at Andrea.
She turns back to Sam, scanning the interior of the van with a practiced eye, then leaning back on her heel to regard the giant sunflower on the side panel. She squints. "This your vehicle, is it, madam?" "Yes," says Sam. "Well, mine and my husband's." "And it's insured? Roadworthy?" "It was MOT'd last week." Phil hadn't told her. She had only found out because he had left the certificate on the side in the kitchen. "Brakes work, do they?" "Yes." "And your eyesight is good?" "It's fine." "Then would you like to explain to me why you just ran straight through a red light?" "No excuse," says Sam, shaking her head, "but my friend here just got the all clear from her cancer treatment, and I hadn't slept last night for worrying about the appointment, and I guess I was just so happy and maybe tired, I don't know, that I lost focus for a moment." The woman stares at Andrea, taking in the wrapped head, the pale skin. "It's probably my fault too," says Andrea. "I was talking too much. I always talk too much." "You know what?" says Sam. "Just give me the ticket. It's fair enough. I should have been paying better attention. Let's just get this over and done with." The officer frowns at her. "You're asking me to give you a ticket." Sam doesn't know what has come over her. She lifts her palms and gazes directly at the officer. "Yes." Then, when nobody says anything, she says, "You know what? I just lost my job because my boss thinks I'm a waste of space. My daughter isn't speaking to me. My husband is leaving me because he thinks I have a lover. Most days I bloody did, and I'm probably menopausal. If I'm not menopausal, I'm in real trouble because I cry pretty much every day. I've missed 2 periods, and most mornings I wake up with what feels like a juggernaut pressed on my chest. But right now I can deal with all of it because my best friend here has got through cancer. Everything else is just my own stupid crap, so just give me the ticket. Let's get this over with." The officer looks between the two of them. She peers down at her feet for a moment, thinking, then up again. "Menopausal, huh? I'm still a safe driver," Sam says hurriedly. I still drive safely most of the time. You can check my record. It's just been a really weird couple of days." The officer keeps gazing at her steadily. "Sorry," says Sam again. The woman leans into the window. "Just wait till you get the night sweats," she says, her voice lowering. "They're a difficult person." Sam blinks. "And those really don't help." She gestures backward toward the squad car with her head. She stands back on the curb. She puts her notepad into her pocket. "I'm letting you off, this time. Just keep your eyes on the road and pay attention, okay?" "Really," says Sam. The officer is already walking away. She stops and turns for a moment, stooping so she can wave at Andrea. "And good job, the whole cancer thing," she says. She pauses, then adds, "Maybe next time get a taxi home." and then she turns and walks slowly back to her squad car, muttering into her radio as she goes. Kevin has crapped on the whole carpet. He sidles up to her as she opens the front door, his head low, his gait wobbly, and the whites of his eyes showing, as if in apology. Phil is not there, and neither is Kat, and she doesn't have the heart to be cross with him. He might have been left alone for hours. "Don't worry, old man, it's not your fault," she says, and runs a bowl of detergent and hot water, pulling on her rubber gloves. She is on her hands and knees when Kat lets herself in. Kat hesitates at the doorway, as if deciding whether to come or go, but perhaps it's hard to walk out on a mother who is scrubbing dog excrement from a beige carpet, so she nods a hello and tiptoes past the affected area, as if this will somehow have an effect on what Sam is doing. "Is Dad in?" "No," says Sam through gritted teeth. She has run out of the really good carpet shampoo and is now using washing-up liquid. She rocks back on her heels, turning her head away while she tries not to gag. Dog accidents are always her job, and they never get any easier to clean up. She wonders at what point this task was allocated to her. Perhaps she was busy that day and missed the meeting. And then she becomes aware that Kat is behind her. She twists to see her. Kat's face is solemn. "You okay?" says Sam, although she thinks she knows the answer. "I'm sorry about the shoes." Sam puts down her sponge. "Don't be. You weren't to know." "I thought you and Dad were having an affair." "Did you really? You and Dad seemed so unhappy, like you never did anything together anymore, like you don't get any joy from each other's company." Her words are a series of little blows. Kat rubs at her nose, doesn't look Sam in the eye for the next sentence. "And then I saw you with that man. Joel is just a friend. But the shoe, I was wearing those shoes because sometimes you need to feel like a different version of yourself." Kat looks at her then, and Sam is unsure whether it's incomprehension or suspicion she can detect in her daughter's face. "I have been unhappy, Kat, you're right, for a long time. Your dad doesn't see me anymore. Most days I've felt like I don't even exist. It's hard for you to imagine now, while you're young and beautiful, and everyone notices every move you make. But I seem to be invisible these days, and when even the man you love doesn't see you, it's pretty soul-destroying. I needed to feel like a different version of myself, and the shoes, I guess, were a part of that. It's hard to explain. I'm not even sure I can explain it to myself, but I'm sorry you've been caught up in it. Why do you need a man to tell you who you are?" "What?" Kat edges around the dark stain on the carpet. "Why do you need validation from someone else? Dad is down in the dumps, yes, but that doesn't mean you have to fall apart. You're still you. I wouldn't let some man dictate how I felt about myself. Yeah, well, you always did have it all worked out. I think you knew who you were from the age of 3. She looks at her daughter, whose generation seems to have this all sorted, with their talk of autonomy, of slut-shaming, allyship, and body positivity. She feels the reflexive clench of sadness she has started to feel when she remembers that soon this girl will be gone, storming through her own life, no longer clumping through the door in her heavy workman's boots. Kat sits down heavily on the bottom step. She reties the laces on one of her boots and waits a moment before she speaks. Colleen's mum left her dad last month. She said they were on different paths. Sam is not sure what to say to this, so she organizes her face into a neutral expression. Kat's face is suddenly vulnerable, like a child's. "Are you and Dad going to split up?" "Do you have feelings for Joel?" he had asked her the previous evening as she brushed her teeth. She had struggled with how to respond honestly and continued brushing for an extra few seconds before she spat out the paste. "Not the same as I have for you," she said. He had gazed at her reflection in the mirror for a moment, then headed off to bed. "I don't think so," she says, and hugs her daughter, relishing the brief proximity. She hopes she sounded more convinced than she feels. Joel has texted her twice. A long rambling message informed her that he had told everyone in the office what had been going on, and they were trying to work out what to do to make things right.
Marina felt awful. Franklin had already cocked up on the Dutch order. She shouldn't worry. She should call him if she needed anything at all. He hoped she would soon come back to the gym. She was doing great. The second, sent 24 hours later, says simply, "I miss you." She stares at it several times a day when she is alone, and her heart gives an erratic thump every time, like an engine trying to jump-start into life. Phil cannot sit down.
Every time he lands on the little couch, he springs back up again, as if it's electrified, as if there is too much in him to be contained by mere furniture. He paces backward and forward around the little room, his words coming in scattergun explosions. I mean, she pretty much admitted it. Even if it wasn't an affair, she had feelings for him. What am I supposed to do with that? Can you tell me? Because I don't have an answer. It goes round and round in my head, and I don't have an answer. Dr. Kovitz sits, his notepad on his knee, wearing an expression of eternal patience. It makes Phil want to punch him on the nose. She didn't even deny it. She just said her feelings for him weren't the same as they were for me. What did you take from that? Phil looks at him incredulously. What do you think I took from that? My wife has feelings for another man. I have feelings for plenty of people. It doesn't mean I'm going to run off with them. Spare me the word games today, please. They're not word games, Phil. She has told you she isn't having an affair. And, given you say she's an honest person, we have to assume she's telling the truth. She had feelings for another person. You told me in one of our previous sessions that you would actually understand if she went off with someone else. But that was before it was true. Phil puts the heels of his hands into his eyes and presses hard so that tiny explosions of dark matter go off behind them, wanting his thoughts to still, wanting it all to stop. What has she said to you, Phil, about what she wants to do? He sits heavily. We haven't talked about it. Dr. Kovitz's eyebrows are raised. I mean, not like this. I don't know what to say to her. I feel like I don't know her anymore. Well, it's possible you don't know her anymore. We're all changing, all the time. By your own admission, you left your wife to cope with everything alone for a long period of time. That's going to alter a person. It's going to alter a marriage. Phil crosses his arms around his body and bends over so that his chest rests on his knees. Some days there is such a pressure in it, he feels like he has to suppress it physically. Marriage doesn't stay the same year after year, Phil. You've been married a long time. You know this. It's an organic thing. It changes as both parties change. Perhaps sometimes we need to— She's still hiding things from me, Phil blurts out. Dr. Kovitz leans back in his chair. Okay. I called her company 2 days ago because the builders wanted to know something about the insurance payment, and they said she didn't work there anymore. There is a long silence. She doesn't want to share anything with me, does she? Phil lets out a long, defeated sigh. I count for nothing in her life anymore. Life with Sam was once a reliable thing, the backbone of everything else he ever had to deal with. Now it feels like living with her is a series of small explosions, like he never knows what is coming next. Phil, Dr. Kovitz says gently, when we're low, it can be easy to see everything through a prism of negativity. Human beings are remarkably bad at understanding other people's motivations, even when they know them terribly well. We write all sorts of inaccurate stories in our heads. Dr. Kovitz steeples his fingers together. May I suggest an alternative version? Phil waits. From what you've said previously, your wife may well have walked out on her job, a job you said she hated. Or she could have been made redundant. We don't know. What if the reason she kept that information to herself was that she was simply worried about telling you? What if she was trying to protect herself from that awful conversation with all its ramifications for the two of you? He pauses.
You told me Sam has been very much aware of your mental health struggles for some time. Have you considered the possibility that by not saying anything, she was trying to protect you? Phil remembers that when Sam's phone rang, he could always tell if it was her boss from the way she flinched when she saw his name. So you basically think I should ignore all this, just pretend like none of it happened? Not at all. I think it's about time you talk to her. Nisha is so deep in her thoughts that she jumps when Jasmine approaches. She is standing on the little balcony, looking over the dark and twinkling city, Jasmine's spare dressing gown wrapped tightly around her against the cold, a cigarette she doesn't even want to smoke between her lips. As if doing something as awful as smoking at 6 a.m. will reaffirm how awful everything is. Some mornings she feels so far from her son, it's as if a thread, taut between them, connects her heart to his and causes a constant, only just bearable pain. He had sounded so down again last night, so disbelieving when she said she was going to get the shoes. She was, Ray, really, that then she could come get him. He had cut her short when she tried to describe the plan to him. He had done badly in a math test, Dad was still cutting off his money, and his friend Zoe was all over Instagram partying with some girls she knew he couldn't stand. He sounded so lonely and flat. Yes, he was still taking his meds. No, he wasn't hungry. No, he wasn't sleeping. Yes, he knew everything was going to be okay. Whatever. When are you coming to get me? Soon, baby. I just have to get these shoes to your father, and then he'll have to give me the money. I hate him, he had said vehemently, and when she tried, half-heartedly, to protest that he shouldn't think that, he really shouldn't, he asked why. In what way did his dad even love him? In what way did Ray owe him anything? And she hadn't been able to come up with a good answer. They had both been quiet for a few long, anguishing moments, and then he had said in a quiet voice, "Mom, remember that song you used to sing me? Would you sing it to me now?" When she sung, her voice had trembled. "You are my sunshine, my only sunshine. You make me happy when skies are gray." Couldn't sleep either, huh? Jasmine says, handing her a coffee. A police helicopter has circled overhead for hours, its vibration sending shockwaves into the night sky, filling the atmosphere with a sense of vague, unspecified threat. Nisha takes the cup and shakes her head. Jasmine sits down in the little fold-up chair she keeps on the balcony, adjusting her dressing gown over her knees. Me either. I keep asking myself if we're nuts trying to do this. Nisha knows that what Jasmine actually means is that she could lose her job. Every bit of this is a sackable offense. When Jasmine had outlined the plan to the others, Nisha had seen both jaws physically drop, as if they were characters in a cartoon. Nisha has spent hours trying to protect Jasmine. It will be Nisha who takes the keycard, Nisha who removes the shoes, Nisha who, in a worst-case scenario, will hold up her hands and claim it is all down to her, that she bullied Jasmine into collaborating, that she is guilty of all of it. But it still feels like a risk. "You don't have to do this," Nisha says for the 5th time. "You've done so much for me. I don't want to put you at Nish. Do I look like someone who does things they don't want to do? No. I've thought about this over and over. What we're doing is righteous. We're getting you what is rightfully yours. We're going to help you. I'm your friend, and I'm going to help you." She sneaks a sideways look at Nisha. "Besides, if I don't get you out of my daughter's bunk bed and back into your own place soon, Gracie is going to kick my butt." They smile. Then Jasmine's smile falls, and she takes another sip of her coffee. "The thing I'm worried about is when you hand the shoes over, if your bloke is going to keep his side of the bargain." "Yeah, I've been thinking about that too. Carl will do anything to win. If this is just a game to him, and it is entirely possible that it is, he will simply find some other obstacle to place in the way of her settlement." He pauses. "You told me Sam has been very much aware of your mental health struggles for some time. Have you considered the possibility that by not saying anything, she was trying to protect you? Phil remembers that when Sam's phone rang, he could always tell if it was her boss from the way she flinched when she saw his name. So you basically think I should ignore all this? Just pretend like none of it happened? Not at all. I think it's about time you talk to her. Nisha is so deep in her thoughts that she jumps when Jasmine approaches. She is standing on the little balcony, looking over the dark and twinkling city, Jasmine's spare dressing gown wrapped tightly around her against the cold, a cigarette she doesn't even want to smoke between her lips, as if doing something as awful as smoking at 6 a.m. will reaffirm how awful everything is. Some mornings she feels so far from her son, it's as if a thread, taut between them, connects her heart to his and causes a constant, only just bearable pain. He had sounded so down again last night, so disbelieving when she said she was going to get the shoes. She was, Ray, really, that then she could come get him. He had cut her short when she tried to describe the plan to him. He had done badly in a math test, Dad was still cutting off his money, and his friend Zoe was all over Instagram partying with some girls she knew he couldn't stand. He sounded so lonely and flat. Yes, he was still taking his meds. No, he wasn't hungry. No, he wasn't sleeping. Yes.
This is her greatest fear, that he will simply have her running in circles endlessly in this strange city, penniless and powerless, while her boy sits alone in that school of his, growing sadder and sadder, thousands of miles away from her. She had thought her position protected her. She had thought the law protected her. And what she had discovered was that everything could be stripped away, and all she had was her own resources, whatever it was that kept her standing. They drink their coffee in silence, looking at the lights of the city as it slowly comes to life, the red tail lights of the vehicles making their way into the lead-lined dark. Nisha closes her eyes. The thread pulls ever tighter. Well, you know what they say, one step at a time. Jasmine swigs the last of her coffee and pats the wrap on her head that holds her hair in place as she sleeps. Come on, babe, we get to work. Then we get your shoes. Well, worry about the rest of it later. And step one is I'm going to put some toast on. She disappears inside. Nisha sits and stares at the sky. And then she pulls out her phone and types a message. Juliana, is this still your number? She hesitates and then adds, it's Anita. She waits another moment, then presses send, watching the little message wink its way into the ether. Sam walks the dog in the dark, forgetting for once to be nervous of shadowy strangers on the sodium-lit street. She is thinking about the day ahead, the strange thing she has agreed to. She has never done anything like this in her life. Samantha Kemp, a middle-aged woman, a print manager, married, one kid, still living in the same postcode in which she was raised. She is about to do something completely ridiculous to return shoes to a woman who doesn't even like her. These facts swirl around and around her head. But in truth, everything in her life feels so unhinged, so unreal just now, that this day does not feel so far removed. Besides, the worst of everything has already happened. She has lost, or pretty much lost, everything that was important to her, aside from Andrea. As Kevin sniffs interestedly at the base of every tree and lamppost, she thinks about Jasmine and Andrea and how they took to each other immediately. Andrea can do that with people. She seems to have a kind of shorthand, a straightforward, open friendliness that cuts through awkwardness and leaves people basking in her glow. When they were younger, she could never understand why Andrea was friends with someone like her. Sam had never possessed that charisma, the strange, unidentifiable aura that meant people always wanted to be near her. Andrea was not coming today, though. Too identifiable, Jasmine had decreed, and Nisha had said, very. Scarfy can turn it on when she has to. Sam had flinched, but Andrea had just laughed and said she was probably right. Yeah, you don't want Gollum in a police lineup. Just wait till my eyebrows grow back, and I'll be like Tom Cruise in Mission Impossible.
Nisha and Sam still eyed each other warily. There was a kind of boundarylessness around Nisha, a suggestion of fearlessness that made Sam nervous. She had always felt most comfortable around people who followed the rules as she did. She sensed that something about her made Nisha uneasy too. They were perfectly polite, but perhaps the circumstances of their meeting were too weird and too laden with baggage to allow them to be properly warm with each other. It didn't matter. Sam had lost Nisha's shoes, therefore she had to help her recover them. It's the right thing to do, at a time when nothing else is clear. It is the only thing she can do. Once she's got that out of the way, she'll clear the decks and start worrying about getting another job. The door is unlocked when she and Kevin arrive home, the road slowly clogging with traffic, the speculative Sunday shoppers already up and out. She walks into the kitchen and experiences a small jolt when she discovers Phil is up, making a cup of coffee with his back to her, already dressed in a hoodie and his old tracksuit bottoms. He turns a fraction and nods as she enters, the most he can bring himself to do in greeting these days. To hide the stomach-flopping dismay it gives her, she mutters something about taking a shower before he says anything else and leaves him to feed Kevin. She showers and dries her hair, conscious as she moisturizes her face how the corners of her mouth seem to have settled into tight, downward grooves. She is pretty sure those are new. She stops staring at her face in the magnifying mirror. Honestly, they should be banned to all women over the age of 30, and pulls on a black t-shirt and black jeans, as instructed by Jasmine, then puts a gray jumper and her navy blue parka over the top. She is just tripping down the last 2 stairs when he appears in the hallway. "Can we talk?" She blinks at him. "Now?" "Yes, now." She glances at her watch. "It's not great timing, Phil. I have to get to work." "Work," he says. His eyes are dead when he speaks to her. "On a Sunday." It's a special job. I can't really. Look, can we talk when I get back? I'll be a bit late this evening, but we can definitely." He is staring at her like she's someone he has never met. Just then her mobile phone rings. She glances down, expecting it to be Nisha or Jasmine, but it's Joel. His name flashes like a grenade going off. She stares at it, color rising to her cheeks, willing him to go away. "Take it," says Phil, who has seen everything. "I really—" "Take it." She answers the call, looking away from Phil, though she can feel his eyes burning into the back of her head. Her voice, when she speaks, is too high, too false. "Joel?" Joel's voice is low, conspiratorial. "Sorry to bother you on a weekend, Sam, but look, it's a bit weird, but some Israeli guy came to the office on Friday, asking questions about you." "What? Israeli?" "Yeah, I didn't really get it. He spoke to Martin, who said you'd left, and then he was off. I don't know what questions he asked. I got a bad vibe off him. Martin only just told me. I don't want to freak you out, but he says there was something off about it. Just thought you should know." "That's odd. Okay, thanks." There is a short silence. "And I wondered if—" "Got to go," she says brightly. "I'll see you at work. Thanks for passing that on." She rings off before Joel can say anything else. She stuffs her phone into her pocket and tries to rearrange her face into an expression that is not guilty, not slightly flustered. "So, well, we'll talk later?" Phil looks at her, and his whole bearing suggests he is under a weight that is almost unbearable. "We will, Phil. We'll talk when I'm back. I have to do this." "I'm going away," he says, turns and walks back to the kitchen. Sam goes very still. "What? I'm going away. I can't deal with this anymore." She walks down the hallway so that she can see him, standing, his back against the worktop. Where are you going?" "I don't know. Phil, this is ridiculous. You can't just walk out. Please don't. We have to. Look, I'll be back later and we'll talk, okay? Just let me get past today and we'll sort this." He shakes his head. And when he speaks, he seems genuinely bewildered. 23 years, Sam. What is there to talk about?" Michelle on reception has always liked Jasmine, so when she offers to look after the front desk for 10 minutes so that Michelle can take a cigarette break, she clearly regards it as just another extension of Jasmine's kindness, her generosity to other members of the Bentley staff. Plus, Michelle happily leaves the desk empty most days while she sneaks a Marlboro Light, and this way she's less likely to get into trouble with Frederick. The desk is one of the few areas in the lobby not monitored by CCTV. Nisha stands a few feet away with Sam, keeping lookout, as Jasmine scans the list of reservations until she finds what she's looking for.
She blocks out a room, makes a few quick changes on the screen, whips a key from the board of hooks behind her, and is standing back from the desk, smiling blandly when Michelle returns, smelling vaguely of cigarette smoke. She checks her lipstick in a small handheld mirror and snaps it shut as she slides in. "You're a lifesaver, Jazz. I can't believe Lena didn't turn up for her shift again. Honestly, if they ask me to pull another double, I'm going to walk out." "Anytime, my darling, anytime," says Jasmine, and sweeps out from behind the desk. Michelle looks at her quizzically. "Funny, I didn't think you were on Todd. Frederick is going to smell your cigarette." Jasmine pulls a bottle of unidentified scent from her handbag and squirts 2 blasts at Michelle, who, distracted, coughs and mutters a weak, "Thank you," as Jasmine shoves it back into her bag and disappears. Nisha and Jasmine lead Sam through the side door and down the back staircase to the staff changing room, where they put on their uniform of dark shirts and trousers. Sam has been silent since she arrived, her face pale and drawn, and Nisha wonders if it's nerves. She's going to have to pull it together if she's to get this thing done. She's the kind of woman who might well buckle, suddenly announce that she couldn't tell a lie, or burst into tears. "Please don't let her really mess this up," she wills some unknown deity. "I need my shoes." "You okay?" she says tersely to Sam as she does up her trousers. "Fine," says Sam, who is sitting on the bench, her hands clasped tightly in her lap. Her knuckles are white. "You're not going to bail on us." "I'm not going to bail on you." "Why not put on some makeup, babe? You look a little bit pasty." Jasmine, who clearly needs something to do, is steering Sam to the mirror. She pulls out her oversized makeup bag, then starts to apply blusher and mascara to Sam's face. Sam is completely expressionless, zombified in some private misery. What is wrong with her, thinks Nisha. Nisha is the one who will be shouldering this thing after all. She's the one who has the most to lose. "There," says Jasmine finally, "back from the dead." She laughs kindly and pats Sam's cheek. "Thanks," she says dully. Her eyes have been outlined, her skin glows with bronzer. She wears so little makeup normally that the transformation is almost shocking. "What's the time?" says Nisha, glancing at her watch. "Do we need to be at reception yet?" "Check-in is at 3, says Jasmine. "Let's grab some food. You can't fight on an empty stomach, right?" The 3 women stand in the corner of the kitchen. Jasmine has eaten her pancakes, but Sam isn't touching her food, which Nisha knows will make Alex jittery. He gets actual anxiety if he thinks someone isn't enjoying the meal he's made for them. Sometimes she sees him gazing out through the windowed swing doors, silently monitoring who has eaten how much of their omelet or eggs Benedict, and his back will bristle with unhappiness if more than half of it is left. "You don't like it?" he says, gesturing to Sam's barely touched plate. "You want me to make you something else?" "Oh no, it's lovely," says Sam, her face creasing into a half smile. "I'm just not very hungry." "You should eat Alex's food. He's the best." Nisha feels vaguely cross at Sam's refusal. "I said I'm not hungry." They've snapped at each other all morning, tension bringing to the surface the strange resentments that each has tried to suppress. Nisha is starving. She had forgotten to eat breakfast, thinking of all the possible angles she needed to cover and distracted by her phone. When Alex placed a plate of pancakes in front of her, drizzled with maple syrup and ringed with blueberries, she had to fight an almost overwhelming urge to kiss him. She had finished them in a matter of minutes, letting out little moans of pleasure at the perfect fluffiness of them, the sticky syrup and the crisp slivers of bacon.
"You're ready?" he said, tucking his white tea towel back into his waistband. "Ready as I'll ever be." She hands back the plate. "Thanks for the pancakes. My shift finishes at 4, but I will stay, in case you need me." "We won't," she says. And then, because it sounds unfriendly, I hope we won't need you, but it's kind of you." He doesn't flinch. He never does. "I stay here anyway." He checks with Sam that she really, really doesn't want the pancakes and, with a barely suppressed sigh, takes the plates back to his station. At 2:45, Sam waits in the hotel reception area. She has been sitting for almost half an hour, feeling self-conscious and out of place there, in the marble-clad fortress of imposed serenity. Guests walk by, followed by uniformed porters pushing huge brass trolleys full of luggage or wheeling one-night cabin bags. Huge bowls of pale orchids punctuate the overstuffed sofas. The smell of vetiver hangs elegantly in the air. Sam cannot remember the last time she was in a hotel, let alone a hotel so grand. Perhaps that night in Formby, when she worked for Henry and they went to pitch for a mammoth run of football programs. She has vague memories of a Travelodge keycard that didn't work and a pervasive smell of fish. She glances up at the ornate clock, then at the door behind which she knows Nisha is waiting, her expression as tense and determined as it has been all morning. She knows Nisha thinks she won't go through with it, and she carries the irritation that comes from Nisha's assumption, and also the sneaking suspicion that she may be right. Every cell in her body is telling her to leave, and yet she realizes there is nothing for her to go home to. What else is she going to do? Then the glass doors to the street open, and Sam sees them, Liz and Darren Frobisher, glancing around in the way that people do when they arrive somewhere they haven't been before. She types "here" into her phone, takes a breath, and she's on her feet, striding over to them before they can reach the reception desk. "Hello, Mr. and Mrs. Frobisher. How lovely to see you." They had gone over it all multiple times beforehand. Michelle on the front desk wouldn't look twice at a couple being greeted by another guest in the foyer, so Sam would be free to shepherd them away and upstairs to the designated room. People use the foyer as an unofficial meeting point, even if they weren't staying at the hotel. It's glamorous and quiet, in the center of town, and good for Instagram selfies taken by the kind of people who want to suggest they have a posh hotel kind of lifestyle. Liz Frobisher's endless chatter is briefly quieted by the plush marble interior, and the couple follow Sam obediently to the lifts, where she talks mindlessly at them both, asking them about their journey, what a lovely day it had turned out to be, how very smart they look. Liz Frobisher isn't wearing the shoes, but her husband pulls a cabin bag on wheels, and she feels their presence inside it like something radioactive. The door is unlocked when they reach room 232, and Jasmine is already inside pretending to plump pillows. "Are these our prize winners?" she says, smiling broadly, and Liz Frobisher offers her a hand, palm down, like a queen greeting a subject. Jasmine manages to restrain herself to only the faintest of eyebrow lifts. The room is a mid-range executive comfort, 42 square meters with a queen-sized bed and a small sofa under the window. "So," Sam says, "here is the room, one of the hotel's best. We hope you'll be very comfortable." Liz Frobisher is walking slowly around the bed, running her fingers over the bedspread and curtains, as if testing its quality. She looks up at the sumptuous decor, an expression of vague disappointment coloring her features. It is possible her status as prize winner has gone to her head. "So, when do we take the photographs of me?" she says, turning to Sam. "It would be good if we could do them fairly soon," says Sam. "You know, while the light is good."
Is this outfit okay? Liz Frobisher is wearing a red two-piece fake Chanel suit with deliberately frayed hems and a scarf knotted jauntily at her neck. Her red hair, which Sam now sees is dyed, has been sprayed into beach waves, and her makeup suggests upward of an hour spent at a vanity table. "Gorgeous," say Jasmine and Sam in unison, and Liz preens a little, as if this is only to be expected. "So, do we get any free booze?" says Darren. "Darren, you know we're not drinking," says Liz sharply, then adds,
We wondered, whether there were any other things included in the evening, apart from just the room. Her just hangs in the air like a vague threat. I'm sure we can rustle something up for our prize winners, says Jasmine smoothly. Then she writes her number on the notepad by the bed and hands it over. Any problems, anything at all, you call this number. I'm your designated senior housekeeper. Just call me direct. I'll be only too happy to help. Nisha arrives with a brisk knock, sporting a camera that had been left in lost property, and not yet disappeared, possibly because none of the staff had been able to make it work. She greets the couple with the kind of practiced warmth that seems to come easily to Americans, then waits as Liz opens the suitcase. Sam sees Nisha's eyes widen as she spies her red Christian Louboutin shoes resting neatly on a pale sweater, and watches Liz carefully remove them from the case and strap them on. There they are, Sam thinks, just inches from us, and glances warily at Nisha in case this is the moment Nisha loses the plot and rips them from the woman's feet. But Nisha seems to compose herself, and if her smile is suddenly a little steelier, Sam suspects she is the only person to notice it. The three of them, Darren, Jasmine, and Sam, wait awkwardly as Nisha instructs Liz to pose by the window, seated at the little table. Then she and Darren together by the door, until Liz insists that Darren shouldn't be in this one, as he hadn't shaved that morning, and it wasn't him who bought the shoes anyway. Darren, freed from obligation, starts checking out the television remote control. "So what are you doing tonight?" says Sam, as Nisha clicks away with the blank camera. "You'll be eating dinner in the hotel restaurant." "Oh, Darren had a look at the menu and doesn't fancy it. He wants to go somewhere else." Liz lifts her chin and pouts slightly. "Nothing? Not even a nice burger?" says Sam. "We're going to get Chinese. I like crispy duck pancakes," he says. "I bet you won't be wearing those shoes," Sam says casually. "They're very high, aren't they?" Liz looks down at her feet. "Oh, I'm used to high heels." "But you won't want to walk all the way to Leicester Square in them?" Liz shrugs. "I don't know. Depends if it rains, really, doesn't it, Darren?" "Those are lovely," says Sam, pointing. "Those shoes you were wearing when you came in. I'd wear those." Nisha is staring silently at Liz's feet. If a look could burn the Louboutins off her, the straps would be giving off a thin plume of smoke just now. "Oh, those are Russell and Bromley," says Liz, "but I'm not sure they really go with this suit." "They do, most definitely. They look lovely," says Sam. "The pavements are very uneven around Leicester Square," says Jasmine, plumping another cushion. "Be careful you don't turn an ankle if you wear heels. We had a guest who really hurt herself last week." She nods to herself and adds darkly, "Really hurt herself." Liz sits down on the edge of the bed. "No, I'll probably wear these. They're my lucky shoes now, aren't they, Darren?" She swivels an ankle, admiring her foot. Jasmine and Sam exchange a look of silent dismay. "Right," says Sam, backing toward the door. "Well then, we'll leave you to it." "Don't forget," says Jasmine, "call me direct if you need anything. It'll be much quicker than going through the switchboard." "Can I see the pictures?" says Liz, as Nisha walks to the door. Nisha swings the camera behind her. "When they're developed, I'll send you a contact sheet." The words contact sheet seem to please Liz. The three women stand by the door for a moment. "Right," says Jasmine. "Well, have a wonderful time." "It's lovely," says Sam, suddenly, "that you came to be here, just because of your kindness to cats." She cannot help herself. She swallows a yelp as Nisha jabs her hard in the kidney. And then they're outside in the corridor, Jasmine closing the door behind them. "Nobody's going to wear open-toe shoes in this weather," says Jasmine hopefully. "Not even her." "It is quite chilly," says Sam. "She's going to wear her lucky shoes," Nisha spits, "even if it snows." "I can't believe they don't drink." Jasmine runs her hand around the neck of the redundant bottle of champagne. "What kind of people don't drink? It would have been so much easier if they were drunk. It is 5:15, and Jasmine's theory is that the Frobishers will be early eaters. Darren is clearly a man of appetites. They had originally planned to wait until the couple left to go out, then Nisha would run in and get the shoes. Now they sit in the staff changing area, gazing out of the small window, ruminating on whether Liz Frobisher's choice of footwear is going to alter everything. "Rain, you bastard," says Nisha, staring out at the gray sky. "It rains every day in this very country. Would it hurt so much just to let some down today?" The text she sent to Juliana has been marked red, but she hasn't texted back. The Frobishers finally leave room 232 at 6:15, about an hour after the women have decided silently that the plan is not going to work, and sunk into despondency. Jasmine has been tidying the office behind the front desk, issuing vague platitudes at Michelle's endless conversations about the unfairness of the rota system while she watches for movement in the foyer. Sam and Nisha wait in silence in the stuffy little changing room, ignoring the incurious glances of the staff coming in to get things from their lockers or change to go home. They are just anonymous staff to any casual passerby, neither worth talking to nor acknowledging. The two women sit in silence, each locked in her thoughts. Nisha finds herself irritated by Sam's droopy face, the air she carries of someone defeated by life. And then her phone pings, breaking into her thoughts. She stares at the screen, suddenly alert. They're moving. Nisha stares at her phone as another text comes through. "Oh my God," she says, hardly able to believe what she's reading. "She's not wearing the shoes." "Really?" says Sam, hopefully. "It's raining," says Nisha. "It's actually raining. Thank you, Lord." She is already on her feet. "Okay, remember what we said. You follow them out and make sure they're gone, and I'll run up and get the shoes." Nisha is wearing a dark shirt and trousers so that she can pass either for hotel staff if wearing her lanyard, or a particularly boringly dressed guest if she tucks it into her pocket. Jasmine has given her a newly programmed guest key, and her heart is thumping against her ribcage. This is it. She is going to have the shoes back. Finally. She and Sam walk in silence along the corridor until they reach the side entrance, and Sam heads out, her phone pressed to her ear as Jasmine instructs her as to which direction they went. Head right toward Regent Street. She's still in the red suit. No overcoat. Very fool. Must be freezing. Nisha walks to the elevator and presses the button for the second floor. She stares at her feet in Sam's flat black shoes as it moves slowly upward and turns the key card over and over in her hand. This is it. The elevator arrives at the second floor. The doors open and she steps out. Her mind is buzzing, a surge of anticipatory triumph pulsing through her veins. 20 steps, 10 steps, and they will be hers. And there is Ari, talking to two men in suits, halfway down the corridor. She swivels on her heel, ducks quickly back into the lift, and stands with her finger on the door open button, trying to figure out what to do.
She moves her head forward tentatively to check that it really is him, then ducks back. He is showing one of them something on a piece of paper. Just standing there, casually talking, like he has nowhere to go, nowhere else to be. She cannot reach the room without walking past him, but she is not confident she will be invisible a second time. She exits the lift and sidesteps into the service cupboard, which has been left open by one of the housekeepers. Standing beside the shelves of towels and sheets, she texts Jasmine. Can't get into room, Ari is there. Jasmine's reply is immediate. Don't panic, I'll come and get them. Another message follows. We've got this. Just breathe. There is something unexpectedly soothing about tailing someone through the streets of London, Sam thinks, as she weaves in and out of the crowds milling down Regent Street. It takes all of her focus to keep track of the Frobishers, the bright red of Liz's suit glowing, her pace measured as she pauses every few feet to point at shop windows. Sam stays 30 feet behind, the hood of her anorak over her head against the fine rain, her breath coming in steam puffs in the cold, feeling an odd sense of gratitude that she is doing something achievable, that the utter concentration it requires means there is no room in her head for anything else. And Liz Frobisher is clearly enjoying herself. She walks with a faint swagger, as if expecting to be admired, the winner of the Global Cat Foundation Charity Shop Award, reaching up a hand periodically to smooth her hair or check her makeup in a window. Darren Frobisher, in contrast, looks sullen and fed up, surreptitiously checking his phone and visibly sighing every time she stops. Sam's phone rings. She answers immediately. "Well, it's nice to know you're still alive." Sam watches as the Frobishers continue up Regent Street, are briefly lost between a large group of teenagers, then appear again. "What is it, Mum? What is it?" "That's a lovely greeting, I must say. You didn't find the hymns. What? Your father's now looking at For Those in Peril on the Sea? He says all the others are too religious. I said it's awfully gloomy. It makes me seasick to think about it. I'm kind of in the middle of something right now. Can I call you back? And it's so patriarchal, all those hymns are." Her mother starts to sing. "Eternal Father, strong to save, whose arm has bound the restless wave." I mean, honestly, you might as well call on the Incredible Hulk. Though he's gone into a terrible sulk because I said so. The couple pauses while they have some kind of conversation, head to head. Darren points eastwards, perhaps toward Chinatown, and pulls a face. Liz holds up a hand, as if she might be noticing the rain. "Anyway, you're obviously not going to help with the hymns, so I simply want to know when you're coming to help sort the house out. It's really in a terrible state. We have a blockage in the downstairs loo, which has been there for days. Your father feels quite abandoned. I don't know what's going on with you, but I can't do this now, Mum. And I don't like him going in the upstairs loo because he'll probably block that one too. You know what happened after he had those prunes. Mom, he'll call you back." But when Sam ends the call and ducks into a shop entrance, fearful that the couple might see her, whatever they're talking about has clearly made Darren even less delighted. They stand in heated discussion for a few moments, the crowds of shoppers and commuters surging around them. And then their voices start to lift, so that Sam can hear snatches of it carried on the breeze in spite of the roar of the traffic. "Well, I didn't know it would be this cold, did I? I'm starving, Liz, and it's raining. I don't want to walk all the way back to—" Sam cannot make out the rest of it, but she sees Liz gesticulating and Darren raising his arms in a gesture of exasperation. As she watches, Liz turns and begins to walk toward her. Sam swivels in the doorway and sees that both are now walking back in the direction of the hotel, still arguing. She glances down at her phone and starts to punch in Nisha's number, just as the phone screen goes dead. Her heart briefly stops. She stares in disbelief. She's out of charge. With everything going on, she had forgotten to charge the bloody phone. Sam looks up. They are already some 20 meters ahead of her, walking back briskly toward the Bentley Hotel, Darren shaking his head at something Liz has said. Oh God, they had not planned for this. There is nothing else for it. Sam flips her hood up over her head and begins to run. Jasmine is just walking toward the lift when she hears Frederick, the hotel manager, behind her, his voice lifting above the low hum of the lobby. "Ah, Jasmine, just the person." He is standing at the reception desk and beckons her over. Jasmine curses under her breath and turns around, a smile already plastered across her face.
Wine spillage in 217. The sheets need replacing. Can you get onto it immediately? They're waiting in the room. She opens her mouth to explain that she is not working this shift, but realizes she cannot without explaining what she is doing there. She nods instead, says, "Of course," and sets off at a brisk pace to the second floor. She texts Nisha as she walks. "Sorry, diversion. Give me 5." It takes Sam 7 minutes to reach the hotel, pushing past people on the busy street, dodging umbrella spokes, apologizing when some curse at her, her chest heaving from the unexpected exercise. She runs into the side entrance and down the narrow corridor, skidding into the little changing room. A man sits on the bench, polishing a pair of shiny black lace-up shoes. "Jasmine?" she says breathlessly. He shakes his head. She runs along the narrow corridor, yelling Jasmine's name so that a couple of housekeepers turn to look at her, but nobody answers. Swearing under her breath, Sam stops and tries to think clearly. Jasmine could be anywhere in this hotel. It's a rabbit warren. The foyer. Jasmine will be in the foyer. Of course she will. She runs back along the corridor, trying to remember where the service lift is. She spies it at the far end and punches the button, jiggling with anxiety as it makes its way sedately down from the 4th floor. The doors slide open, agonizingly slowly. She jabs the button marked G, once, twice, 3 times. "Oh, come on," she says aloud, as the rickety lift thinks about it, then finally acquiesces grudgingly, like a grumpy elderly relative, and judders its way upward. Nisha waits in the linen cupboard, listening to Ari still talking in the corridor, his deep, flat voice occasionally lifting as he discusses something she cannot make out. Oh, but she's so close. Her whole body is alive with tension, every muscle tensed for the sound of him moving. It's fine, she tells herself. Jasmine will be here in a minute. Just breathe. And then, finally, after several decades have passed, she hears muffled footsteps on the carpet. They come toward her, so she stands very still, huddled against the shelves with her back to the door. Some part of her still waiting for it to be thrown open, for him to find her. And then the footsteps recede, and she is holding her breath, turning cautiously to open the door and peer out. There is Ari's back, broad and solid in its dark suit, disappearing down the corridor. Ari apparently deep in conversation with whoever is talking into his earpiece. She looks in the other direction, and the 2 men he had been speaking to are walking down the corridor the other way. Nisha closes her eyes and breathes, trying to ignore the trembling in her fingers. And then, once she is sure of the silence, she straightens her shoulders, walks out of the cupboard, and briskly down the corridor to 232, looking like the kind of woman who has every right to be there. She holds her key card against the door, and it clicks with a satisfying sound. Finally, she is in.
Sam arrives in the lobby just in time to see Jasmine's back disappearing through the doors at the far end. She slows her pace to a brisk walk as she crosses the expanse of marble, trying to look unobtrusive, then breaks into a run on the other side of the doors. "Jasmine!" she yells, and Jasmine turns, her hand to her chest. Did she get the shoes? I don't know. One of her husband's goons was standing in the corridor. I was meant to go and get them for her, but I've got to change some sheets. Just then, her phone pings. She looks up at Sam and beams. Yes, she's in. No, they're heading back. What? The Frobishers. They had a row and they're coming back for her coat. Tell her to get out of there. Very stupid woman. It was obvious she'd be too cold in that suit, Jasmine mutters, then punches out a text to Nisha. Get out, they're coming back. Nisha scans the room, her breath coming in short bursts, Liz Frobisher's pungent, oversweet perfume still hanging in the air. The shoes are here, very. They must be here. She spies the suitcase on the case stand and flings open the top, rifling carefully through it with her fingertips, trying not to consider the ick factor involved in touching someone else's underclothes. Nothing. She opens the wardrobe door. They are not there either. She stands, thinking. Liz Frobisher wasn't wearing the shoes. Jasmine had been certain. And Sam would have messaged them. She was following the couple, after all. Nisha lifts the valance so she can peer under the bed in case they have been kicked underneath. She considers the possibility that Liz Frobisher has taken them with her to put on at her destination, and curses. Would anyone take a pair of high heels just to eat Chinese? Finally, she ducks her head into the bathroom and lets out a gasp of relief. There they are, lying on the tiled floor, their red soles glowing against the marble. The sight of them causes a bolt of electricity to shoot through her, as if all her nerve endings are suddenly alive. She stoops and grabs the shoes and lets out a breath she hadn't known she had been holding. Yes! And then her phone buzzes. She looks down. Get out! They're coming back! Nisha does a 360-degree scan of the room, checking that everything is straight, and hurries to the door. She has her hand on the handle when she hears the voices in the corridor. That's because I don't go out dressed like I'm going to a summer party in early December. Jesus! Why do you have to be so nasty? Do you actually want me to get a cold? No, Liz, I just want my dinner. You know how I get if I don't eat. And you could have just brought the coat with you and saved us the bother of coming all the way back. The voices stop outside the door. Nisha stares at it in horror. She gazes around the room, and then, with a click, the door begins to open. She's not answering. Maybe she's coming back down in the lift. There's no reception in it, mutters Sam, and Jasmine nods. They stand in the corner of the foyer, two people who apparently don't know each other, their eyes trained dumbly on the lift. Every time it opens, it disgorges a handful of guests, but no Nisha. And then her phone buzzes. I'm in the room. They're back. Get me out. Jasmine types furiously, Sam gazing over her shoulder. What do you mean they're in the room? Where are you? Under the bed. They're having an argument. Oh, my days, murmurs Jasmine, staring in horror at the screen. What do we do? Says Sam. Stay calm, says Jasmine. If they're coming back for her coat, they'll go again in a minute. It's all going to be fine. She says this twice, as if to reassure herself. They're just coming back for her coat, right? Yes, says Sam. Yes, you're right. It's all going to be fine. Nisha lies under the queen-sized bed, every cell of her body taut with horror. She and Jasmine always wheel the beds to the side to vacuum underneath, but whoever does the second floor clearly takes no such trouble. There are dust bunnies to each side of her, strands of strangers' hair, skin cells, a whole miasma of disgusting microscopic bodily leftovers, and she is lying right in it. The thought of it makes her want to sob aloud. She cannot look to the right or left of her, because then she sees what she is lying amid, and it makes her want to retch. So she stays very still, eyes screwed shut, hands across her belly, so that as little skin as possible is actually touching the floor. We're not late for dinner. We didn't have a bloody booking, Darren, because you couldn't be bothered to make one, as per usual. The only thing we're late for is you wanting to stuff your fat face. Again. Footsteps walk around the bed. Is this because you wanted to go to your mum's? Jesus, I like going to my mum's on a Sunday. Why is that such a problem for you? You just go there because she runs round after you and doesn't let you lift a finger. No wonder you're so useless at home. Just go, thinks Nisha. Just go and have your embarrassing row at a restaurant. Please just get out of this room. You know what? I don't feel like going out anymore. I'm ordering room service. What? Liz Frobisher's voice is disbelieving. You heard. Nisha winces as a weight lands on the bed on top of her. The base of the bed is now less than an inch from her nose. She hears Darren, because it must be Darren,
pick up the remote control and switch on the hotel television. Some kind of football match commentary blares into the room. So you're just going to stay here and leave me to eat by myself? You can do what you want. Your idea to come here. You sort yourself out. My sister was right about you. Oh, your sister. Great. Let's bring her into it. Something is tickling Nisha's nose, perhaps some dust particle dislodged by the movement of Darren's bulk. She brings her hand up to her nose and squeezes it tight. She is going to sneeze. Oh God, she can't stop it. Nisha thinks she may explode. It's unstoppable. At the exact moment she lets out a loud sneeze, the room suddenly erupts in sound. Goal! A tremendous goal there from Kane. The keeper really didn't stand a chance, blares the television commentator, and the noise begins to subside. Nisha's eyes are watering. She thinks she may scream. Above her, Darren shifts his weight, and she hears the sound of the hotel phone being lifted from the bedside table. You're really just going to stay here? Yeah, says Darren. It's too cold out. Let's just eat something. I want to go out. We never go out anywhere nice. We went out last Saturday. Yes, but that was with your brother. Nisha tries to separate herself from her body, the way she has heard people talk about. She focuses on her breathing, then realizes that when she breathes deeply, she is more likely to be inhaling the detritus under this bed. She screws her eyes shut and clamps a hand over her mouth. There are footsteps, then nothing but the televised crowd noise of the football. Nisha opens her eyes and hears muffled sobbing coming from the easy chair in the corner of the room. The bed above her shifts slightly, and she sees Darren's feet land on the carpeted floor beside her head. There is a hole in his right sock, which reveals a coin of pale heel. Are you crying? Go away. A long silence. More muffled sobbing. I just wanted this to be my special day. I won a prize, Darren. I was all excited, and now you've ruined everything. A sigh. Nothing's ruined. Come on, come here. I'm just hungry. Suddenly, her phone flashes up a message. Are you out? No, she types back. Are they going out? I don't know. I am literally going to die under this bed. Help. There are 3 pulsing dots, then silence. She imagines Jasmine and Sam downstairs, trying to work out what to do. Jasmine will think of something. She has to. All right, babe, we'll go out. Put your coat on. She hears him climb into his own jacket, the slide of an arm into a sleeve, the rattle of keys. Did I put my wallet on the side? Go, she thinks. Just go, eat, for God's sake. And then Liz's sorrowful voice. I don't want to go out anymore. Nisha's eyes widen.
Is this difficult person kidding? Darren's voice bears the conciliatory tone of a man who has dealt with many, many such exchanges. Ah, don't cry, babe. You know I can't stand it when you cry. Some muffled exchange she can't make out. Come here. Come sit on the bed with me. We'll have a cuddle. Nisha holds her breath, then winces as the bed creaks slightly under the weight of what may be 2 people. Come here, my little baby boo. Come on. The sniffing stops. Is that... Oh my God, no! The hairs on the back of her neck stand up on end. She hears the sound of kissing. You never call me that anymore, my baby boo. You look gorgeous in that suit. Really gorgeous. You're just saying that. You look way tastier than a plate of crispy duck. There is a reluctant giggle. Oh God, please, no, no, no. Ooh, my favorite bra. You know I like that one. After a period of intense intimacy, the sounds above her eventually subsided. Sam and Jasmine are at the end of the corridor on the 2nd floor. They are standing a few feet away from each other, Jasmine by the housekeeping trolley, Sam's hood up over her head, and Jasmine is quietly conveying the text messages coming through on her phone, which is resting on a pile of towels. Jasmine picks up the phone and types, tentatively,
Are you okay? No, I am not okay. They are actually engaged in intimacy on top of me. Jasmine's eyes widen in horror. She relays this to Sam and lets out a nervous laugh. They lean toward the door of room 232, and in the silence they can just make out the sounds, which were deeply unsettling. "She will die," says Jasmine, nodding as she straightens up. "She is actually going to die." The phone dings again. "All the dust! I'm going to sneeze." "No, baby," Jasmine mutters, typing. "Do not sneeze. Do not sneeze. I'm having a panic attack." The phone keeps pinging. "Can't breathe. Help me." "What are we going to do?" Jasmine hisses, anguished. Sam cannot bear it any longer. She flaps her hands, trying to think. She closes her eyes, then opens them and scoots back down the corridor until she spies what she's looking for. She glances back at Jasmine, slips her Marks & Spencer navy dress shoe from her foot, and whacks the fire alarm button with it 2, 3 times until the glass shatters. Then she slams the button with the heel of her hand. The noise is immediate and ear-splitting. "What the hell are you doing?" yells Jasmine. "Run," says Sam, and bolts toward the fire escape. The recorded message booms into every one of the Bentley Hotel's 310 bedrooms. "Please do not panic. The fire alarm has been triggered. Please make your way to the nearest fire exit." Darren, halted at what might possibly be an inopportune moment, takes a second longer to comprehend what is happening than Liz does. She is already out of bed, her bare feet on the floor. "Fire? Darren, there's a fire!" "A fire?" he says, breathing hard. "It'll be a false alarm. I can hear people going down the corridor. Darren, get up, we have to go." I don't believe this. Darren's feet, still in his socks, land on the floor beside Nisha's head. She is frozen, deafened by the noise. She fumbles for the shoes by her right thigh and winds her fingers into the straps. She can hear the Frobishers struggling into their clothes, bickering, gathering their things, the urgent voices and footsteps outside in the corridor. And over it all, the piercing, intermittent ring of the fire alarm. "Bag? Where's my handbag?" "We'll get downstairs and it'll stop, babe. Where are the shoes?" "Don't worry about the bloody shoes. Just get your—" "Darren, everyone is leaving the hotel. Come on." She hears the panic in Liz Frobisher's voice. Some distant part of her wonders if this fire is real, whether she will be able to get out in time, or burn here, under the bed, and be found in the aftermath, like some human relic from Pompeii. She hears the click of the hotel door opening, the abrupt noise of 100 people emerging from their rooms, bleary and confused, a baby crying. Then the door closes and the noise becomes muffled again. There is a brief lull. Nisha waits a moment, then wriggles out from under the bed, coughing and brushing dust from her clothes, her eyes watering as she gags. The photograph. She mustn't forget the photograph. She whips out the printed screenshot, places it on the bedside table, then tiptoes to the door, peers out, and, clutching the shoes to her chest, is instantly swept into the moving river of anxious guests heading for the fire escape stairs, no longer even caring if she is about to be consumed by flames. It has to be a better fate than remaining in that room. Sam and Jasmine huddle by the back entrance, where staff are emerging in small clumps, still unsure whether they should be leaving their posts. Some have lit cigarettes, blind to the irony, and a series of white-jacketed chefs stand in a shivering huddle, bemoaning ruined soufflés, burned fish portions, and the wrath of the maitre d'. She's not answering any texts. "Do you think we should call?" "Maybe give it another 5 minutes, just in case. I'll call Alex, maybe he knows." Sam's heart is beating hard. She feels elated and terrified. She did this. She created this epic state of chaos and havoc.
She hears the alarm ringing in the air, the voices of senior managers as they try to establish where the fire is. The hotel is emptying, hundreds of people spilling out of the main entrance onto the pavement, parents trying to shepherd crying children, jet-lagged tourists blinking in the sodium light. Her life has turned to chaos, and now she is creating it herself. She has stopped this enormous machine with one hand. Over the shrill noise, she can see Jasmine talking urgently into the phone, her hand pressed against her other ear. Around her, the street is coming to a halt, as guests, some in dressing gowns, some in hastily grabbed coats, start to spread into the road, the taxi horns blaring as they navigate in the dark around them. Sam watches it all, disbelieving, and finds that something strange is happening. A bubble of something unfamiliar is rising in her chest, pushing upward so that she cannot control it. Sam begins to laugh. She leans her head back against the wall, feeling the cold of the brick against her scalp, the rough texture against her hands, and she starts to laugh at the insane chaos of it all. Sam laughs and laughs until she's crying, tears leaking from her eyes, clutching her sides. And she sees Jasmine staring at her, frowning in disbelief, and this makes her laugh even more. "Have you lost your mind?" Jasmine says, shoving her phone into her pocket. Sam wipes at her eyes and nods, still laughing. "Maybe. Yes, I think maybe I have." Nisha makes her way along the corridor, in the thick of the throng, slowed at the entrance to the emergency stairs, as the crowd begins to bottleneck at the fire door. A large group of young people are laughing and joking, and behind her, an elderly couple complain about the noise, holding crepey hands to their ears. She clasps the shoes to her chest, unable to believe she has made it. She finally has them. She watches the crowd funnel slowly down the narrow stairway, and glances behind her just to see if Jasmine or Sam are nearby. And it is then that she sees him. Ari. His eyes fix on the shoes in front of her, and then his gaze lifts to her face, and betrays a flicker of shock when he realizes who he's looking at. Almost immediately, he is pushing his way forward through the protesting guests toward her. Nisha's heart stops. She shoves her way through the door into the stairwell, jostling in and out of the people slowly descending the stairs, knowing he will be right behind her. "Watch it! You nearly had me over!" Nisha has no breath to apologize. It is lodged somewhere in her chest. She shoves her way through, stumbles down 3 steps, hearing the exclamations behind her that mean Ari is doing the same thing.
She makes a swift calculation and ducks out of the exit on the first floor, wincing as someone elbows her hard in the chest. They are packed so closely together that she can smell other people's scents, feel their vague panic. She squeezes between 2 large men in suits, and then she is off, pushing against the current of people forcing their way to the fire escape, and finally running for the service elevator. The first rule of fire regulations is don't use the elevator, but Nisha nips inside and slams the button to the ground floor, just in time to see Ari's face register hers as the doors close against him. She yells, without knowing what she's yelling, and suddenly the elevator lurches into life, heading slowly downward. He will be talking to his men. How many will there be? Where will he go? The doors open again on the ground floor, and she is running through the packed foyer until she sees the door to the restaurant. She pushes through it, then sprints along the side of the room, which is almost empty, bar a few perturbed guests arguing with the waitstaff about wanting their coats, and then she has reached the kitchens. Sunday night, and normally the kitchens of the Bentley are a world of noise, of clattering pans and steam and things frying at impossible temperatures. Men in whites with harassed expressions yell at each other, wipe smears from plates with linen cloths as the doors open and close with waiters ferrying dishes backward and forward. Now there's just a handful of kitchen staff gathering belongings, the smell of food burning as they head to the service door. She spies him. Alex.
He turns, perhaps sees something in her expression, because he begins to jog toward her. "He's after me! Help!" she yells, glancing behind her, and without hesitating, he grabs her elbow, pushing her along past the prep station. "In here," he says, punching a code into the panel beside the metallic door, and then they're in the refrigeration room, and he has pulled the heavy door shut behind them, shepherding her through the plastic sheeting toward the back. The lights come on automatically with their movement, and she glances around her at the huge trays of meat, the hanging carcasses lining the tiled walls, the shelves of vegetables and industrial cartons of milk. "Over there," he points, "end of the racks." She ducks where he says, behind an endless stack of eggs, and they wedge themselves behind a rack of tall stainless steel canisters so that they cannot be seen. It is silent in here, bar the industrial hum of the refrigeration unit. She is breathing hard, and her heartbeat thumps in her ears as the outside din fades. Every time she closes her eyes, she sees Ari, the shock and determination on his face as he pursues her. "You got them," Alex says. She looks down, sees she is still holding the shoes, nods silently at him, holding them tighter to her, suddenly realizing that she really does have them. The alarm continues to shriek outside, but in here the siren is muffled, and her nerves slowly stop jangling. He smiles, his face inches from hers, and she smiles back, more nervously. Some part of her still believes Ari will come bursting in and rip the shoes from her. "He won't get in," he says, as if reading her mind. "He would need the code to open the door." "Is there really a fire?" "No. Your friend Sam rang the fire alarm. Jasmine told me." "Sam?" She is incredulous. She glances down at her phone, seeing the stream of missed calls and text messages. "Jasmine says you were having a panic attack, and she took an executive decision." He reaches up to move a lock of hair from her face. "Are you okay? What happened?" "You wouldn't believe me if I told you." He smiles. His arm is alongside her head, his palm resting on the wall, and she can see the sinews of his forearms, the tiny blonde hairs lifting in the cold air. She is suddenly aware of the temperature now she has stopped moving. "How long do you think we'll have to stay here?" "Until everyone comes back." "You don't think we should sneak out now, while they're all outside?" He pulls a face. "It could be a little tricky. This door does not open from inside." "What?" "Faulty mechanism. They never fix anything back of house." "It's fine. Everyone will be back in 20 minutes tops. We are not going to freeze to death." "I might." Nisha is already regretting just wearing the black blouse and trousers. There is no protection against the cold in here at all. She wraps her arms around herself, beginning to shiver. He sees her discomfort and wrestles off his chef's jacket, placing it around her shoulders and buttoning it under her chin. "Better?" "A little." He is so close to her. She can smell the scent of him, the vague aroma of good things cooking, the citrusy smell of soap underneath. She has a sudden memory of his kiss, the way she had felt like she wanted to melt into him and forget everything around her. "Here," he says, and places his arms around her, pulling her into his chest. She can feel the warmth of his body through his t-shirt, and as she rests her head against him, she can just make out the beating of his heart. She closes her eyes, hearing the distant sound of doors, the endless drone of the alarm. He is the calmest person she has ever met, and this soothes her. It is all going to be okay. She is safe here. Ari will not find her. She has the shoes. But in the near silence, above the hum of the refrigeration, she becomes aware of his heartbeat. Surely it's faster than a regular heartbeat. Her hands are cold, and he takes one in his own and breathes warm air onto it, closing his fingers around it to warm her up. The heartbeat speeds up a little more. Nisha slides her other hand under his t-shirt. "For warmth," she murmurs, and his heartbeat speeds up a little more. And something in her shifts. She lifts her face, and he is looking straight at her, and something has gone a little blurry between them. "It's so cold in here," she says. A pause. And then her lips are on his, and his hands are in her hair, and they are up against the rack, their kisses hot and endless.
his hands gripping her to her, and Nisha has forgotten about the temperature completely. The door is opened 28 minutes later, the alarm silenced, and the staff are finally filing back in, muttering and joking, making their way to their stations. Nisha and Alex are waiting beside the door, she still wearing his chef's white jacket over her shoulders, their expressions suspiciously blank. Andre opens it and stares at the two people in the doorway. "I was keeping her warm," says Alex, when he keeps staring. "Right," says Andre. They are halfway down the side alley before they realize Alex has left his belt and Nisha has the remnants of 2 broken eggs sliding down her back. They leave the hotel through a side exit from a large storeroom for banqueting chairs and tables, somehow emerging onto an alleyway on the other side of the hotel, far from the crowds and chaos. They walk the last half-mile arm in arm to Jasmine's apartment, barely speaking, but the lengthy silences do not make Nisha feel anxious or uneasy. Perhaps for the first time in her life, she is experiencing a deep peace, a calm that feels drugged, almost alien to her. Her whole body is charged, hyper-aware of the man walking beside her, but at the same time, honeyed and completely relaxed. Alex has the shoes stashed safely in his backpack, which is slung over one shoulder. He walks swiftly through the night streets, his stride matching hers, and she speaks only to give him directions. "We need to turn here," or "It's just by that corner." And occasionally he squeezes her slightly to him. It is a pleasurable thing, that squeeze, not possessive, just comforting, a reminder of his presence. It also sporadically prompts an echo of their half-hour in the refrigeration room, and when she thinks of it, something at the core of her turns molten and liquid. So this is what it feels like.
There is something almost sad about it. The revelation of what she has normalized for the last 20 years. The way she had assumed she was in something equal, respectful, when everything Carl had done had actually reinforced his basic disrespect. He had admired her, yes, desired her, often, but loved her? No. She wasn't sure he was capable of that emotion. "Stay with me," Alex had murmured, his eyes inches from hers. And in that raw moment, she knew she had spent half her life with a man who had failed to connect with her at all. It wasn't even in his vocabulary. "I have been a possession," she thinks. "I have been an object, a prize, an appendage, then an inconvenience." She closes her eyes, wishing away the shame and sadness that come with understanding. "She's here!" Jasmine throws open the door, letting out a warm burst of scented air. And as she steps inside, Nisha can see that Sam, Andrea, and Grace are waiting in the kitchen, their faces joyful and expectant. "You did it!" Jasmine is laughing, hugging her emphatically, so that Alex steps obligingly to the side. "You bloody did it! You rock star! Oh my God, I do not know how we got through that last half hour. My heart! Did you know what you were doing to me? I thought I was going to pass out 50 times. She shepherds them into the kitchen, closing the front door and bolting it. "Honestly, Nish, when you were sending me those texts, I didn't know whether to laugh or have a bloody panic attack with you." Nisha has been so locked in to the quiet pleasure of her walk with Alex that it takes her a moment to switch to their frequency. "We're having champagne," says Andrea, who is pulling the top from a bottle. "Well, Prosecco. I didn't have the money for champagne, but it's basically the same." There is a whoop, and Jasmine is reaching into one of the cupboards for the glasses, while Grace busies herself emptying a family bag of crisps into a large bowl. "Do another bowl as well, baby. Those tortilla chips, the cheesy ones. Shall I get dips? Anyone want dips?" Alex and Andrea make their introductions over the music Jasmine has put on. Grace hands round the bowl of crisps, sneakily taking some for herself with each one offered. Jasmine hugs Alex 2-3 times, quizzes him about where they ended up, and her gaze slides sideways knowingly toward Nisha when he tells her. The little room is full of noise and relief and laughter. Nisha takes a sip of the Prosecco.
It is cheap, too sweet, and absolutely delicious. She spies Sam, who is standing, as she habitually does, in the corner of any room. She is watching them all with a vague smile, but there is sadness, wariness around her eyes. Nisha walks through the others, around the table, and up to her. The room falls abruptly silent. She sees Sam stiffen slightly, as if braced for whatever new verbal projectile is going to be hurled at her. They lock eyes. "Thank you," Nisha says. "Thank you for what you did." And as the others watch, a little disbelieving, Nisha takes a step forward and hugs Sam, pulling her in tightly, hanging on until she feels the other woman soften and, tentatively, but surprisingly tightly, hug her back. Like the best impromptu parties, this one takes place with minimal effort. The Prosecco is drunk, and Alex nips out for some wine. By 9:30 that evening, there is music and conversation, and the little flat has become a haven of warmth and laughter. Andrea, whose recovery seems to have gained momentum since her hospital appointment, insists Nisha tell them every second of her time in room 232, and cries laughing, wiping tears from her eyes and dislodging her head wrap. Jasmine gives a blow-by-blow account of what she was feeling at every point, imitates the managers trying to work out who had set off the fire alarm. It had been put down to a troublemaker coming off the street, just one of those things that happen in a hotel in the center of the city. She congratulates Sam on wearing her hood inside the hotel, and Sam doesn't have the heart to tell her that she had only done so because she had forgotten it was up. They consider the Frobishers, hauled abruptly from their sexy interlude. "Don't tell that story again, Nish. I will actually wet myself." Who will even now be discovering the printed screenshot Nisha left in their room of Liz Frobisher dumping a cat in a bin. They'll think it was cat vigilantes. Grace is hysterical with laughter. And if they do have the brass neck to complain about the missing shoes after that, they're going to find they aren't even registered as guests, says Jasmine. What hotel is going to take seriously a claim of theft from someone illegally occupying one of their rooms? Someone goes out and gets chips, which they eat from a plastic mixing bowl, dipping them in a pot of tomato ketchup. Sam, watching from a footstool in the corner, is struck by the change in Nisha. She is altered somehow, softer, more relaxed. She sits beside Alex on the little sofa, and occasionally, when they think nobody is watching, they link fingers, without looking at each other. It makes Sam sad. "I have lost this," she thinks. "I had it, and I lost it." Now that she has done the thing she had promised to do, her drive and determination have gradually leached out of her. She has helped Nisha recover her shoes, but she has lost everything. The evening swims and blurs. Hours pass in minutes. They are, Sam realizes, all quite drunk, and she cannot bring herself to care. Kat is staying at Colleen's, having texted to tell her boldly an hour earlier, and informed her that she has taken the dog, in case you had forgotten about him. Phil is gone, and she has nothing to go home for. She feels Andrea's hand on her arm. "You okay, my darling?" "Fine," she says, trying to muster a smile. Andrea's eyes search hers. "We'll talk later," she says, and pats her reassuringly. "Can I see the shoes?" says Grace. "What? I want to see what all the fuss was about," Grace announces again over the music. Alex smiles and reaches for his bag. "Sure," he says, "let's celebrate the prize." Nisha looks suddenly unsettled. She waits as Alex extracts each red high heel from his bag, and he hands them to her carefully. She places them in a neat pair on the coffee table in front of her. "They're really pretty," says Grace, and Jasmine squeezes her shoulder. "Mad, isn't it?" says Andrea. "All that for one pair of shoes." It takes Sam a moment to register the way Nisha is staring at them. "Do you know what's weird?" Nisha says. "I don't even care." "Don't care about what?" Jasmine turns down the music. "The shoes. Look at them." They look at the shoes. And then, with less certainty, at Nisha. They're a game to him. A way to keep me running around. I think I actually hate them. They are the perfect summation of our marriage. All show. Me running around after him like a real show pony. Him pulling the strings. You know my son thinks they're not even real Louboutins. But you've got them now, says Andrea reassuringly. And that means he has to give you what you've asked for. He has to give you a settlement. No, says Nisha. There's something off here. I don't get why he would be so obsessed with one pair of shoes. It doesn't matter why he wants them, says Alex. A deal's a deal. You've done your bit. Nisha holds one of the shoes, suddenly angry, then puts it down again. I mean, what really is this? I was married to him for almost 2 decades, bore his son, gave my life over to his, gave him everything he wanted. I lost the best friend I ever had because he said I shouldn't be friends with someone like her, and I let him persuade me. I let him tell me who I should be friends with. And after all this, he humiliates me by making me run around after a pair of my own shoes? Sam stares at the glossy shoes, at Nisha's contorted face. The atmosphere in the room has changed suddenly, the joy of the past hours evaporating. Jasmine and Andrea exchange glances. Nobody seems to know what to say. They don't even fit her, you know, if that's why he wants them. She has clown feet.
I hate them, Nisha says, almost as much as I hate him. Babe, says Jasmine, reaching an arm out, you're spinning out. It's okay. Nisha looks down at Alex, who is still sitting. His face is full of sympathy, of understanding. The shoes mean nothing, he says soothingly. They are nothing, just a means to an end. Think about your future, what they will win you. This is all that matters. Get her another drink, Alex, Andrea says. I don't want another drink. Nisha stares at the shoes, sitting on the coffee table. And then, almost on impulse, she picks one up, turns it over carefully in her hands. She looks at them, her face dark. Babe, seriously, Jasmine begins. He said I had to bring him the shoes, right? That was the deal. But he didn't say they had to be in one piece. Before anyone can stop her, amid the shouted protests to stop, stop, she is wrenching at the shoe, pulling at it, bracing it over her knee, until with a crack the heel comes off in her hand, and out of it spills a glittering shower of diamonds. The room falls completely silent. What? Really? Says Jasmine. Nisha stares at the hollow heel in shock, and then at the floor. Alex is the first on his knees. He carefully scoops up a small handful of the tiny gemstones and deposits them one by one on the coffee table, where they sit, glinting under the overhead light, dotted with carpet fluff and tortilla crumbs. Nisha makes to speak, but no sound comes out. Okay, says Jasmine, tilting her head to one side. Well, I guess he really did want the shoes. A group of kids are wheeling their bikes up and down the walkways outside Jasmine's apartment, catcalling to each other and dropping firecrackers on the paving. One has a small moped, and occasionally Nisha hears the roar of its engine and the thunk, thunk, thunk of its rider taking it down a small flight of concrete steps. The squeals of occasional girl passengers. Normally, this would have left her wild with rage. But tonight, she barely registers it. She lies in the narrow bunk bed, her mind humming as she thinks about the ramifications of what was in the shoes, the discussions they had in the last sober hour before everyone left. Everything has become horribly clear to her now. The way Carl would insist she wear them as they traveled between countries, even though they were frankly uncomfortable for flying. His rage when he discovered they were no longer in her possession. He had used her like a mule. How many times had she unwittingly transported gems for him? They had prized off the other heel, and there were more diamonds in the left shoe. None of them knew their value, but she guessed it was in the region of hundreds of thousands of dollars, perhaps more. The diamonds are a good size, beautifully cut. The largest is the width of her thumbnail. They had no magnifying glass in the tiny apartment, but she would bet on superior clarity. Oh my God, babe! There's your settlement. Jasmine had placed her hands on her knees, leaning forward to gaze at them. There is your settlement.
Andrea had murmured to herself, "It's like a story. Now you can tell him to get stuffed." She thinks of the trips to Africa they had taken over the past few years, other pairs of shoes he has bought her, dark blue Gucci dress shoes, cream Prada platforms. Had any of these been altered in the same way? Had she been an unwitting mule every time? Were these blood diamonds? Stolen? Contraband? And here is the worst of it. She, the ignorant courier, could have been caught at any time. Arrested. She has meant less than nothing to him. How could any husband care about someone he would use in that way? She climbs out of her bunk, taking care not to wake Grace, and pulls on the old lavender dressing gown she has become used to wearing. It smells comfortingly of Jasmine's home, her fabric conditioner. It is almost 2 a.m. She makes her way to the living room and quietly opens the door onto the balcony, where she lights a cigarette. She checks the time, then dials a number. "Ray? Hi, Mom." His voice is low, ominously quiet. "Are you okay?" There is a short silence. She takes a long, anxious drag on her cigarette. "Ray? Are you okay?" He doesn't answer for a moment. "Yeah, you don't sound good. I don't want to be here anymore, Mom. It's not much longer, I promise. Emily and Sasha left, and it's just me and the eating disorders. Everyone else is going home at weekends. I just watch TV on my own. I know." He gives a long sigh. "You're going to say you're not coming yet, aren't you?" She closes her eyes. "Soon, baby. I have the shoes. I do have the shoes. Things are happening. And I have some things to discuss with your father about the settlement. Then I will come and get you. I feel," his voice is soft, resigned, "I feel like you're never coming." "Why would you say that? When I was ill, that time you said you were going to come, and Dad made you go to Toronto. I was so sad, Mom, and you guys just went to Toronto. You just took his side." She remembers the journey, how she had wept on the plane, and Carl had become steadily more irritated, and said that all teenagers got moody. She and Ray needed to be less sensitive, and the boy was in the best place with the psychiatrists and people who could deal with that stuff. He had already raised 2 teenage boys with his first wife. He said it had been the same with them, and they'd grown out of it, and the worst thing you could do was keep fussing around him. And she had believed him. Even though his adult sons seemed to despise him unless they wanted money, she had actually believed him. What had she known about good parenting, after all? "Ray, listen to me. Just give me a couple of days more, okay? I promise. Even if everything goes wrong when I speak to your father, even if I have to go get another passport and borrow money from my workmates for a plane ticket, even if I have to swim the very Pacific, I will come get you. It's the Atlantic. That too." He lets out a reluctant laugh. "And I'm a fast swimmer. You know it. I hate my life. I hate living like this. It feels like nobody wants me, and I've just been dumped here. None of that is true. I am coming, baby." A long silence. She closes her head and drops her head onto her knees. "I love you so much, sweetheart. Please hang on in there. I won't let you down again, I promise. It's just going to be you and me together from now on." She can hear his breathing, the million unwelcome thoughts whirring around his head. "Want me to sing for you again?" she says when she cannot bear the silence. "You are my sunshine." "Not really," he says, and ends the call. And then, before the sense of panic can set in, her phone pings. "Yes, this is still my number, Juliana. Hey? Nisha swallows. "Thank you for picking up. It's fine. I'm just surprised. How are you?" Juliana's voice is polite, wary. The way she used to speak to their employers, all the Brooklyn girl ironed out for something professional, something acceptable. She remembers how Carl used to talk about Juliana, how Nisha shouldn't be hanging out with a maid now they were married, how she was too coarse, too uneducated, a bad influence. His fury when she insisted Juliana was to be Ray's godmother instead of one of his moneyed friends. What he meant, she understood now, was that Juliana was simply too poor. Look, I don't know how much credit I have on this phone, but I have a favor to ask. Juliana's voice hardens. Right. Look, I know I don't deserve to ask you anything, but it's about your godson. It's Ray. Ray? Is he okay? Juliana's tone switches immediately. Not really. I know it's been a long time, and it's a big ask, but I need someone I trust to check on him. I'm stuck in England, it's a long story, and Juliana, he's really low. He's had some big problems, and some of them are my fault, and I need someone I trust to see him. To just, I don't know, tell him I'm coming. Tell him it's going to be okay. There is a long pause. Tell me where he is.
You'll do it? You have to ask? And then Nisha is crying. The tears come out of nowhere, tears of relief, of guilt and release. She covers her face with her other hand, trying to wipe them away, to get her voice under control. Really? You do that? After all this? Text me the address. I'll go straight to him once I've finished work. Thank you. Thank you so much. Nisha cannot stop. She is shaking. Will he know who I am? Yes, we still talk about you. I still think about him. All the time. Sweet boy. Nisha screws her eyes shut, her shoulders heaving as she tries to gather herself, to hide the emotion in her voice. They discuss a few details so that Juliana has an idea of where she's headed, what she might expect. She tells her in bursts that she is no longer with Carr, that she is doing everything she can to get back to her son. Juliana tells her in turn that she is married now, 2 children, 11 and 13. The fact that these seismic things have happened in Juliana's life and Nisha knows nothing of them causes something in her to constrict painfully. And then a recorded message tells her she has almost reached her credit limit. I'll text you, okay? Juliana says. Once I've seen him. The feeling of relief is overwhelming. Juliana will do what she says she'll do. The most honest, the most straightforward person she has ever met. And then the tears come again. I'm so sorry, Nisha says abruptly. You were right about everything. I've made such a mess. I missed you so much. I just got swept up in everything. I've wanted to call you so sorry. There is a long silence. She wonders briefly whether she shouldn't have gone there. What right has she to ask anything of Juliana after all? But when Juliana's voice comes back on the line, it is thick with emotion. Me too. I'm here, baby. Okay? I'm going to go see your boy. Sam leaves Andreas, where she had ended up sleeping, and walks the short distance home through the quiet morning streets. Her head is still buzzing with the conversations she and Andrea had the previous evening, the shocked acknowledgement of what she had been harboring under her feet. It made them laugh out loud, the randomness of it. Diamonds on the soles of her shoes. But every time Sam thinks about the kind of man Nisha had been married to, it makes her think of Phil. His kindness, his tenderness toward her. The insane idea that Phil would ever care so little for her that he'd have made her do something like that. She had seen this understanding dawn on Nisha's face while everyone else had been excited about her haul, and what Sam had seen, unnoticed by anyone else, was sad and ugly, the final insult on an already steaming pile. After they left, she and Andrea had sat in Andrea's little front room until the small hours, high on adrenaline and conversation, and she had finally told Andrea about Phil leaving. Andrea had hugged her and said he would be back, of course he would. Sam checks her phone again, wondering whether to text him, but it's early in the morning, and she has no idea what to say, or how honest to be. She wants things to be back to the way they were, when they had felt like a team, when it had felt like she was married to her best friend,
Before his dad got sick and he lost his job, and she developed a crush on the one person who was listening to her. Was that even a reasonable thing to ask? Was it possible to resurrect a marriage when so much damage had been done? Of course it is, Andrea had said firmly, but she was twice divorced and 4 glasses of wine in, and Andrea loves her enough to tell her everything will be okay because she so badly wants everything to be okay for her. Sam turns into her street, noting how different it feels knowing she is walking home to an empty house. She wonders dully if this is how it will be from now on. No Phil. Kat increasingly absent until she too finally flies the nest completely. Even Kevin will not last for long. He is 13, positively geriatric in dog years. It will be just her, alone in that little house, watching the soaps and circling crappy jobs in the classified section of the local paper. Stop it, she tells herself firmly. She stands still and breathes. In for 1, hold for 4, out for 7. Was it out for 7? Or should she be holding for 7? She hasn't done it for so long she can't remember. She forces herself to think about her unlikely group of new friends, the warmth of Jasmine, the way even Nisha had held her like she might be someone she actually cared about. She had helped Nisha get the shoes back. She had brought an entire hotel to a shuddering halt and changed someone's life as a result. She was capable of something, even if it was just chaos. She pauses in front of her house, looking up before she opens the gate, some part of her still hoping that a light might flicker on upstairs, that Phil might have decided to come home. And then she sees it, the faint glow in the upstairs landing. They never leave that light on when they go out. She walks up the pathway, suddenly full of anticipation, wrestles open the front door, and then stands blinking in disbelief at the shimmering fragments of glass, the broken chair, and her smashed television on the living room floor. Kat? Sam is shivering in the garden. She had made her way through to the kitchen, her feet crunching on the mounds of upturned cereal and legumes, the smashed crockery, and had turned and walked rapidly back outside, suddenly fearful that the intruder might still be in there. She had waited outside for 10 minutes now, nothing stirring in the house, but she didn't feel safe in there. "Mum?" Kat's voice is bleary, fogged with sleep. Sam's hand goes to her mouth. "Oh, thank God. Why are you calling it? 9:30 in the morning? We've been burgled, love. I just didn't want you to come back here and find it." She doesn't tell her the truth, that she had suddenly been overwhelmed with fear that Kat might have been here after all, that this had been something so much worse than a burglary. "What?" "I know. It's a bit of a mess. Don't worry, we'll sort it out. Have you got Kevin?" "Yep. He's just farted." "Kevin." She lets out another breath. She can hear Kat struggling to sit up. "What did they take? Shall I come back?" "I don't know. I've called the police. But no, stay there for now. I don't want you to see it like this. Have you called Dad?" Sam stares at the front door, still slightly open. "I don't know if he'd want me to call. It's fine. I'll sort it out. Mom, I've got to go, sweetheart. I'll speak to you later. Don't come until I call, okay?" In the end, she sits in the camper van. It feels less awful than being in the house. She climbs into the passenger seat and stares through the windscreen, unsure what to do next. The police said they would send round an officer, but added that they were very busy and she would probably be wise to get a locksmith in and secure the property. There was no mention of dusting for fingerprints or even any kind of investigation. "There's been a spate of them lately in your postcode," the operator says, in resigned tones. "I wish you were here," she tells Phil silently. She calls Andrea, who says she is on her way. When she tells her friend about the mess, the damage, it hits her that this is real, not some strange fever dream. Her house looks like a war zone, and she doesn't know how she's going to afford a new television. Before she hangs up, Andrea says, "You don't think it's the shoes, do you?" What do you mean? The break-in? Could it have been someone looking for the shoes? Sam goes cold. She heads back inside, suddenly completely alert. She walks with new eyes through the house, noting now how all the usual targets, televisions, iPads, are still there, albeit broken. But the house has been ransacked ruthlessly. Every packet and box overturned and emptied, every drawer tipped out.
When Andrea arrives, she is sitting on the front step, her puffy coat around her shoulders, holding her jewelry box on her knees. Everything is still in it. She knows the little gold trinkets are not valuable. Most are gold-plated necklaces, earrings Phil bought her back before Kat was born. But they are also proof that, whoever was in here, they were not opportunists or junkies trying to get enough for a fix. These intruders were looking for something specific. Sammy. Andrea is out of the car before the engine has stopped ticking, a soft woolen beanie in place of her usual wrap. She half walks, half runs up the path, and as Sam stands up, she embraces her. It is then, for the first time, that Sam feels overwhelmed and tearful. She feels herself giving in to Andrea's tight hug. "It's so awful in there," she says into her shoulder. "I don't even know where to start." "Good job we're here then, isn't it?" Sam glances up and Jasmine is standing behind Andrea on the path, a large bag of cleaning materials in one hand and a roll of black rubbish sacks under her arm. "No point waiting for the police, babe. You gotta be an oligarch or a politician to get police for a break-in these days. Believe me, I know." Nisha climbs out of the rear car door, bringing with her a mop and bucket, and from the other side of the car, Grace emerges, trailing at the rear, carefully holding a cardboard tray of coffees with both hands. "Andrea called," Jasmine says. "We swapped shifts to go in late. We figured this wasn't something you should handle alone." She can't even speak. The relief she feels at the sight of them makes her knees go weak. Nisha stops and peers in through the front door. She stands, surveying it for a moment, then turns back to Sam. "I hate him. I'm really, really sorry." Nisha is now an expert at tidying and cleaning messes, but there is something about this particular job that hardens her, tightens a muscle in her jaw as she sweeps and scrubs. She can see past the broken glass and splintered objects to the bones of the little house, a family home steeped in love. Wedding photographs and badly framed family pictures are dotted around like no stylistic note mattered, just the fact of them being together. The worn sofa that speaks of a million comfortably cuddled up evenings. The faded children's paintings that nobody can face taking down from the hall. Carl has sullied this house. She crouches, sweeping up the tiny fragments of splintered glass, wiping spilled preserves from the kitchen floor, and thinks she has rarely hated Carl more. And she is an Olympic champion at hating Carl. It is one thing for him to punch out at his business foes, at her even. They were opponents who might stand a chance. But to stomp on a little family that clearly has nothing, not even very much taste, she admits guiltily. It's just mean. She can see from Sam's chalk-white face that she will no longer feel safe in this house, that the things that are broken will not be easily replaced. He has broken the most fragile thing of all, the sense of calm and sanctuary that a home should provide. Oh my God. Nisha looks up and Sam, a bin bag in her hand, is staring at her phone. Jasmine and Andrea are working upstairs, and she can hear the vacuum cleaner whining as it is dragged backward and forward. What? Miriam Price, a woman I did some work for, just called, wanting to know why I hadn't confirmed with her about a job interview. Okay, what did you say? That I didn't feel like I could because I got fired, and because of the, theft thing. I didn't think she'd want to speak to me. I mean, she'd asked me to come in, but after that happened, I just didn't see the point. So I didn't... Yeah, but what? What did she say?
She wants me to come in for an interview anyway. Nisha pulls a face. Well, that's good, right? You need a job. Sam looks anguished. But it's today, midday today, and look at me. I've been burgled, my house is destroyed, my husband has left me. I've barely slept in 2 days. How the gosh can I do an interview today? Nisha wipes at her face with the back of her sleeve. She puts down her mop. Call her back. Tell her you'd be delighted. Jasmine and Nisha pick out her outfit while she is in the shower. When she emerges, her hair wet and wrapped in a towel, her body draped in a cloud of self-consciousness, Jasmine is walking into her bedroom, bearing a newly ironed pale blue blouse on a hanger. Do you fit these? Nisha is holding up a pair of dark trousers. I think so, she says. She has barely eaten in the last few days. Okay, dark trousers and pale blouse, you can't go wrong. I found this jacket in your daughter's room. I think you'll fit it. But your jackets are all awful, no offense. This is Zara, but it looks more expensive. No, 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 no. Put that sweater down. You want to look like you have authority, not like you just escaped from a care facility. Nisha holds up a pair of shoes Sam had worn to her cousin's wedding 3 years ago. And these. But they're bright blue. And they're heels. You need something to pop. The outfit is conventional. It shows you mean business first. The shoes suggest there might be something slightly more interesting going on. The shoes say confidence. Come on, Sam, get with the program. These people are going to be judging you from the moment you walk in. This is your armor, your calling card. You have to project. When Sam looks hesitant, Nisha seems irritated. She puts the jacket down on the bed and says, How did you feel when you wore my shoes? Sam wonders if this is a trick question, but Nisha is waiting expectantly. A bit awkward? And then, powerful? Right, powerful. A force to be reckoned with. And how do you feel now? Look at yourself. Who do you see? Not me? You see a print sales executive person, or whatever the gosh it is you do. You see a woman who has her life together, who has it going on. Sam sits as Jasmine begins to towel dry her hair. Where's your makeup? Bathroom cabinet, next door. Yeah, I saw that stuff. No, your actual makeup bag. That's it. Both women stop what they are doing and stare at her. Sam, Nisha is stern. That stuff is old enough to walk itself out of your bathroom. Are you an actual savage? Maybe. You have nice skin though, babe. I can see you look after it. Jasmine starts combing her hair through, spritzing it with one of Kat's many hair lotions. I just use a bit of Nivea. Both women laugh. Nisha nudges her. Yeah, right. That's what the supermodels always say. And I stay so slim just by running around after my kids all day. They collapse in gales of laughter. Sam, who really does use just a bit of Nivea, raises a weak smile and decides not to say anything else. Half an hour later, Sam stands in front of the mirror in her now tidy bedroom. Shoulders back, instructs her. She stands taller and lifts her chin. Jasmine has blow-dried and tonged her hair so that it is voluminous and vaguely shiny. Her makeup has been done by Nisha, who has magicked away the shadows under her eyes and done something to her lids so that they seem wider and more defined. She does not look like herself. She looks like someone who might be about to get herself a job. She raises a small smile. Yes, says Nisha. There she is. There's our player. Chin up and confident, she says, and turns to face them. Not too much. That's a terrible bra. What? What? Says Nisha as Jasmine whacks her. Just remember, Sam, Jasmine says, you're the woman who can bring an entire hotel to a halt. Power in those hands. She points to her palm. Yeah, there is, says Nisha, rubbing her arm ruefully. I'm driving you, says Andrea. These guys are going to stay here and finish cleaning up. Sam stands in her room, gazing at the 3 mismatched women. She looks suddenly uncertain again. "Don't be nervous," says Andrea. "It doesn't matter if you don't get this one. Think of it as a practice run, so you get used to being in interview situations again." But Sam still looks troubled.
"Why would you do this for me?" she blurts out. Nisha pulls at one of Sam's lapels, straightening it. Because you helped me. And because, you're an okay person. You're okay, Sam." Sam's eyes have filled with tears. "But you've done so much, all of you. You've changed everything today. The cleaning up, the clothes, I've never had anyone be so." "Nope," says Nisha firmly, taking her by the elbow and steering her out of the door. "You are not getting sentimental, and you are definitely not going to spoil my excellent makeup by crying. Those eyeliner flicks did not get there by accident. Go, Andrea. Go take her. Go get the very job. We'll be waiting." Nisha, Jasmine, and Grace listen as Andrea's little car pulls away. When she is sure it has gone, Nisha stoops to pick up the smudged tubes and pallets of makeup that now litter Sam's bed. "My God, but that is a terrible duvet cover. What is it with these English women and their awful florals?" She looks up, and Jasmine is smiling at her, a knowing smile, hinting at mischief. "What?" Jasmine looks at her daughter, then nods to herself. "You're a nice person." "What? No, I'm not. Get out of here." She gathers up the last of the mucky little tubes, preparing to take them back to Kat's bedroom, though she could do them both a favor and put the whole lot in the garbage. "You did a nice thing. There's a heart in there, and you can't help it showing up. Just clean up your stuff. She's a nice person." Nisha, Jasmine, and Grace's voices are sing-song and mocking. Over and over she tells them to shut up, but they are still singing it by the time they all go downstairs. An hour and a half later, Sam walks out of the Harlan and Lewis offices. Andrea is waiting in the car park, and she walks slowly across the tarmac in the unfamiliar shoes, her bag tucked under her arm. It is possible Andrea may have been dozing. She gives a little start as Sam opens the door of the Micra and climbs in, closing it with a thunk. "Well?" Sam kicks off the shoes in the footwell. She stares ahead, then turns to her. She looks like someone who has had several electric shocks. "I got it," she says, her voice trembling slightly. "I got the job." They stare at each other. "Working directly to Miriam Price. And it's more money than I was getting at Uberprint. I start in a week." Miriam Price leaves the office 5 minutes later. She walks past the blue Nissan Micra on the way to her car and sees 2 middle-aged women bouncing up and down in the front seats, hugging each other and shrieking like teenagers. She pauses to watch, smiles to herself, and turns away to find her car keys. Carr has tried to call Nisha 17 times, and every time she sees his name, she experiences something that may be hot or cold flash through her. She can't quite tell. She lies on the top bunk and stares at the phone buzzing silently and insistently in her hand and waits until it stops. Her not answering him will enrage him. You do not ignore Carl. He will know she has the shoes now because Ari saw her. Alex has warned her not to answer it. It may give away her location, but it will only be a matter of time before Ari tracks her down. He had got as far as Sam's house after all. But she doesn't want to talk to him until she knows what to do. The others have told her she should keep the diamonds, start again somewhere else. You'll be set for life. I bet they'll be worth loads more than he's offering you. But she knows Carl. It won't even be about the worth of the gemstones. It's the fact that it will be unbearable to him that she has won any kind of victory over him. And here is her dilemma. If she keeps the diamonds, she at least has some kind of financial security. It is still possible he'll try to screw the deal and avoid paying her. But if she keeps the diamonds, he'll never leave her alone. He'll spend the rest of his life looking for payback. She remembers one of their circle, Rosemary,
A furious, steely-eyed, betrayed wife who fought back in the courts until she was awarded an alimony settlement of more than $750,000 a year. Her ex-husband could easily have afforded it. It was basically his lunch budget. But instead, raging at the judge's decision, he refused to pay, circling the globe, shifting his assets, and running up year after year of legal costs challenging the decision, until, a decade later, she was exhausted and both of them were broke. Some men couldn't bear to lose at anything. She has walked that afternoon to a place in Hatton Garden where a man suggests they talk in his back office, doesn't ask where the diamonds came from, and says he can take them all off her for £80,000. From this, she deduces they're worth at least 10 times as much. She had seen him clocking her cheap jacket, his immediate assumption they were stolen. "I can take them a couple at a time, if that makes it easier," he said as she left. The phone buzzes again. She stares at it, and finally she picks up. "I have the shoes," she says. "You'll have them when you show me my settlement. You don't get to dictate terms. Those were your terms, Carl, if you remember." He is briefly silent. She can sense his barely suppressed rage at the other end of the line, and a faint shiver travels through her. "Where are you?" "I'll bring them tomorrow," she says. "The hotel, downstairs in the lobby, midday. I'm leaving straight after for the airport, so no games. If you don't turn up, you can stay here with no settlement and rot." He puts the phone down before she can respond. She still finds herself becoming a little shaky when she hears his voice. She lies there, regulating her breathing for a while, then shifts onto her side. She has tried Ray twice this evening, and he hasn't picked up. She is just about to send him another text when she notices Grace's collection of costume jewelry on her mirror, the strings of beads and fake crystals hanging from its corner. And Nisha starts to think. Sam is wiping down the work surfaces in her parents' kitchen. This is not the straightforward job it would be at home, as wiping more than 6 square inches of the scarred, ancient formica involves moving jars, piles of paperwork, redundant milk cartons, and spare batteries that may or may not have any life left in them, but won't be thrown away, as it's bad for the planet to have them in landfill. It has taken her 4 hours so far to haul the house back into something resembling an orderly state, and she hasn't yet finished the kitchen. But why is Kat staying with Andrea? Is the house not secure? It's very worrying. "I told your father ages ago we should get an alarm." His voice echoes from the living room, where he is completing a 2,000-piece jigsaw that may or may not have been contaminated with pieces from the box above it. "You said not to get an alarm, as you didn't want it going off and making a racket. Don't be ridiculous. I wanted an alarm. You were too tight to pay for one." Her mother had thrown her hands to her face when Sam told her about the burglary, her apparent delinquency in not cleaning for weeks, briefly forgotten while her mother considered this greater transgression. She had wanted to know everything. What they had taken? Nothing. Whether any of her neighbors' houses had suffered the same fate? No. Whether the police were doing anything about it? They still hadn't come, and appeared vaguely disappointed at all the answers. But if the house is secure again, why is Kat at Andrea's? Sam wrings out the dirty cloth in the sink. "Because Phil's not at home just now, and I didn't want her being alone there while I'm out." It had actually been Nisha's idea. They should both stay away for now, she said. Ari knew bad people. She had looked vaguely apologetic as she said it. "Well, where's Phil? Oh my goodness, they didn't hurt him, did they? Is he in the hospital?" "No, Mom." She pulls a face when she moves a jar and finds a large lump of moldering cheddar behind it. He's gone away for a bit." Even when distracted by the prospect of violent crime, her mother possesses the laser instincts of a homing pigeon. "Are you two still having problems?" Sam puts the cheese into the bin and washes her hands under the tap, keeping her face turned away. He just needs to clear his head. "I told you, Tom, didn't I tell you? This is the problem when a woman works like you do. It is no good for a marriage. A man has to have a little pride, and by being the sole breadwinner, you have taken it away from him. Look what happened to Judy Garland. Sam puts down the cloth. She rests her hands on the edge of the sink. You're thinking of A Star is Born, and actually, Mum, he left because he thought I was having an affair with a work colleague. Don't be ridiculous. Did you just throw that cheese into the bin? That's a waste. We could cut the ends off it. Sam stays very still for a moment. Then she opens the bin, pulls it out from the rubbish, and places it in her mother's hand. Mum, she says, pulling off her apron, this is the last time I am cleaning for you. I love you and Dad very much, but I am about to start a new job, which will be very demanding. In the limited time I have left to myself, I need to focus on my family, or at least what remains of it, just as you advise. I have called 3 cleaning agencies, all of which have capacity, and now that the house is straight, I'm sure they'll be very happy to help you. Here are the numbers. The second, by the way, is the cheapest. It's possible they use indentured labor, possibly Afghan. Maybe check with the union. Now, if you'll excuse me. She kisses her mother's stunned face, squeezes her father's arm, and picks up her coat from the chair, where one of them had dropped it on her arrival. Lovely to see you both. Yes, I'm fine, thanks. Still a little shaken, and frankly exhausted. Very, very sad about the end of my marriage. But nothing 4 hours of unpaid cleaning can't fix. Right, I'm off. I'll let you know how the new job goes. She closes the door with a vigorous slam that she knows will annoy them, and doesn't look back as she leaves. Joel is already waiting in the cafe when she gets there. She sees his head dipped over his phone, and when it lifts at the sound of the door opening, his smile is tentative and gorgeous. She hesitates for a minute, then walks in and takes a seat at the wooden table opposite him. "I got you a cappuccino," he says, pushing it toward her. "I wasn't sure what you wanted." She smiles and takes a sip. Joel watches her and drums his fingers lightly on the tabletop. He has beautiful nails, even, neat, and spotlessly clean. She wonders absently whether he files them. Maybe he gets manicures, like Kat's friend Ben. She knows nothing about him, really. She could have projected all sorts of ideas onto him. For all she knows, he may have a passion for Byzantine lute music, or a collection of antique dolls in his spare room. The thought makes her giggle, and it turns into a sort of odd hiccup. What do they know about each other anyway? "You okay?" She straightens her face and swallows. "I think so. You?" "Fine. Fine." She takes another sip. "So, I had a talk with Marina," he begins, "and we think we can get you your job back. She got some guidance from a mate in HR, and apparently Simon should have given you a formal warning, and because we can prove you didn't actually steal those shoes—" "Joel, I'm not coming back," she says. And then, "I got the job, with Miriam Price." Joel's eyes widen a fraction. Harlan and Lewis. Whoa! He leans back in his chair, taking this in. He is wearing a shirt she hasn't seen before, and it stretches over his shoulders as he moves. I can't come back," she shakes her head. "It's not a good place for me anymore. Not with—" Her voice tails away. He considers this. His mouth purses at the corners, and he nods. "We can still see each other at boxing, though, right?" Across the cafe, a couple are dandling a baby on the father's knee. Its head wobbles with mirth as the mother blows raspberries at it. "I don't know." She wants so badly to take his hand. She curls her fingers through the handle of the mug so that she cannot do it without thinking. "I don't know what's happening with my marriage, but I have to try, and I can't. This—" She holds her coffee mug tighter. "I don't think I can see you anymore. I need to feel like a good person, and this makes me feel good, but it doesn't make me feel like a good person. Does that make sense?" And it's out there, the thing she has rolled through her head in her sleepless nights. An acknowledgement that there is something between them, and that whatever it is cannot continue. The only thing she has been able to hang on to is the sense that she can somehow be a good person again. She meets his gaze. It is sad and understanding, and makes something in her turn over. Are you back together? No, I don't know, she sighs. We've been married a long time. It's hard to just... he's not a bad man. It's hard to walk away from all that history without a backward look. I don't know. Maybe he already has. Maybe I need to be by myself and work out who I am without him. It's just hard when I've never really... without him. They sit for a moment. It's complicated, isn't it? He nods. It really is. I thought I'd have it all figured out by this age. He lets out a short laugh. And then he looks serious again. I hope he appreciates you, Sam. You're special. I'm not. Not really. You're probably better off with someone less complicated. But thank you for... He leans forward in his seat then and reaches across the table, his palm resting gently against the side of her face. He kisses her lightly and, just for a moment, lets his forehead rest against hers, so that she can feel the warmth of his skin, their breath mingling in the space between them. They stay like that, oblivious to the gurgle of the coffee machine, the scraping of chairs, and the sounds of the baby beside them. And she hears what she thinks might be a sigh. Sam places her hand over his and gently brings it down from her face, leaning back slowly in her chair. She gazes at his hand in hers and turns it over, surveying the scarred knuckles, the nails a few shades lighter than his skin. When she looks up, the smile they give each other is sad and true, and filled with the things neither of them can say. Joel breaks the moment. He squeezes her hand briefly, then stands, releasing it. She is not sure what she can read on his face. Pride? Disappointment? Resignation? He turns and, without saying anything else, takes his jacket from the back of the chair, nods to her, and leaves. Sam drives the camper van along the narrow street to her house and parks at the front, noting that the builders have finally finished the adjoining wall. She needs to pick up more clothes for her and Kat, who seems to get through 3 outfit changes a day. They will move back in tomorrow, once Nisha has sorted things out with Carl. But in the moments she allows herself to think about it, she doesn't know how she will feel about staying in this house. It still holds, in the unmoving air, the echo of the break-in, the occasional tiny crunch of something broken underfoot and lodged deep in the carpet. When she closes her eyes, she sees the devastation of her little home. It wakes her up at night. At least you have the terrifying guard dog, Andrea had said, legs splayed and snoring on her floor. Not for the first time, Sam feels the loss of her old life like a wound. The world is full of lasts, she thinks. The last time you pick up your child. The last time you hug a parent. The last time you shared intimacy with the husband you once adored, who will walk away from you because you turned into a crazy, resentful, hormone-fueled idiot.
And with all these moments, you don't know that this will be the last, or you would be overwhelmed by the poignancy of them. Hang on to them like someone unhinged. Bury your face in them. Never let them go. Sam thinks about the last time she curled herself around Phil's body. If she had known it would be the last time, would she have done things differently? Would she have been more patient, less angry? If she thinks about the possibility that she will never hold him again, a hole opens up in her middle that leaves her feeling like she might just disintegrate. In for 6, hold for 3, out for 7. Sam steels herself as she reaches the front door. What would Nisha do? She would toughen up, be practical, strategize. So she will head to John Lewis and replace the broken items tomorrow.
At least there will be money coming in again in a month's time. She'll live off credit till then. Perhaps at some point she may even have a little over to help Andrea. She flinches as she hears a sound from inside and stops in her tracks, slowly peers around the door, her heart racing. Carl Cantor's men. Her heart thumps all the way up in her throat. She feels a fine sweat break out on her skin. She creeps around the side of the house to the back door and reaches slowly behind the moss-covered garden gnome for the back door key. They must have broken in, but she can't see where. There are no obvious signs of forced entry. Of course there aren't. They are professionals, like Nisha said. But that doesn't mean they can just let themselves in. Adrenaline begins to course through her, and as she stands listening to the sounds of movement inside, she finds that, instead of fear, she feels only cold fury. There is someone in her house, her home, treating it like it's theirs to walk all over, to take what they want. Well, they're not going to take anything else, and she's not going to be walked over anymore. Sam sees the cat in the bin, Simon's smirk, her kitchen smashed and desecrated, her beloved family photographs trodden into the floor, the hours it took to get everything straight. Sam Kemp has had enough. She places her hand quietly on the handle, sees the shadow behind the glass door, and there he is, the man, bending down. To do what? Sift through what he has already wrecked? Finish what he started? Sam does not have a plan. She knows there are a million reasons why it will be unwise for her to interrupt the intruder who is in her house, but something in her body propels her with a roar that seems to come from somewhere in the pit of her stomach, pulls her right fist back, and with a jab that would have had Sid cheering, punches the intruder full in the face, sending him tumbling backward onto the floor. But what were you doing? Putting things straight. Phil's voice is muffled. He is still holding some screws in his left hand, and now, as she holds the ice pack against his nose, he drops them gently onto the coffee table. They leave indents in his palm where he must have been clutching them too tightly. Kat told me what happened. I came to help. She'd like to know what else Kat has told him, but she doesn't want to ask. She takes the ice pack off for a moment and touches his nose where the bruise is already purpling, the small cut that she has carefully covered in Savlon. His face, so familiar and unfamiliar to her touch. She puts the ice pack back, desperate for something to do with her hands. It is then that she sees the television propped in the corner. Oh, yeah. She told me they'd smashed ours, so I rang around the lads and asked if anyone had a television we could borrow. This one's Jim's. He said it lives in his garage because his wife prefers him to watch the racing out there. He's a bit noisy, apparently, when he has a horse coming in. I thought you didn't like asking your friends for anything. It seemed daft not to. It sounded like it was quite a mess. Yes, she says, it was. He looks different somehow, even under the ice pack. She realizes he has shaved. He is wearing jeans instead of jogging bottoms and a fresh shirt. But there is something else. He seems less hunted, like he's more certain of the space he occupies. The boxing training's working then, he says, and touches his nose gingerly. I'm so sorry, she says. If I'd thought for one moment it might be you, I wouldn't have... That was quite a punch. She feels a little weak as the last of the adrenaline leaches away, and she sits heavily back on the sofa. They smile awkwardly. She looks at her knuckles. The middle one has gone a purplish color, and the skin is grazed where it may have made contact with Phil's teeth. I didn't actually know I could hit that hard. He looks at her ruefully. Yeah, well, you always were stronger than you thought. They sit for a moment, his words hanging in the air. Phil leans back beside her. He rubs his free hand over the top of his head. Neither of them looks at the other. I messed up, Sam, he begins. You didn't mess up. Please, let me just say something. I messed up. I just lost myself for a bit, and I didn't want to admit it. But I've started on antidepressants, the happy pills. Apparently they should start kicking in soon. He raises a small smile. And I've been talking to someone, a therapist. Yes, me, he says, at her shocked expression. I should have told you, but I knew you were worried about money and, well, I guess I just didn't. I didn't tell you a lot of things. He sighs. I don't know why, but I'm doing it now. I'm doing all the things. Phil, Sam, I don't know if I want to talk about what happened yet. I'm not sure I want to know. But you and Kat are my life. Spending a few days at my mum's, away from you both, I knew I'd made a terrible mistake. I don't blame you, Sammy. I don't blame you, whatever it was. I just know I want to be better. I want my wife back. I want us back. I want just to feel like I have a home again. He swallows. If I do still have a home. She throws her arms around him then. She had listened to his words, one part of her thinking she should be reserved, maybe argue her case. But he's speaking, and there's a sweetness to his face, a hopefulness and openness that makes something in her crack apart. She holds him around his solid waist, feeling his arms slide around her, his lips on her hair, and she thinks, this is where I need to be. I love you so much, Sammy. I won't lose you again. I promise. His voice cracks on the words. You'd bloody better not, she says, into his shirt. She cannot let go. She may never let him go. They clutch each other, and she is aware suddenly of a rising feeling of gratitude and hope, two sensations that feel utterly unfamiliar. Maybe, sometimes, things do work out, she thinks, and it feels like a radical thought. They are still in this position when the door opens. They hear Kevin's bark before they see Kat, who is standing a little warily in the hall, looking at them through the living room door. Phil makes as if to move back, but Sam doesn't release him. She thinks she may stay here for the rest of her life. I got us another telly, Phil says, when they cannot think of anything else to say. He gestures toward it. Dad is fixing everything, says Sam, into his shirt. There is a short silence. Oh no! Does this mean I don't get 2 Christmases? Says Kat. Bummer. But she's smiling as she strides down the little hallway to the kitchen. Juliana texts her at 1:43 a.m. He's okay. I've told him you're coming, and I'll go every day until you're here. Another text follows a couple of minutes later. He reminds me so much of you. There is something about Alex's scent that Nisha could inhale forever. It's not aftershave. Carl used to wear a cologne that was both expensive and intrusive, so that you could tell which room he had been in for half an hour after he had left it. Alex's scent is indefinable, but comforting, and she likes to bury her face in the place where his neck meets his shoulder and just breathe it in. Not sleeping? His voice eases into the dark. No.
You okay? I think so. His hand slides along her side, and she closes her eyes, enjoying the gentle, speculative weight of his warm palm. He lives in a building 2 streets back from the river, an ex-council block where most of the residents had bought out their leases, so that it carries a sense of pride. His apartment is whitewashed and spare, as if it reflects the aesthetics of its owner. He has installed wooden floors, insulated against noise. He did them himself, he told her with quiet satisfaction. And aside from his daughter's room, which is rich with color and shelves of rainbow-colored tchotchkes, there is little to distract the eye in each room. So little noise seeps in that it is hard to remind herself they are in the center of London.
His bedroom contains simply a low bed with no headboard, an antique chest of drawers, and 2 large vintage Polish film posters hang on the wall. In the living room, there is nothing bar 2 sofas and a huge built-in shelving unit of books. She had felt infused with its calm, as if it had somehow seeped into her via osmosis as soon as she walked in. "You don't have much stuff," she had said. "I don't need much." It is the first time she has slept in another man's bed in almost 20 years. It is the first time she has slept in a double bed in weeks, and the combination of space, fresh cotton sheets, and the freedom to wrap herself around Alex's good body have felt like the greatest of luxuries. Alex doesn't seem to want anything from her, doesn't pepper her with questions or demand responses. He has no expectations as to how she should be when she is with him. He just seems quietly to assess her mood and her wants, then decide where to meet her. She wants him, of course. She can barely look at him without wanting him. It's as if her body is drawn magnetically to his. She needs to feel her skin on his, the warmth of his lips, cannot bear him being close by but physically separate from her. The less he appears to need this from her, the more she wants him. But this changes when he kisses her. It is at this point that she feels something different emerge. He stops being laconic and careful. He drinks her in greedily. His hands stroke and grip, hold her, worship her. His whole self insists she stay connected to him. His eyes are on hers, and there is something raw and deep in this kind of intimacy that feels almost terrifying to her. "Are you thinking about tomorrow?" he says, pulling her into him. "Maybe." "Your son?" "Always, but maybe, with a little less anxiety." "She sounds good, this Juliana. I'm glad you found her again." He kisses her forehead, winds his fingers into her hair. If Carl had done this, it would have felt like the precursor to an assault. With Alex, it feels delicious, as if they are a knot that cannot be untied. She hooks her leg over his hip, pulling him in further. "Your head is still whirring," he says sleepily. "I can hear it. Really? Like an engine." She can hear the smile in his words. She lifts her face to look at him, tilts her hips towards his. "If you were any kind of gentleman, you would find a way to take my mind off it." "Oh," he says, amused. "I see. You think I am not a gentleman?" "I'm very much hoping not," she says. "So you're just going to hand them all over?" Andrea shakes her head, her arms crossed over her chest. She reaches for her tea on the table and lets out a low sigh of disapproval. "I don't have a choice. If I don't, he'll come after me, and he might come after you guys too. I don't want you all mixed up in this mess. It's not just about a divorce settlement anymore, is it?" "But what if he doesn't give you a settlement? You'll have nothing, no bargaining chip." Nisha pushes her hair back from her face, glances at Alex beside her. "I've thought about nothing else for 24 hours. He doesn't know I know about the diamonds, and that's the safest place for us to be. I hand back the shoes before he does any more damage, hope he sticks to his word, and then, I don't know, I guess I'm free." Andrea shrugs. "Maybe he'll want to marry this other woman. Then it'll be in his interests to get you off the scene as fast and cleanly as possible." "I don't know," says Sam. "Everything you've said about him, I don't think you can trust him to do the right thing." They are in Sam's kitchen, which is almost unrecognizable from the war zone of the weekend, thanks to Phil's efforts, replacing blinds and refixing shelves. He is boiling the kettle to make more tea, and stands with his back resting against the work surface, regarding the little group around the table. She can see he is intrigued by these women, by her sudden place in a story he doesn't recognize. He sees her looking at him and smiles a secret smile, just for the two of them. "You'll have to make him sign the settlement before you hand over the shoes," says Andrea. "It's the only way. Make sure you meet him in a public spot, so he can't snatch them." "Where are the shoes?" Andrea asked. It hadn't occurred to her to ask. "In a safe place," says Nisha, in a manner that suggests that conversation is over. "I don't like this," says Andrea again. "I wish Jasmine wasn't working the early shift. I don't like you doing this alone." "I'll be in the kitchens," says Alex quietly, "if you need me. It's not so far away." "She won't be alone," says Sam, and everyone turns to look at her. I'll go with her." They drive to the Bentley in silence in the camper van. Kat has borrowed the car now that Phil has replaced the battery. Sam knows Nisha is nervous, as she has failed to complain about the mode of transport once, even when she took a corner too sharply and something fell off a shelf with a crash in the rear. She lets out a sharp exclamation when she sees the menopausal traffic cop at a temporary traffic stop by the hotel, and tells Nisha the story of what happened when she ran the red light, but Nisha seems barely to register it. In the end, Sam gives up talking completely. She parks on a meter that seems to charge the GDP of a small country, and they walk the few minutes to the Bentley, going in through the side door so that they can wait undisturbed in the staff changing room. Nisha has been deep in thought since they left her house, and had insisted on leaving so that they are at the hotel almost an hour early. Jasmine has told Sam a little about Nisha's son, that he is unhappy and alone, so she needs this to work in order to get back to him. And Sam finds herself gazing at her as they sit on the little bench, wondering how it would feel to be a whole continent away from your vulnerable child. Nisha looks up. "Are you okay? You're more nervous than I am." "I guess it's weird, isn't it, knowing that this guy was responsible for, what happened, and we're just going to sit down with him. I'm pretty sure he's done worse. And this is supposed to make me feel better?" Half an hour passes. Nisha, checking the time compulsively, decides she needs a cigarette and makes Sam follow her outside. "Disgusting habit," she says, standing by the bins and inhaling deeply. "I'm giving up." She keeps glancing down the alley as if she's looking out for Ari. "I'm just going to have one more." When she finishes, she says, "Shall we walk through the foyer, just to work out where to sit?" There is clearly some huge internal turbulence going on, and Sam has decided the most helpful thing she can do is just go with it. She follows Nisha through the side door into the foyer, only half wondering if someone might recognize her. And there is Michelle, the heavily made-up blonde girl at reception, chatting on the phone. Jasmine is standing by the concierge. She clocks them and raises an eyebrow. She nods toward the end of the room, and Nisha turns to follow her gaze. Gosh, he's here already. Sam feels a shot of adrenaline shoot through her. She glances over to a low table, surrounded by 3 plush curved sofas, at which a group of besuited businessmen are drinking coffee. A young blonde woman sits to the side of Carl, taking notes on an iPad.
She looks slim, glossy, and vaguely proprietary. Sam looks back at Nisha, who is staring hard, her thoughts clearly somewhere far away. Sam looks again at the man in the center. It's clear even at this distance which of the men is Carl. He is bigger, stockier, older than the others, and he gives off a subtle air of authority, a king presiding over a court. The only man larger than he stands behind him, wearing an earpiece. I recognize him. Yeah, he's been in a lot of business magazines. He loves being photographed. Hard to believe, right? Sam cannot take her eyes from him. The gray-flecked hair, slicked back behind his ears, the oversized belly. And then it hits her. She puts her hand on Nisha's arm. "Nisha, I have to go." "What?" "I have to get something. I'll be right back." Nisha turns to her, disbelieving. "Are you bailing on me?" Sam is pushing her way back down to the staff corridor. "Seriously, you're bailing?" She can hear Nisha's protest. "You're just going to leave me to do this by myself?" And then she is gone, running as fast as she can toward the van. "What do you mean she ran off?" Alex is cooking, but turns to face her, one white cloth slung over his shoulder. Nisha is pacing backward and forward in the breakfast station, oblivious to the furious glances of the sous chefs nearby. She took one look at him and his goons, and she bailed, just ran away. Honestly,
I should have known. She's too timid. She's too freaked out because of the burglary. I should have asked Andrea. Alex gives his pan a brisk shake. Behind him, the kitchens are in full swing, the air filled with the sound of clattering pans and yelled instructions. Can you ask Jasmine to be in the foyer, keep an eye on you? I can't leave my station for at least an hour. I'll be fine, she says, and reaches up to kiss his cheek. Seriously, I'm just mad at her. Just needed to vent. Can I get them? He reaches into his pocket with his free hand and pulls out a locker key. She takes it and heads to the staff changing room. In the stale, quiet little room, she scans the wall of lockers until she finds 42 and opens the door. Inside are jeans, a clean t-shirt. The chefs always smell of frying when they're done. She lifts his t-shirt out carefully and inhales the scent of his washing powder, briefly taken back to the previous evening. And as she puts it back, she notices the picture on the door. A small, battered image of him with his arm around a young blonde girl who is gazing at him adoringly. She stares at it for a minute and thinks of Ray at the same age. "I'm coming for you, baby," she tells him silently. And then she reaches into the back, where the shoes are secured in a black plastic bag, and closes the locker again. "It'll be right here, Nisha," he says, when she hands back the key. "Call me when you're done." He puts his pan down, places his arms around her, and kisses her, not even caring if the other kitchen staff see. "You're going to be fine. You're going to get what you want, because you are a magnificent, magnificent woman." She closes her eyes for a moment, letting him murmur the words into her ear. "Thank you," she says, and straightens her Chanel jacket. She smokes 2 more cigarettes out by the bins, goes to the staff toilet twice. What is it with nerves and bladders? Then brushes her teeth and rearranges her hair, putting it up and taking it down again just 3 or 4 times. She checks her phone and takes several deep breaths. It is 5 minutes to 12. The businessmen are just leaving when Nisha approaches the little table. She waits a few feet away until she's sure he's seen her, and he takes an extra long time over his goodbyes. A power move. She's watched him do it 1,000,000 times. Make someone wait, and they are already somehow less important than you. The anger that had fueled her through their last meeting seems to have dissipated. And now Nisha feels the butterflies trembling in her stomach, the slight shakiness in her legs. She remains visibly emotionless, conscious of the men looking at her curiously, at the proximity of Charlotte, who shifts just an inch closer to Carl, either to display her own power, or perhaps because she is a little nervous about Nisha too. Finally, after an interminable wait, he acknowledges her. "Ah, Nisha," he says, and motions at her to sit down. He does not stand up. "Not with her," she says. He holds her gaze, as if trying to assess whether this is an argument he wants to pursue. But then he turns to Charlotte. "Give us a minute, darling. Perhaps you can make sure everything is cleared from the room." "But not my clothes," says Nisha, and then adds, mischievously, "darling." Charlotte, perhaps aggrieved at being denied her moment of triumph, gives Nisha a sharp, resentful look as she stands. She stalks off toward the elevators with a toss of her hair. "Where's Ari?" Nisha says, sitting down. "Why do you want to know?" "Just wanted to make sure he's not breaking into anybody else's house. A public service, if you like." "I can't think what you're talking about," he says, and smiles blankly. He spies the carrier bag by her shoes. "So now you're carrying plastic bags instead of Chanel handbags? Classy. I didn't think the moment deserved much more." He laughs then. "Nisha, Nisha, I always enjoyed your sharp tongue. So, are they in there?" He reaches forward, but she scoots the bag back under her feet. "I want to see the settlement. I'm assuming it's all drawn up. I want the shoes first." "Why would I be here if I wasn't bringing the shoes?" "I don't know, darling. Your behavior has always been a mystery to me. You'll get them when I see the settlement."
He sighs, shakes his head. He motions to a bespectacled man in a suit she hasn't noticed before, but who has clearly been waiting at a nearby table. The man hurries over and presents Nisha with a sheaf of papers. She looks down. A typewritten agreement of several pages, the first headed Separation Agreement. "Well," he says. "I need to read it," she says. She looks up and sees Ari in the corner, watching her. She scans the room. Frederick, the manager, is by the desk, talking to one of the receptionists, a man she does not recognize. As he talks, he glances over twice. He will have been briefed too. She cannot see Jasmine. She sits up straight, determined not to let him see how alone she feels. This document states, according to the law of the state of New York, that the petitioner and the respondent's relationship has broken down for a minimum of 6 months, and that the petitioner has so stated under oath. "Hang on," she says suddenly. "This document is dated 6 months ago. Yes, that's when you signed it." She flicks through the pages until she sees it. Her signature. A little unsteady, but it definitely resembles hers. "What? I never signed this. This says we have been separated for months. This says we have already worked out all the financial stuff. This says we are practically divorced. I thought it was best to get the ball rolling. Alistair prepared a document for us." She scans the financial settlement. A sum to pay for a 2-bedroom apartment in the city of her choice, up to a value of $1.5 million. Ray's college fees. A monthly settlement of $10,000 until he leaves college. "I didn't agree to this. You've forged my signature." "No, darling, you just don't remember signing it. You always did have your head full of nonsense." She looks at Alistair, who turns away, a little awkwardly. "But this is not even 5% of what you would owe me in a proper settlement. It's perfectly fair. If you look at the company accounts, you'll see we've had a very tough few years. We've had to sell all sorts of property to pay our debts. It's half of what I have left. The judge apparently thought it was perfectly equitable." She thinks of what the lawyer had told her, that Carl would have been busy hiding his assets in all sorts of secretive offshore places. She thinks of the house in London he had sold without telling her. He has been planning this for months.
"This is not a fair settlement, Carl, and you know it. It's 100% more than you'd have got in Hicksville, Ohio." He leans back against the sofa cushions. "Anyway, you seemed perfectly happy signing it all when we were in Saint-Tropez." She thinks back suddenly to a night at the Hôtel du Cap. He had insisted they drink cocktails, even though he knew she couldn't hold her spirits. That evening, just when she had said she really needed to go to bed, her head spinning, he had told her he needed her to sign a pile of papers, had stood over her as she worked her way through them without looking. This was not unusual. She was used to signing documents that helped him with his business. She had been a director, a spouse, a company secretary, a tax dodge. Roles that came and went according to what his accountant said was needed at the time. It was what she did. The perfect company wife. "You tricked me into signing my own divorce papers?" He checks his watch. "The offer is on the table for 10 minutes. After that, you can fight me for whatever you think you'll get. I'm going to use the restroom." He gets up heavily, and Ari appears suddenly at his side, walking him the 20 yards to the foyer lavatories. Jasmine, who has clearly been waiting while slowly dusting the surfaces in the lobby, rushes around the sofa and sits down beside her. "What's happening?" She picks up the sheaves of paper, ignoring the mild protestations of Alistair, who cannot work out why a maid has just grabbed his highly confidential financial document. "Nope," says Jasmine, scanning it and putting it down. "No, babe. That's not even what he pays in retainers to this place to keep the penthouse. I saw the figures once." She shrugs when Nisha stares up at her. "You can't let him fob you off with this." "But if I don't, I might end up with nothing. He's clearly planned it all. You can't sign these. That's it, right?" Jasmine turns to Alistair. "If she signs the rest of the papers, she can't claim for anything else?"
Alistair blinks. Ah, yes, that would be correct. They will be technically divorced from that point. Jasmine and Nisha stare at each other. Nisha sits, her thoughts whirring. Jasmine puts a hand on her arm. Babe, you can't do this. He's done me up like a kipper, Nisha says quietly. Carl is making his way back from the gents, listening to something Aria's saying. He starts laughing, looking as relaxed and cheerful as if he had just come back from a good lunch. Charlotte emerges from the lift and skips after him. She says something urgently to him, and he lets his hand rest briefly on her belly and nods. As Nisha stares, registering this, Charlotte follows him back to the table, a smile already on her lips. He has outmaneuvered her again, Nisha realizes. In so many ways. She never stood a chance. She lifts her chin and remains composed as Charlotte arranges her extravagantly long legs alongside Carl's. Just then, her attention is drawn to a faint commotion in the foyer. She glances to her right, and there is Sam, running toward her, slipping slightly on the marble floor. "Nisha! Nisha!" She is holding up her hand. As she sees Carr, she stops and motions frantically. Carr looks at Sam, at her anorak, her mom jeans and scuffed trainers. He smirks at Nisha. "This is who you mix with now? Nisha, please, I need to speak to you." Nisha looks at Sam's pleading expression. "Give me a minute. We're leaving in 5, Carl says, and sits down, waving to Ari to fetch him some water. Charlotte runs a manicured hand over his thigh, letting it rest there. "I recognized him," Sam says breathlessly, dragging Nisha to the side of the foyer. "I recognized him. Your husband. I've put the original in a safe place, but I got Phil to download it onto my phone." Nisha stares at her, trying to work out what Sam is telling her. She looks down at Sam's phone, as Sam, fingers stumbling on the keys, clicks a little video into stuttering life. "What's this?" says Jasmine, peering over her shoulder. "Uh-oh." Nisha is briefly transfixed. Oh no. She blinks, then pulls a face. Then looks up at Sam, who is watching her intently. "The night I wore the shoes. This man just handed it to me in the pub. I had a quick look with Andrea, and we just thought, like it was some kind of prank. Sorry, no offense." "Totally fair," says Jasmine. "And I just stuffed it into a drawer and forgot about it. And then I realized when we walked in. That's your husband, isn't it? Him? In the video?" Nisha looks at Sam. "My insurance," she murmurs. "I'd forgotten. I already texted it to you, figured you'd need copies." Nisha looks at her phone, sees the notification that says the video is there, waiting. "Okay," she says, breathing hard. "Okay. Now you can roast that pitiful excuse for a man," says Jasmine. "Yes!" Sam smiles then, a huge, abrupt smile of happiness and pride. "You can. There's your bargaining chip. There's your new settlement." She cannot resist a further comment. "See? I told you I knew about deals." Carl looks briefly perplexed when the two women sit down on the sofa. He regards, with barely disguised disgust, Sam's disheveled appearance, her slightly jiggly air of anticipation. And then he becomes almost theatrically bored. He sighs, checks his watch, and drawls, "Are you done?" Nisha leans forward and studies the document. "So, according to this document, we separated 6 months ago, even though you and I know that's not true." "That's right." He takes a sip of his water and leans back in the chair. "And you will transfer that settlement? When? Now?" "Nisha, hang on," Sam begins, but Nisha holds up a hand. Carl nods. Alistair will do it. "But I want to see the shoes first." Nisha reaches down. She pulls the bag onto her lap and removes one of the crocodile skin high heels. She had glued the heels back on carefully with Grace's craft gun the previous evening. She turns it left and right, then pulls out the other, so that he can see both, then puts them back into the bag. "So, making me run around trying to find my own shoes was just a joke, a way of keeping me at bay while you fixed this up." Carl's expression doesn't flicker. "Maybe. Does it matter?" You know her feet are too big for them. She does have very large feet. She nods toward Charlotte, who opens her mouth and then smiles sweetly at Carl. Are you really sure you want these shoes? They hold each other's gaze, and suddenly there it is. They despise each other. Nisha cannot believe she ever shared her life with this man. Give me the shoes, he says, his voice low and dangerous. Sam, give me your bank details, she says. What? I don't have access to a bank account here, as he well knows. Give me your bank details. Sam slowly taps her phone, then hands it over. Nisha hands the phone to Alistair. Nisha, Sam protests, but Nisha stays her with a raised palm. I want to see the money arrive in that account. Oh, for God's sake, Carl, she says when he hesitates. I'm hardly about to run away now. I know Ari will have people at every entrance. I'm not stupid. This is a bad idea, Sam whispers urgently. Nisha, don't do this. Do it, says Carl. They wait as the transaction is completed online. Sam reluctantly shows Nisha the figure in her bank account. Nisha motions to Jasmine, who is hovering nearby. Can you collect my things from the penthouse, please, and bring them to the front entrance? Your belongings, madam. Certainly, Jasmine says, and hurries off toward the elevators. Nisha waits until Jasmine is in the elevator, and then she holds out her hand for a pen. Okay, I'll sign. Nisha, Sam grabs Nisha's arm, you don't have to do this. You have the thing. You can get what's owed to you. But Nisha shakes her off. She signs each document carefully, hands them back, and waits as Alistair witnesses each one. He hands her a finished copy. Nisha takes it and folds it neatly, tucking it into her jacket. Then she lets out a long breath. So, that's it. All over. We're signed and done.
We're done, says Carl. She stands then and holds out the bag with the shoes. She can see Carl does not want to hold a plastic bag. It is clearly beneath him. So he nods at Ari, who takes it from her and peers into it. Beside her, Sam is staring at Nisha, open-mouthed, her expression one of barely suppressed anguish. Ari nods. Carl turns back to her. Well, darling, you were as cheap at the end as you were at the beginning. Nice, Carl, says Nisha. She begins to make her way out from behind the table. She waits until she is a few feet away, then stops. Oh, I nearly forgot. I've just sent you something, she says with a small smile. A little parting gift. Carl is standing, straightening his jacket. She waits as he looks down at his phone, hears the little ping that sounds its arrival. From now on, we're strangers. You leave us alone. If you or your goons come after me or Ray or anything more happens to any of my friends, this will be uploaded onto the internet. Or maybe sent to the tabloid press, whichever is more appropriate. There are several copies, so don't get any silly ideas. What are you talking about? Just a little something for you two lovebirds, she says. Also, Charlotte, a word of advice. Some women really can't wear Yves Saint Laurent. You make it look like, what is it? She turns to Sam and spits the words. Oh yes, Primark. And with that, Nisha strides across the foyer and into the watery winter sunshine, just catching his muffled yell of outrage as the main doors are opened in front of her. Nisha is walking so fast that Sam has to jog to keep up with her. Her head is spinning, and the words come tumbling out of her now that they are away from the table. What the hell did you just do? You could have got a proper settlement out of him. You could have been set up for life. I gave you what you needed. I don't care, Nisha says, striding away from the hotel. I don't want it. Where's the RV? She turns, distracted, looking toward the back entrance. Sam pulls her round to face her. But you had everything in place. Everything. You could have got him to agree to anything with that video. And then I would have been just as disgusting a human being as he is. Where the hell is Jasmine? Nisha lifts her head, scanning the entrance. It takes a moment before they spot her emerging from the side entrance.
She is pushing a huge brass suitcase trolley alongside Victor, laden with all of Nisha's clothes. When she sees them, she and Victor change tack, pushing it toward them. "Can you bring it to the RV?" Sam calls. "It's only around the corner." "What is going on, babe?" Jasmine is slightly out of breath. She swings the strap of her handbag onto her shoulder as Nisha grabs the other corner of the trolley. "I don't understand," Sam exclaims. But Nisha doesn't appear to be paying attention. She is apparently focused only on getting to the camper van and doesn't look back. Sam exchanges a glance with Jasmine, who shakes her head like she doesn't get it either. By the time they reach the van, they are all out of breath. Victor helps them load the clothes into the back and gives Nisha a handshake when she hands him a 10-pound note. "Right," she says, as they watch him pushing the empty trolley back toward the hotel. "Let's go." Sam finally erupts. "You're insane," she yells. "You've spent all this time going on about how you have to have what you're owed, making us believe it too. You go on and on about people standing up for themselves, and then, when it comes to it, you just fold and give it away. Jesus, Nisha, you've made me feel like an absolute limp lettuce for weeks. Why should I have listened to a word you said?" She climbs into the front. Jasmine takes the place between them on the bench seat, and Nisha climbs in last, pulling the door shut behind her. "Please, just tell me you've got the diamonds hidden somewhere," says Sam. "Nope, they're in the heels of those shoes." "You could have kept them. And then I would have been no better than him. That man destroyed my house. He put the fear of God into all of us. He took 20 years from you and brought your son to his knees. And you're just going to give him what he wants and walk away? And you made me watch while you did it. I don't understand you, Nisha. I really don't." "Girls found her voice," says Jasmine. "I have enough," Nisha says calmly. "If I have a roof over my head, my son with me, and my friends, then I have enough. I'm happier, okay? I'm happier this way." Sam wrenches the camper van out into the traffic. The two other women have fallen silent, Nisha apparently deep in thought, and Jasmine briefly silenced by this turn of events. Sam, trying to focus on driving the unwieldy vehicle, decides she cannot think about this just now. She cannot feel so angry. The whole few days have been too discombobulating. She just wants to go home and be with Phil. She wants to be with people she understands. "Where's the traffic cop?" says Nisha. "What?" "The cop you pointed out on the way here. Where is she?" Sam glances at Jasmine, who gives the universal subtle facial arrangement that says, "No, me either." "I'm not going to run another red light," she says, irritated. "I'm going to drive back very carefully, okay? Go past the traffic cop. There she is." Sam indicates left, even though that way is longer, and drives at a precise 20 miles per hour until she sees the policewoman. "Slow down," says Nisha. "Now pull in." Sam, confused, stops the camper van, ignoring the blast of the horn behind her. Nisha waves vigorously out of the window. The traffic officer looks up, then tilts her head to one side as if she is unsure what she's seeing. She begins to walk over to the van, clocking the huge sunflower on the side. "Not you again," she says when she sees Sam. "I'm so sorry," Sam begins. "I'm not sure why my friend is—" Nisha is leaning out of the passenger window. "I have a tip for you that is going to change your life. Take down this registration, PYF483V. In this car, there will be a man with a pair of fake Christian Louboutin shoes. In the heels, there are more than $1 million worth of uncertified diamonds that have been imported illegally into this country. It's not the first time he's done it." The cop looks at Nisha, then at Sam. "Is this a joke?" "No," says Nisha. "I am so far from joking. And why should I believe you? Do I look like I'm kidding?" The two women stare at each other for a minute. Some peculiar understanding that only occurs between one woman of a certain age and another seems to take place. Illegal diamonds. "If this doesn't get you a massive promotion, I will come back here and you can arrest me." Jasmine and Sam say nothing. The traffic officer studies Nisha's face. "What was that registration again?" PYF483V. The car will be leaving the Bentley Hotel and headed toward London City Airport in about 5 minutes. The woman narrows her eyes. "It's true," says Sam. "How's your friend?" says the officer suddenly. "Really good, thanks," says Sam. "Her hair's growing back." "Oh, nice." The officer nods, satisfied. 5 minutes, says Nisha, tops. She looks at each of them in turn, still thinking. As they wait, she slowly lifts her radio to her mouth, her eyes never leaving Nisha's. "Control? Yeah, I need eyes on a vehicle, possibly containing smuggled diamonds. Registration PYF483V. Yes, ASAP. Leaving the Bentley Hotel and headed for City Airport. Yes, large quantity of illegal diamonds on board." She lowers her radio. "And this tip comes from—" "Oh, just an anonymous member of the public." The officer gazes at Nisha's left hand. "An anonymous, annoyed ex-wife member of the public. I like you, PC4355. You should have been a detective." "Marjorie," says the officer. "And I've been bypassed for promotion 4 times in 5 years. Not after this one." "You have a great day, Marjorie," says Nisha. And as the officer turns back to her radio, Sam pulls into the road. Sam drives for a few minutes, her mind racing.
She keeps glancing at Nisha, who is sitting beside her, eyes closed, hands resting on her knees, as if some huge turmoil is finally easing. "I've just worked it out. You were ahead of him the whole time. He wouldn't have left me alone, or you, or Ray," Nisha says, opening her eyes and staring straight ahead through the windscreen. "But he thinks we know nothing about the diamonds, so he won't associate us with what is about to happen to him." She lights a cigarette. "Only useful thing my daddy ever gave me," she says, inhaling. "People decide what they think you're capable of based on how you look, doubly so if you're a woman. And if you're a woman of a certain age, that boils down to pretty much nothing. In my case, Carl thinks I'm just an angry, desperate has-been who cares about nothing but her wardrobe." Sam shakes her head. "Oh, you're good," she says. Nisha lets out a long plume of smoke. "Also, as I am now apparently divorced, there appears to be nothing in law to stop me testifying against him." There is a brief silence. Then Jasmine lets out a whoop. Sam starts to laugh. She cannot help herself. She laughs so much that she crunches the gears and has to swerve to avoid a bollard. Nisha smooths imaginary lint from her trousers. "See?" she says, smiling sweetly at Jasmine. "I told you I wasn't nice." A strike by airline staff at Terminal 5 means that bad-tempered queues are backed up almost to the doors of Heathrow Airport. Nisha doesn't mind, even when the son of the family behind keeps wheeling his suitcase into the backs of her legs as the security queue inches forward. She stands beside Alex, who periodically places his hand on the small of her back, or shifts her oversized Prada handbag into his other hand. The first time he had offered to take it for her, she had laughed incredulously. Carl would have died rather than hold a woman's handbag. But Alex seems to find the offer unremarkable. "It looks heavy. I can carry it for you." She is wearing her Chloe shearling coat, ready for the winter weather stateside. And although she tries to imagine she is not a shallow person, these days, every time she feels the luxurious softness of the high collar, something in her just melts with pleasure. You can change a person, but probably only so much. She thinks back to the previous evening at Sam's. Sam had cooked for everyone. Roast chicken and all the trimmings, a proper send-off, she said. They had sat around the little kitchen table until the small hours, talking and drinking and laughing. Sam had glowed. She was wearing makeup like Nisha had shown her, even if Nisha thought privately she hadn't quite mastered her eye flicks. And she smiled and laughed easily, and glanced at her husband often. She was excited to start her new job.
Miriam had called her twice, just checking she had all the information she needed, suggesting they go for a drink after her first day, so she could debrief. She had fixed her up her own parking space in the car park. It's going to have my name on it. My name on a parking space. Nisha thought that 12 inches of plastic lettering in a car park in White City might not be the zenith of her own ambition, but heck, it made Sam happy. So she smiled and said it sounded amazing. Andrea left her head bare for the entire evening. She wore big earrings and a soft red scarf, which disguised the pronounced slenderness of her neck, and said she would have 2 portions of chicken, as she seemed to be getting her appetite back. She did not have a job, or a partner. But I'm okay for now, she said philosophically. That's all we can ever be, right? Okay for now. They had toasted this wisdom, which had seemed infinitely wiser 3 bottles of wine in. Grace had sat at the end of the table near Kat. They had talked in the tentative way that teenagers who don't know each other but are in a crowd of adults do. Sometimes Nisha would watch them and wonder what it would be like to have Ray among them. He would like Kat, who was sassy and interesting-looking. She would not be a pushover, like her mother had been. But it's Grace, she thinks, who would get him. Grace with her watchful nature and faint hint of mischief. "Are you excited?" Alex says, breaking into her thoughts. She cannot speak then, thinking of her son. She looks up at him and smiles, and he gives her a gentle squeeze. Alex had not left her side the entire evening. He is the easiest of company, engaging Phil in conversation about his job applications, discussing literature with Grace, who wants to do an English degree, offering to help with sauces, and complimenting Sam extravagantly on her cooking. He feels new and old at once, so effortless to be with that she sometimes wonders if this can be real at all. That night, as they lay together in the near dark, her head a little woozy with the amount of wine she had drunk, he had taken her hand in his and kissed each knuckle, one at a time, and told her with great solemnity that she was extraordinary and beautiful and brave and funny, and that when he closed his eyes she had somehow taken up residence in every part of him, so that he felt entirely altered by her in the best possible way. She had stared at him. "I think those may be the nicest words anyone has ever spoken to me," she had said, her voice stumbling uncharacteristically. "Oh, no," he said, and kissed the knuckle of her thumb. "There will be many more." "This could just be a physical thing," she said cautiously. "I mean, I've been in a relationship a long time. I don't really know who I am outside of it yet. I mean, I might just be using you for physical intimacy." "And what a terrible thing that would be for me," he said, and his eyes slid toward hers, narrowed with amusement. They do not talk about the future. Nisha understands now that whatever you plan will probably be blown out of the water anyway. Jasmine had cried for half an hour on the doorstep of Sam's house. "You're going to come back, right? I mean, we'll stay in touch? You're not going to just forget us? I will call you the moment I land. You're not going to get all hoity-toity and leave us behind now you've got money." Nisha had tilted her head and given her the same kind of look Jasmine would have given her for leaving the immersion switch on, so that Jasmine started waving her hands. "I know, babe, I know. I'm just really going to miss you." They had hugged tightly, and Nisha had whispered, "Don't go all sentimental on me. This is just a short break, okay? We have a whole bunch of things to do together. I need to see you opening up that dressmaking business for a start." Passport. The security officer holds out a bored hand. She hands it over while he checks her ticket, and then, as she takes it back, stamped and readied, she steps to the side of the queue. Alex passes her the handbag, his face grave. "So," he says, "I'll call you when I land." He nods. "Oh," she says, "I nearly forgot. Will you do something for me? Drop these in. I don't want to put them in the post." He looks down at the addresses on the small brown jiffy bags and says, "Sure." Did you forget to do it last night? Something like that. He pulls her to him then and embraces her tightly, silently, oblivious to the motherings of the crowd, the jostling of the hundreds of people around them. She presses her face against his chest, her eyes closed, and above the noise she can just detect the beat of his heart. "Call any time," he murmurs into her hair. "I'll be waiting." I think he actually will, Nisha thinks, and this thought finally gives her the resolve it takes for her to extract herself from him. She gathers her bags and is waved forward by the airport personnel, fed into the stream of passengers through the opaque glass doors and into the security area. 9 hours later, Nisha is in a yellow taxicab, speeding through the watery December sunshine toward Westchester County, the suspension bumping and rattling as it flies over the neglected freeway.
There are many things that Nisha has become accustomed to in her new straitened circumstances, but flying cattle class is not one of them. She rubs her neck as she straightens up in the back seat from her short nap and lets out an involuntary ow as her thumb finds a particularly unhappy tendon. The aircraft had been packed and turbulent, and the endless adjustments of the seat in front of her and the muttered argument between the two passengers on her right has meant that she has arrived exhausted, crumpled, and tetchy, not refreshed and glowing as she had assumed she would. "This one, lady?" The driver raps on the glass between them with a fat knuckle. She looks over and sees the sign. "That's it. Are you still happy to wait?" "You're paying, I'm waiting," he says, without a smile, and turns up the long driveway, accelerating a little. She is a quarter-mile from the building when she spies the figures on the steps. She leans forward in the rear seat, trying to see better through the windscreen, and as the taxi makes its way up the sweeping drive, the thinner figure stands. Against the elegant white brickwork of the school building, she sees the shock of dark hair, the gawky limbs, even at this distance. And something starts to pump through her, an energy she has not been aware of these last years, a thread pulled so tight that she feels it must surely snap. Beside him, Juliana stands and says something into his ear, then puts a hand on his shoulder. Nisha is out of the taxi even before it has stopped moving in the parking circle, ignoring the shouted warning of the driver, the fact that she has twisted her ankle in her high-heeled shoes, the way her handbag has dropped onto the drive, its contents spraying over the pale gravel. And there he is, his ungainly teenage body unfolding, stepping at first tentatively, and then his limbs falling over each other as he jogs down the steps. And then he is running, and she is running, and they reach each other by the large stone lions. And she wraps her boy in her arms, her beautiful, clever, kind boy, and feels his arms around her. And suddenly, Nisha Cantor, who rarely cries, is sobbing, her fingers clutching his head, her face pressed against his, as she lets herself acknowledge what she has missed. "Mom," he says, and he is crying too, holding her so tightly she can barely breathe. And she screws her eyes closed, just breathing him in, joyous, and finally home. "Baby, I'm here." The case of HMRC Customs versus Mr. Carl Cantor is surprisingly straightforward, despite the battalion of lawyers he employs to obstruct and combat the legal process, prompted by the discovery of $21 million worth of uncertified stones in his possession. Records obtained after his security advisor, Mr. Ari Peretz, decides to turn Queen's evidence against him, show that this is the 14th such smuggling operation Mr. Cantor has completed in 5 years, moving uncut, uncertified diamonds into the UK, where they are polished, then returned to the US and sold on via contacts in the South African and Russian diamond trade. Despite Mr. Cantor's protestations of innocence, he is found guilty and sentenced to be incarcerated in the U.S. under an extradition agreement, the length of sentence to be decided. Tabloid newspapers take a special, somewhat triumphant interest in the judge's observation that Mr. Cantor appears to have been duped by his own contacts. The records of the smuggling operation that caused his downfall appear to be misleading. Discovered among the large cushion-cut gems removed from the insides of a pair of specially adapted women's shoes, many worth several £1,000,000 each, are 3 basic paste stones of the kind one might find in a child's necklace. The journalists note that Mr. Cantor appears to be as angered by this apparent deception as he is by the prospect of a lengthy spell in prison, a possibility he steadfastly refuses to accept, despite the best efforts of his counsel. Andrea wakes with a hangover and observes dully that feeling like death when you have sunk the best part of a bottle of wine each with your friends is not that much better than actually feeling like death. She smiles wryly at the thought as she moves slowly down the stairs of the cottage to make what she promises herself is going to be a large mug of her very good coffee. The final capsule before she will finally have to admit financial defeat and switch to the supermarket own-brand instant variety. She feeds the cat that winds its way around her legs, and while the machine is brewing, reaches over to the cupboard to get her favorite striped cup. It is then that she notices the envelope on her doormat. It is several hours before the post usually arrives, if it arrives at all, and as she steps closer, she notes that the envelope has no stamp. Briefly comforted by the fact that this, at least, is unlikely to be another final demand, she checks the handwriting, which she does not recognize, and then, taking a sip of her coffee, opens the jiffy bag carefully, squinting at the writing, as her eyes are still a little blurry. It takes her 2 attempts to read the note inside. Take this to the address below at Hatton Garden. He will give you less than it's worth, but it should be enough to keep you going until you're back on your feet. N. X. P.S. Do not tell Sam or Jasmine. They'll just get weird about it. Underneath the address, secured to the note card with a piece of sticky tape, is what appears to be a large, glittering, cushion-cut diamond. It will be 3 weeks before Nisha returns with her son, ready for the introductions and joyful reunions that will herald this next stage of their lives. It will be 3 months and 11 nights out the last to celebrate the opening of Jasmine's new business, before Sam, Jasmine, and Andrea discover, during a tentative and then increasingly animated conversation, that each of them received exactly the same note. Nice jacket. Miriam has arrived late and is slightly breathless as she enters the boardroom. She has called Sam to declare a hamster emergency. She needed to take her daughter's pet to the good small animal vet on the other side of town. Miriam is big on flexible working, for whatever reasons. If you do the work, she says, and get the results, then you can work in the small hours for all she cares. Sam takes her seat at the boardroom table. She has bought Miriam a coffee, and Miriam accepts it gratefully, sitting down. "Thanks, it's just Zara," says Sam, "but I think it looks good." "It does. You should wear more bright colors." "Hey, do you and Phil fancy lunch this Sunday? We want to christen the new extension. There'll be some people there I think you'll like. I promise we won't talk work." "That would be really nice. Thank you." Phil and Sam are trying to do something new every weekend. It's a thing Sam read in a magazine, an article about how to inject fun back into their marriage. She thinks she might enjoy lunch with Miriam and Irina more than the indoor climbing wall Phil had insisted on the previous week. They had agreed, ruefully, as they rubbed their aching middle-aged limbs afterward, that rock climbing might not be their thing. "Ah, and here they are," says Miriam, shuffling the papers in front of her into a neat pile. She looks up and smiles at Sam. "So this is the company we're taking over. I couldn't really talk about it until the legals were done, but I thought you might like this one. We're going to have to make some personnel cuts, to start. I think you'll have no problem working out where that should happen. My feeling is that it needs someone like you to be in charge." "In charge?" "Yes. The board would like you to consider heading up this company. Or should we say, this new division of Harlan and Lewis.
Sam looks through the doorway, where Emma, the receptionist, is just showing in 2 young men, both carrying folders.
Sam blinks at the familiar, slightly pointed shoes, and then registers the shiny suit, the sudden unease visible in their owner as Simon recognizes her. She looks at Miriam, her jaw dropping slightly. Miriam raises her eyebrows, smiles. "Like I said, I thought you'd like to take this initial meeting. We can discuss your more formal change of position later." Sam lets her hands rest on the table for a moment. Then she picks up her pen and takes a deep breath. "Well," she says, beckoning them in, "this is going to be fun."